Gue udah belum nyalain facecam nih. Let's go nobar ya guys yo. Anjir langsung. Oh enggak, gue kira OBS gue merah. Kaget.
Tarik.
Aman gak sih? Oh my lord. DC gue. Anjing DC. Apa sih? Halo, tes.
Yo,
Oke. Anjir, bisa-bisanya pencet live stream langsung nge-lag cep. Tiba-tiba.
Tarik.
Ntar dulu guys. Nge-lag.
Tarik jadi ikonnya Valorant anjing goblok.
Aman di iklannya ada tadi.
Iya.
Anjir gua nggak lihat.
Tarik masih bocah ceritanya.
Oh, apaan tuh? Oh udah, oke kita sudah live. Halo guys.
Anjay.
Kita nobar dulu guys. Nobar Valorant Champion.
É sério. Muitos anos atrás,
Aku takut.
havia uma serpente. E ela se chamava Boiguaçu.
Kabar ya
E
guys
essa
ya.
serpente caçava animais.
Kadang emang suka ngaco. Ini cenet, bukan
E
ya?
a cada par que consumia,
Anjing
seu corpo
Ceci.
cada vez mais se tornava mais brilhante.
Ini Kuroki anjir, oh bukan. Gua kira Kuroki.
Acabou pegando fogo.
Kaget.
E até hoje, seu espírito
Ngapain Kuroki di Valorant?
em forma de olhos flamejantes.
Lah, dia pakai rugi.
Nós chamamos
Anjir. Ngeri banget. PP, halo. Selamat datang guys. Lupa gua belum nyalain facecam ya.
Meu Deus, é o Boitatá, hein?
Ini Valorant udah bikin orang-orang jadi ini anjing, jadi aktor anjing.
Emang the best. Halo guys. Halo, Bang kok nggak main Stumble lah? Tadi siang udah main Stumble. Kalau malam ini kita live streaming nobar dulu cuy.
Omen.
Oh, party. Aduh,
Aduh,
ini
keluar omen.
Copyright gak ya? Wadah amat tuh.
Aman. Tarik.
Itu sih tarik.
Bukan. Tariknya bukan ini tadi.
Anjay.
Lah, ngapain iya ya? Iya di sini anjing.
Ini iya.
Siapa sih namanya? Bukan Ye, siapa? Lupa namanya.
Kok gua nggak familiar?
Ini siapa sih namanya tuh gue lupa. Bukan Ye. Optik.
Marvet.
Marvet ya? Lupa lah.
Suaranya kekecilan. Ntar guys. Apaan sih? Ntar gue gedein suara dulu.
Gila. Ini keren
Oh
sih.
iya, kecil anjir suaranya.
Ini keren sih anjing.
Iya harus niat dong. Ini dari Jeta gak sih?
Makasih. Iya ini Zeta. Jadi setiap tim itu dibikin cerita. Tadi awal-awal tarik. Enggak penting sih tariknya, cuman awal tarik. Keduanya yang optik.
Aman ya guys ya?
Kedua load, ketiga optik. Ini Zeta, ini Leviatan.
Oh ini mah FPX ini. Siapa namanya yang gendut?
Oh iya FX. Dibikin jadi aktor
Anjir jadi aktor cuy. Kalian bisa bayangin nggak pro player sekarang bisa acting cuy? Cuman di Valorant anjir.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
Anjay Boster.
aja.
Udah mau pro player jadi aktor pula.
Boster sih gua nggak aneh. Anak teater kan ya kalau nggak salah ya.
Nggak tahu deh. Scream.
Kalau nggak salah gua lupa deh. FNS, astaga.
Oh,
FNS itu,
FNS.
ya.
Anjay sekali ini.
Benkai, aja.
Asik banget. Wih, Sersi ya bos. Anjir keren sumpah ini. Ini sih keren sih. Asik blasting bos.
Aja.
Sumpah gue suka banget sih.
Bresek, blasting sama Bani ya.
Anjing keren. Parah. Champion ini bos.
JJ masuk bos.
Oh ini orang-orang.
Kalau sesuai skrip, berarti harusnya yang menang Fnatic.
Gila filmnya imba sih.
Anjay, Boom Esport, Blasking, Flip Cedar, Berserk, David.
What a way
Alright,
to
gila
day
keren
one.
sumpah.
Sassy's
Suka gue
acting,
liatnya.
I gotta say, I think he has a really long career in acting if he decides to retire from Valorant.
Yeah, that was great. Overall,
was
I think
great,
everybody for the
you
most
know.
part was doing a fantastic job there. So really pleasantly surprised to see that.
I'm surprised by Artis's reaction to the spike throws. He just doesn't care. The man's just chilling out.
FNS in the club as well. Just a gold FNS.
Oh
in the club.
aman cuy,
Just a
gak
rock.
nge-lag nih gue nih.
Just having fun.
GG.
Yeah, I absolutely love the videos here.
Halo
I mean,
guys,
if you
selamat
guys
datang.
actually thought that was
Jangan
hype,
lupa di
if
like.
your hype level is already at a
Makasih.
critical mass, I suggest that you might want to take a seat for
Pertandingan
this one
champion yang
because it is
paling susah
time to
ditentuin
activate
pemenangnya
the
siapa,
champion
anjing.
stage.
Apa?
Ini pertandingan champion yang paling susah ditentuin.
Edward ya.
Iya. Semua di champion ini susah banget ditentuin pemenangnya siapa.
Bang, nobar sama siapa? Sama si Mas Sapu. Kalian tahu lah. Favorite, let's go. Ini dia Indo Pride kita guys.
Mana ada Indo Pride, saya Pride.
Oh ya saya Pride, sorry guys. Baru pulang. Halo bang, halo Fahri. Halo bang. Wih ada Asep nobar. Ayo Sep, nobar Sep.
Ini Sep, ke rumah Sep, nobar Sep, anjay.
Ini apa facecam gua
What a
kecilin
good
aja kali
looking
ya.
stage and a good looking group as well. Let's jump
Ih,
straight
bagus
into
banget,
the map
sumpah.
select for this matchup. Achilles, there's a lot that both of these teams can go there. Both of them have a pretty good map.
Pas di
Yeah,
ini,
they
pas
really do.
udah
There's only a
masuk
couple
ke-
weaknesses coming into this from the
Copenhagen
side
ya?
of EDG that
Udah
you would
masuk
say,
ke-
Haven,
iya, pas
probably
udah
one of the biggest
masuk
ones that they would
ke
often ban away, but now that you got
playoff,
Pearl there and they
playoff.
have limited
Halo bang,
opportunities
halo
to practice on it,
semuanya.
do they take it
Selamat
away?
datang
No,
di
they're
live
actually gonna ban
streaming
Bucky.
And I mean, that's been
nobar
such
ya
a great
guys ya.
map
Kita
for
nobar
PRX,
dulu,
so
oke?
it's pretty unsurprising that
Udah
they
lama
do
nih.
get rid of that one. I'm interested what PRX
Sambil
plan, because
ngobrol-ngobrol
they
aja.
used to perma split.
Ban di
Instead, they'll get rid of
ban,
Fracture in this one,
asik
which is
Fracture
interesting.
di
It's a great map for
ban,
them, but same to be said
asik.
of EDG.
Suara si
Yeah.
Mas kurang kencang.
No, by all means, I was just gonna say, like, this
Ya
was
nggak
an
usah
incredible map for them.
kencang-kencang, kalau ribut susah
Baby,
denger kan.
we got
Forget
Pearl.
everything. Forget
Look at
everything.
him. I mean, well,
Oh,
how can
seriusan?
you prepare for this one?
Oh
EDG
my
go
God.
in
Wah,
and
ini.
pick it out the gate. Their first international event
Diambil sama
ever,
Edward.
and Pearl is their first map.
Sep,
This is
main di Pearl Sep. Waduh.
insane. This is absolutely
Wah,
crazy.
ini
We're
bakal
talking
menarik
about
banget
the lead
sih,
up to
sumpah.
the Pearls available, LCQ teams limited time to scrim and prep this
Bos.
map. EDG says
Ih, keren banget ya.
we are so
Hari
confident in our
pertama lah.
abilities. We
Match
played this as
pertama
much as we
langsung
possibly can, and we
Pearl.
think it's
Gila,
good.
siapa yang
I mean,
nyangka
it'd be
cuy.
interesting to see what PaperX respond
Bentar
with
mandi
after
dulu,
seeing
buset,
the
malam-malam
Falcons
mandi
right
anjing.
off the bat. Of course, Fracture and
Gila.
Mind are gone here,
Ada
and it
orang
looks
mandi
like
jam
it is
segini.
gonna be the Icebox.
Yeah, Icebox is a bit of an interesting one for this team. They kind of
Oh,
showed some like
Icebox.
back and
Icebox,
forth on it back at Copenhagen. They'll pick it to
Spesialisasi
adhere for
ini.
EDG. It's a map that they're willing to play, but I've never really been super impressed on. So I think they are quite.
Bandnya apa sih
As
ini?
far as their win rates are considered,
Ini
granted, they don't
main
have
sama
that
Fracture.
many plays,
Fracture ya?
on all these maps, so it's a fairly limited. pool.
Bukannya
They have
dua
a
yang nge-ban-nya
50%
gak sih?
win rate on Icebox. If
Iya,
I'm
bentar
PaperX,
kan.
Haven's
Nggak
available. That's
langsung
something that
nge-ban.
right now EDG they're on a 55% win record. That's 18 wins, 15 losses. I would have gone for that.
Yeah, it's interesting too because that map, the compositions that
Attack.
EDG run, it
Wah,
felt
itu
a
lihat
little
guys,
outdated
keyboardnya
from
udah
what other
nyala-nyala
teams
tuh,
are
guys.
playing. Again, they're very willing to define their own meta, but
Keyboardnya
a
udah
bit curious
nyala-nyala
not to see
ini.
that. Ascent will go away. Copenhagen, that was an excellent map for PRX. So
PRX.
again, it is
PRX
strange
ini,
that
bos.
Haven doesn't get gotten rid of there for EDG.
Apakah akan
That's the thing that's so
Heaven?
puzzling to me because
Masa iya?
when EDG EDG played
Kasian
versus
udah
Onslayers in the
ke-ban
grand final. They
soalnya.
also banned Descent away from them because Onslayers was
main
very good on
Heaven.
that map. So they're willing to
Sabar,
take that
guys.
out of
Bener,
the door if they
Heaven
think
dong.
that their opponents are strong
Ah,
there.
seriusan?
Dong
And then
Heaven,
PRX just
iya.
goes to 3, so it's
Anjir,
another
menjepet.
strong pick
Haven.
for EDG
Bisa
eliminated.
di
We got
blok
Haven.
loh.
It's Haven, it's the last map, and this is not what I would have anticipated at all.
It does make me really happy to
Masih
see
ini kayaknya
Paper expanding away the
masih,
breeze there. I
masih-
think when you're going up against a
masih
team that can be a
trauma.
bit of an unknown quantity, it's really good to get rid of that map. It's one where the individuals really do
Oke, aman ya.
kind of thrive
Aman, guys,
there.
aman,
So
guys.
getting rid of that one, heading to Haven
Kenapa
instead. This is
pas
a map
nanti
where
terakhir,
Paper X
kenapa
can put a
kalian
lot
tidak
more into the preparation
mau
time. They've shown us quite a few different
breeze?
ideas and
Kita
compositions
masih
around this
trauma,
map. So
Bang.
kind of a mystery for both these teams, and in
Anjir.
particular, why is
Oh ya,
EDG
di-ban ya?
doing so?
Oh,
I feel
Paper
like
X.
they
Iya,
have to have developed something. They talked about that
Makanya
next stage
mungkin
of the team's evolution, trying
Beneran
new
Heaven
things.
loh map
I
3-nya
feel
loh.
like they have to have something new
Wah,
prepared
anjay,
for
ini bakal
Haven
seru
that
sih.
completely changes their previous playstyle in order to warrant this being left open.
Yeah, absolutely. I think overall with this
Absolutely, ya
pool,
guys ya.
Pearl is that first map.
Apa ya?
I'd imagine that, I mean, first of all,
Siapa
it's
ini,
just
guys?
absurd that
Cakep,
that's where we
guys.
start. But
Haha.
I'm just wondering, what does Paper
Apa
X pull
yang
out here? Because
tiap
they've always
namanya?
been a team that's willing to be that kind of meta innovator. Try things out. Even if they don't quite work, they'll make an
Phoenix.
attempt at it. And I don't
Phoenix.
see that
Phoenix.
one coming, but possible? Sure.
We will see. We will see. We're gonna take a quick break here, so you guys can
Ya,
cool down a
break
little
dulu,
bit,
guys.
from the fact that we're gonna be
Hari-hari
taking off
break
right
ya.
after this, but stick with us. Like I said,
Sabar,
we're gonna go
sabar.
straight to Pearl after this.
Hari-hari break. Kita nobar dulu, nobar santuy aja ya guys ya.
Ada break, ada?
Ah, enak banget.
Ada break, ada apa, Jan?
Hah?
Ada break, ada apa?
Enggak.
Ada KitKat.
Sedikit. Hari-hari. Gua kira apa
Tidak
ya?
sponsor ya guys ya.
Tidak ada sponsor ini masalahnya. Boleh lah KitKat kali ya. Yalah. Ih, pengen sih gue ini HyperX. Sony cuy. Emang Sony ada yang gaming nggak?
Ini yang gua cari waktu kemarin ada ini.
Iya.
Iya, Sony cuman nggak keluar di Indonesia. bro.
Ya. Atau ini aja nih. Ini juga bagus sih.
Apa? Apa?
Secret Lab. Guys, sekarang gua udah punya official TikTok ya guys ya. Jangan lupa di follow. Tanda seru TikTok dulu coba.
Kira official secret Lab.
Enggak anjir. Coba gue pengen nyoba. Tanda seru TikTok ada gak ya? Deng deng deng deng deng deng. Ntar ya guys ya.
Oh, udah keluar
Nih.
Jan.
Hah?
Sony InZone.
Serius?
Harganya 1,5 buat yang wired.
Wow.
1,5 juta.
Apaan sih?
Headset.
Oh,
Anjing, 1,5 juta buat yang wired. Berarti yang wired masih 2 jutaan hanya 2,5 ya.
nih guys. Yang kok nggak bisa sih? Refresh dulu bang. Oh iya, refresh dulu. Nih guys. Yang mau follow TikTok gua kelihatan gak sih? Ini lah ya pokoknya ya. Official TikTok saya ya guys ya. Jangan lupa di follow guys. Thank you semua. Yuk, nobar lagi.
Komennya random aja.
Itu jangan lupa di follow TikTok saya. Oke guys. Thank you. I'm back. Oke, udah ada Asep nih. Belum mulai tapi Sep.
Jangan lupa tag guys.
Buat apa nih?
Tag Aiman Alatas.
Kecil. Jangan dong Pak.
Oh,
I'm
harga udah habis yang wirelessnya Jan.
Itu yang dari Sony official.
Iya, Sony InZone H7.
Welcome back
Harganya
to Valorant
3,5
Champions
juta.
Istanbul. We are
Anjir.
set for our
Cuman ada
first
3
match
stok,
of the
udah
tournament.
stok habis.
It's time to meet the players from
Terlalu-
Paper X
Ada
and
3
EDG.
biji.
Ekstrim itu.
Iya, cuma 3 biji pula anjing.
Oke guys, kita lihat entrance dari KKBNK ya. Yang kita tunggu-tunggu.
Bengkai.
Entrance dari KKBNK. Cio. Paper X.
Oh, ini pakai ini ya, ini pakai ini ya.
Ah, gimana bacanya tadi itu? For Jadon, oke.
Ini pakai tindik ya. Tadi di foto gedenya kayak ada tindik gitu.
Pakai
Anjing. Tindik.
Davai.
Aja ya. Cool banget anjing.
Ini si takut hantu ini. Nobody. Ya. Lil Jaka ini bos. Gila.
Anjay, cool kali anjing.
Lil Jaka. Ini dia yang kita tunggu guys. Kakak Benkai. Oh. Oke. Boleh. Pakai apa tuh yang jualan es krim ya? Es krim Turki ya?
Iya, es krim Turki.
Es krim Turki ya guys ya. Lah udah sembuh dia.
Ya elah, cuman dislokasi doang.
Masih
Gak mau.
Benkai ngapain? Cacat dan kocak dah. Alek ini bos.
Gak mau katanya, gak mau.
Tos dulu dong.
It's the
Anjir.
runners-up from Copenhagen
Let's go.
versus the highly anticipated new kids on the block on stage.
Nggak
right
mau
here.
dikasih
We
loh.
honestly could not have
Iya, nggak
asked
mau
for a
katanya.
better start
Nggak,
at Valorant
nggak.
Champions.
No.
But I do want to
No,
address,
no,
as you
no.
guys saw on the walkout, Smoggy, the substitute for EDG, is coming in
Kecilin
for
suara gue
life. Life is not
Takut
feeling very
mengganggu,
well
guys.
right now, so they decided to put in the substitute for this game. And Achilles Mimi.
Bang, nobarnya cuman paperik aja atau sampai terakhir. Nggak tahu guys.
No, it's unfortunate for EDG, but Pearl, that's our map number
Itu
one, and it's
properti
gonna be
ternyata
really
aja.
interesting
Apa yang mana?
because we've never
Es
seen this
krimnya.
map played yet at
Nggak asli.
level.
Dimasukin
And we've already heard
dimasukin ke
EDG, they were
pecinya
saying in
ini.
interviews that at least for Kong Kong, he's going to be playing an agent that he's never
Oke.
played before.
Real
Pecinya
Jaka.
Pecinya
Yeah, I mean,
dipakai
this is certainly
Aaron.
something that we didn't anticipate at
Mario
all, but
Jaka ini.
hopefully this isn't going to be
Ya,
too
guys.
detrimental for EDG.
Nih,
They
gua
like to
lagi
play with
ada di
offense
sana,
and anything
guys.
else. Kong Kong
OTW
knows
nih
how to
main.
keep everybody jazzed
Lil
up.
Jaka lagi halal mode ini.
Everyone very much hyper-focused into this.
Yang penting
There's a
mah
chance
dia
they
harus
come out
mode
and
BU
be
sih kalau mau
victorious.
menang.
Life and Smoggy, they both kind of overlap a little bit. Smoggy's most played
Blasking.
is Jet historically. Granted, has not
Kok
played
ada
really
Blasking?
any games officially within the last 90 days.
Boom
Something
besok
around
ya?
10 maps that
Boom
that he
besok.
has been played on, but he has
Besok.
been taking a very
Lusa.
flexible
Oh,
role
iya,
in things
besok
like
anjing.
Fade, KO, Chamber as well.
I mean, adding on to your point, Mimi, in terms of Kong Kong saying that he's going to play a brand new agent. To
Langsung
give some
lawan
context,
Optic,
it's
gila.
basically not Jet's Chamber, Raid,
Played
or
3.
Yoru.
Yeah,
Yeah, so
something-
it's not those four.
Yeah, you'd expect something fresh. It's going to be interesting
Okay,
to
guys,
see
this
what
is
that
it,
is. But I
guys,
want to talk a little bit about kind of expectations for what we're going to see out of these teams on Pearl. I think from what I've heard and kind of thought about thus far, there's been two solutions. One is you go neon heavy on this map.
Gila,
you play
sticknya sih
that
keren
light where you
sih.
go in that standard. The other direction, I think, is stick with the fade rays. It's been really prevalent in this meta. Bring the Astra out. Her global utility on this map is awesome.
Chicho,
and I think
Chicho,
we're
ada
probably
Chicho.
going to see two different solutions from both these teams.
Yeah, we're into the
Apakah
Prime Gaming agent selected. Jing is
Ripple
locked
nih,
in
Ripple.
that raid.
Oh,
We have the
terusnya ada
Viper
yang
on one
pick
side and then
Fade
I
sih.
guess a Fade coming in for the other. We do. And Kong Kong is playing Chamber. He lied to us. He lied to us. I
At
can't
least for
trust
now.
him.
There's a
I can't
chance.
trust him.
There's a chance we see it later. But
Hampir
he's going to be
ini ya.
sticking with the chamber. I wonder if this
sama.
is a product
Beda
of
ini,
them not having like
beda
maybe the
apa?
plan was for him to be playing something a little bit different, but
Apa
because
sih
of the
namanya?
fairly last minute
Keo
substitution,
sama
that just sends him back over to the chamber.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think
Enggak,
the
nggak sama
B side of
Raze.
this map is really
Raze,
tough without
Raze.
the Sage.
Oh,
and
enggak,
it's
berarti
not going to be
enggak
brought
ini
out
sama.
from Paper X. They
Iya,
do have
enggak.
that Sage in the mix. I think this map will play similarly to Icebox
Davai pakai
set
Sage,
over
anjing.
there, so it's great to have the vibe
Kok kalian
on
tahu
that
sih ini?
wall. Fade Rays as well. That's
Pertama
where
kan
that's
ya?
kind of what I was expecting
Iya,
most
iya.
teams to go with.
Kalau
Kira-kira
As well.
yang
There's a lot
menang
of awesome
siapa?
combo potential
Ini
for
susah
this
sih.
competition.
I mean, they decided to stick with
Masalahnya
what they're good
Edward
at,
tuh
Forsaken on the Chamber,
demonya
Jing on the Raze Mind Freak,
cuman
on the
dikit ya sih.
Astra. This is kind of the composition
Edward
that
nggak tahu
the agents
siapa.
they were playing,
Kedua,
Kilios, that got them to the grand
pemilihan
finals of
agent
Copenhagen.
di map ini
Yeah, it's
nggak
a
tahu.
curious thing. I
Iya,
thought, you know,
soalnya ini
I would
pertama
love to
kali
see
sih.
this is how I think this is going to play
Iya.
out. This is what the focus is going to
Nggak ada
be.
yang tahu
It was
nih.
so difficult to say, just given that we have never seen this map, and I'm so excited to have its world debut.
Let's go.
Better to play.
And it should be noted, Paper X decided to start on
Ayo,
the
Paper X,
side this
tunjukkan
map. Thus
kemampuan.
far, I think we've seen it generally be a little bit stronger
Rex nggak boleh
over on
ini
the
sih, nggak
defense
boleh
for a
lengah sih.
lot of teams. So that tells me they have something special prepped on them
Gimana
with
pun
these
mereka
executes,
lolos.
with that raise and the fade going on in. It's a heavy initiator
gantian.
competition, and as always for this team, it's heavy on
Sheet
skill.
1
I
lagi.
can't wait to get into this one, and it's time to pitch this over to your casters. Ah, you gotta be joking me! It's Sideshow
Aaron
and
buka
Fred.
sepatu kan? Gua nggak lihat tadi.
Belum.
Iya, ada brand mas, brand e-sport.
This is it, Josh. The culmination of the entire VCT year starts here today, and PaperX and Ever Gaming. What a matchup we've got here to really just kick things off.
You couldn't ask for anything more exciting. The debut match of champions. You've got the debut of
Nah,
Pearl
ini yang
happening
di
here.
belakang Pearl
The
ini.
debut of Edward Gaming. There's so much new stuff to dig into right now. And all of it mixed up with
Oke. Langsung tiba-tiba di sini anjir. Telat gitu.
Bisa tuh udah langsung mulai.
Iya makanya kaget gak lu?
Make no mistake about it already.
Oh itu kanan sih emang harus wajib banget dicek gak sih?
Dafai sih jadi tukang ini connect bus nih. Itu lihat pakai handuk anjing.
Main freak. Ya.
Taken, Smoggy. You're getting 3 in the mix. That is just unheard of. They've already locked down just the one extremity. There will not be a spike being planted, not just yet. Left down to Benkai. That 1v3.
He's worried about a flank.
Dapat satu dia.
So difficult. It's a long way to push all the way down mid or out from B and come behind. Benkai's just cutting noise here as well, trying to make the defenders to spread out a little bit on the map. Already though, what a round from Smoggy.
Bener tau mas ke situ gak sih kalau nge-scan?
You can tell EDG have got the talent.
Udah gue bilang tadi bener.
Gonna have to take a duel against nobody to cross this angle.
I was aware that there was a player
Emang bener itu nge-scan kanan. Itu scan kanannya, cuman nggak full kanan. Kalau majuan lagi ke kanan. Intinya kalau mau entry, yang utama adalah lu scan yang paling dekat. Karena kan lu yang nentuin ini. Lu yang nentuin si duelis itu harus perlu ngeliat deket apa langsung fokus backside-nya aja.
Oke lah, nggak apa-apa lah ya. Kurang gede volumenya Jan. Ah seriusan? Udah gede-gedein loh.
Bikin 1000% Jan.
Udah cuy, gila. Udah max.
There's just still so many question marks, so much mystery, and that will calm the nerves a little bit.
Keprek masih trauma nih. Kalah kemarin.
Jadi runner up.
Circumstances. Util combo. You can see that was a seize into the fragment. Off to the side to see if they could catch out.
Suara in game-nya emang dari sananya segitu.
Kind of involved in these set plays. Clearly hasn't pushed away their
kita nggak punya clean sheet.
Players cutting up the angles though. It's PaperX who are taking names, taking weapons as well, working away into that alleyway. They are contained though. Bit of damage being done. Pulled apart, it feels like, in that middle area because they know exactly where the positioning is.
Dapat 3 lumayan.
Spectre in his hands. Okay, needs to watch for that. He heard. Obviously that rendezvous in play. Forsaken entered a teleporting right to the top side of things. He does have the spike in his hand as well, so.
He's going to get a free plant here for sure. But Forsaken, I just don't see a way that he's going to be able to win this. 0 bullets in the head. He has to push deep here. He's in a 1v2 where he has no clutch potential due to only having a classic. So being able to get the jump on somebody here and find a timing on an A anchor would make this round winnable. Unfortunately for him, there's nobody anywhere close. Look at the positioning of Chishu and nobody. They're miles away, just ready to pounce in the post plant. And I think this is smart from EDG, not allowing him to get those free 1v1s.
It's not really a safe plant position either. Onto the B side, you can see all the noise that he's making. That's a clean up.
And both rounds have ended in the same way, with nobody pushing into a clever position, allowing the player to get the plant off and clutching it out.
Saatnya bayar loh.
Buset langsung OP aja. No brain. That would be such an unfair characterization of this team.
Ronde 3 langsung beli OP.
Nobody in particular has been extremely impressive when I've been watching it.
Langsung beli OP
in terms of how he positions himself.
Nice.
Oh sure.
And how he takes fights.
Man, I couldn't agree more with that.
There's Kang. Definitely most excitable player on the team, getting into it already and picking up an operator.
Up close position.
Siapa yang bakal nyangka anjing itu bakal beli OP anjing.
Off to the side, this angle it needs to be watched for.
Nah ya guys ya.
This is quite A little sidestep, now to util.
Alhamdulillah.
Slow being
Oh
sent
my
through, a bit of a jiggle
lord.
peek, but that was a jump peek from Forsaken.
He's so aggressive.
Shot still being found, and yeah,
Second.
KINGSTON is going to be unrelenting
Ada yang
with the
ngepush.
positionings that he's taking. He's going to
Lah, kok
make
nggak
sure
kena
that
sih?
he's punishing you. You don't expect those
Nah,
risky
Aduh,
plays.
Aaron.
Yo, these guys are on
Why?
top of it all.
Yeah, already on the
Aduh,
flank,
kena lagi, bro.
managing to get past the trademark as well, and KINGSTON's picking him off.
I mean, an absurd
Apa sih?
performance.
Main apa sih?
Absolutely absurd performance.
Main apa sih?
Why,
Bonus
bro?
round going to be secured.
What?
I was not
Bonus
expecting
round.
this whatsoever. You look at the starting lineup as well. They're not playing with life. They're playing with
Harus
Smoggy in this
refresh.
lineup.
Yeah, a player that hasn't
Dan
been
gua
playing
baru
with them, by
baru
the way.
nyadar
This isn't a long time
nggak ada
substitute.
duelis di
This
Edward.
is a new addition, but it's KINGSTON that brings out this bonus round. Basically the only player
Gak
that
ada
had
duelis
confirmed
itu nggak masalah
at
sih,
all.
Jon. Kan masalahnya kok
But he's so
bisa ini
aggressive and
Hyperion
active.
nggak ada
I think the percentage play in
perlawanan.
those kind of rounds is to try and get one and
Tentu
then
TO.
drop back so you don't lose the operator and
Tentu
ruin
langsung
your buy
TO.
for round 4. But that is not the way that KINGSTON plays. If you look at the by
He
the
is going
numbers,
to push you to your limits.
yeah, he is the most active player that we have at the event. What I mean by that is he takes the most duels. He's the only player in the tournament that we have that by the time you get to a half, he's got 20 kills and deaths combined. He averages 12-8 at the half.
Harus reset
And
sih.
that is just absurd.
Yeah.
Absolutely
Reset, reset,
bonkers. Of course, the question always being for those kind of players, can they keep it up on the global stage?
That's the question, isn't it?
Listen, that round has given me some decent
Tapi ya emang
hope that
gimana ini
KINGSTON
tim baru
is the
banget
truth here.
sih kayak
Right now
maksudnya
going
baru
toe-to-toe
masuk ya gitu loh.
One of our finalists at
nggak
Copenhagen,
bakal ada yang
Paper X.
tahu.
And of
Yeah.
course, it's early days. It's a map that nobody really knows about. But promising signs, to say the least.
A great showcase. Obviously, this being a timeout being taken by Paper X.
Pasti
Working out
kaget ya.
how do they want to work around
Sama
this one
aja
now,
kayak
because
Paper X
KINGSTON
kemarin.
operator in his
Mana ada
hands.
yang bakal
Honestly,
nyangka
the most
Paper X
logical
bisa
sense is
kedua
going to be
ini.
that he's playing towards that B site, that really long sightline angle.
Yeah.
So how do you offset that? How do you play around that?
And I think that's quite difficult with Paper X's comp. You heard the desk talk about it, Mimi in particular, where she was saying there's two different approaches here. You go for the Viper comps, of which EG have one variation. We've seen other teams, you know, or we're expecting other teams to try different
Oh
types
gitu
of Viper
kombonya
comps.
mas.
Or you run the Raise Fade with the Astra.
Iya,
And the Raise
teorinya
Fade with the
sih
Astra is
gitu.
not very good
Bisa
at pushing
nggak?
back the Opera
Tapi
B.
bisa gak? Anjir kena lagi
Of course,
dong.
they only have pistols this round, but
Tentu
that's my
pasti
point
dong.
exemplified there. You just don't
OP
have the
di
utility
dia,
across
ya
such an
tentu
open
kena.
area. And I think that this is going to mean Paper X heading
Apa Iko
mid
slow.
through A lot in this half.
Yeah.
Dapat
It's a
dua
difficult
juga
map as well. There's a lot
udah
of
untung
tight
sih.
corners. You've got to be clearing out, making sure that you are showing a lot of discipline when it comes to clearing out these areas.
Another little element of this area of the map too. You can see as Paper X try to pop in here, there's so many different trap plays that
Anjir
EG
gitu sih
could run.
mainnya.
And once Paper X push down, they can still get flanked through that mid to A connector.
Pivoting, but the
Tapi
trademark's
kalau
still
mau
up.
ke B,
They're going to be aware of this one,
Okay.
assuming it doesn't get broken, but there we go. Oh, it gets off. Okay.
That's brutal.
Yeah, that's unlucky. That.
dapat.
Still. Hang on, wishes to take a bit of a fight there, even against
oh my lord.
better judgment, a bit of a push through the
Dapat
smoke. How
juga,
on?
anjir.
Getting away with 3 there. And Benkai though.
And you can already see the talent of
Ah,
these players.
udah nggak apa-apa.
I was thinking about
Okay,
unleashing the
okay.
Nightfall. I think
Tiga lah.
that would definitely have been a mistake, but
Kayaknya masih
Lumayan,
dapat
lumayan.
for a moment
lumayan,
thought it was winnable.
lumayan lah.
I think for Paper X it's about this next round. That's what
Nice,
they took the
nice,
timeout
nice.
for.
Absolutely.
Bisa dua
But yeah,
kali
you can
guys.
already see the talent involved. Look at Haldon here, taking the push
Anjir, bisa gitu
through
loh.
the smoke.
Sep lo kalau digituin gimana Sep rasanya Sep?
And then gets onto the
I've
third.
never seen a team that has more consistent spray transfers with a Vandal than Edward Gaming.
Nggak aneh sih dia
Every
kalau
single one of these
Cina
players just
masuk,
feels capable of pulling out some magical
crossingnya
moments you
udah
only see.
nggak logis
That's a
ya.
rarity in a lot of other
Aimnya
regions.
sih udah nggak ada
So
obeng.
let's take a look. Paper X,
Cina
are
itu
they able to
cuman
stop the
satu
bleeding here?
awalnya, Korea.
Well, their players up towards
Korea
A.
itu
Nightfall off the
paling-
rip to start. Didn't catch
Ini,
nobody.
Flash over the top. Nobody's not supported with it though. It just about
my God.
fades away. Still Smoggy wants to take the fight. In fact, they're being
Nice.
backed up. Jichu with the spray down. He's grabbing 2. Benkai eventually removing him from the
Nice,
fight, but a bit of
jadul.
timing. Game of cat and
Banyakin
mouse around the
lompat tuh.
smokes. Forsaken takes away Can, removes him from the
Ini
fight.
habis
All
nge-fight.
up to Howard on the
Kalau nggak
IGL
Spike planted.
for Edward Gaming.
Si Edward rugi.
Hardong looking to try and
Minimal
spot
kalau nggak mau
Forsaken.
nge-fight
Knew that
ngambil OP terus
Forsaken was
balik
looking
udah.
through this area of the map earlier on.
Kena sih nih.
Kena.
Still with 3 stars to play with, and
Hey,
Haldong He's able to get the spray down through the box.
One of his targets found.
Ayo kakak Benkai semangat.
Benkai though, Stars drop down.
It's a great smoke.
Yep.
Lawan ya.
Countered though.
If you can force, but he knows where the positioning is for both of them now.
Ayo, nggak bisa dengar apa-apa.
Haodong has no audio cues in the mix. Quick little pop into the astral form. It's going to be the smoke popped up now. Benkai playing so far back here. That's important to the back. Trying to spray through this one. He's already got half. Haodong's just going to be sticking this one, and he's got the round.
That's an unbelievable clutch from Haodong. Taking it in a straight-up fight against Forsaken, and then outplaying Benkai towards the end too.
Bro, 5-0 bro.
are on a roll. This is so impressive. Look at that spray transfer again. And something that PaperX is so good at is trading each other out in those kind of moments. You do not expect the PaperX players to trade out and be on the worst side of that. They went 3 for 3 in that situation when normally they power through teams.
That's Edward Gaming's play style.
It certainly is.
They're always ready to trade out additional firepower right behind them. Even if 2 of their players go down, they're not scared to commit bodies into the fight. It's the thing that powered them to a lot of their wins in the East Asia LCQ.
And look how much PaperX are having to focus on the A site right now. Just thinking about how the composition works, it's only Forsaken prodding towards mid, being that lurk player. Here comes Jing though with a showstopper looking to try and clear things in.
Rocket in the mix!
What an amazing null command from Smoggy.
Yeah, completely. Just takes away the showstopper. He still looks down the one angle at Art. Bit of a pop flash play as well, go around the corner. Might even be trying for seconds, but he bides his time. Bit of patient play now. He's managed to push back the offensive.
Chaos gila.
And EDG with a 4v3 situation.
Oh, the tether.
I mean, just all of the info about where Devi is playing.
Ayo lo Devi.
Top on the half wall. Devi's position is known. It has to jiggle it now. What a flick!
What is that?
Goodbye, Mindfreak. That's a slow field drop down, of course.
Anjing bisa gitu,
Cok. The patch they were playing out of champs, but I mean, KangKang's making the agent just look absolutely unbelievable still.
Oke.
Punished in the end, though.
Tidak mungkin kedua kalinya berhasil.
Going to be a swing just there. Damage! Oh, it's done. Resurrect is online. A bit of consideration before he lets it loose. Down to that 2v1. Still time running low. An opportunity for Haodong. If he does disrupt this, but no stars to pull off the plans.
He might have an amazing timing here. Can he get there in time? No, not quite.
Puts out one, knows the other one to default.
Gila sih, Mas.
It's going to be this double face from PaperX.
Ini orang wallbang.
The movement, just slight sidestep, a reload.
Look how well Haodong is playing with the wallbang here.
Just trying to make sure he gets those stray bullets off. If he gets even one kill, smoke laid down, sprays it through. 9 left in the clip, but eventually shut down. And finally a round on the board here for PaperX.
Eventually able to make something happen. And the one slip up there for EDG is KangKang hunting for duels.
Anjay, Ojan facecam. Buset, kemana aja, Roy? Udah dari lama, cuy.
Situation perfectly there. The swing from Chichu.
Tapi by the way, welcome. Tuh, itu bisa gitu gimana coba? Kasih tahu gua. Caranya gimana itu?
Misses it that time.
Lu beli KJA
an opportunity to get his resurrect on.
Second timeout for PaperX.
Tahu lah, pusing gua liatnya.
In the first half,
burning both timeouts by the time you get to round 7.
Lagi.
I think that shows
monitor
the pressure actually. The
PaperX scrambling potentially a little bit as well. You think about a team like Edward Gaming coming into this.
Iya, makasih lo, Mas.
No one really expects his team, newcomers to the global stage. First time they're really playing against top competition, up against the finalists of Copenhagen.
Yeah, I think it bears mentioning how much bigger PaperX are as a team than anyone they've had to face so far. EDG have actually done a great job. They stomped their way through East Asia LCQ. They beat Northeption, who went out in groups at Copenhagen. That's pretty good. And they played against 4 other players in that LCQ that had been to a Masters event before. But the rest of the field was somewhat weak, somewhat untested.
Paling nggak bisa gue main banyak skill kayak tadi.
Is a totally different ball game.
Baru keluar dari gua kesibukan. Oh, alah, pantes.
Across the board, isn't it? Pull being played, but certainly
the other part about that too, Brent, is that
gila, emang Sep, inilah gameplay turnamen Sep yang sesungguhnya, Sep.
They don't look like it.
Excellent point.
Utility-nya digunakan dengan maksimal.
EDG's economy under a ton of pressure. You can
Iya,
see that
jangan
despite being
ngeflash.
5-1 up, that
Maju nggak
single round
ngeflash.
that Paper X
Nah,
have won has put
Apalagi
EDG back
maju-maju
onto
lempar apa
a
kemarin
thrifty
ya?
hook.
These
Flash
penalties,
terus
though, that are being
ketemu.
taken with the Vipers pit drop down in A main. And all the
Dengan
information being
polosnya
gained.
anjir.
KINGSTON pushed so deep.
Kangen
Know
main
the bid is
Valo
relatively
tapi udah di
compromised here.
uninstall. Slow.
Smoggy making sure to get rid of the hold there.
Install.
How long to stay in
Tinggal
this
install.
position?
The wall bangs. That's going to
Hari-hari
be the face,
wallbang.
though.
Nggak ketahuan.
Here comes
Buset, buset.
All of this
Ngeflanknya sih
delay
jauh
for the rest of the
banget,
team allows
anjing.
him to get a timing.
Just to make
Oh,
a bit of
iya,
noise.
banget.
It's going to be the kill picked
Nggak
up.
ada
Still,
yang
Paper X
nyangka sih.
are in control of this mid area.
Ngeflanknya jauh banget
Drop
anjing.
down. It looks like they are starting to
Balik
vacate
balik
back
balik balik ke B katanya.
through mid. Still have control of it. Haven't broken the
Nggak
trademark just
bisa,
yet.
nggak
They
bisa,
know it's
udah
there.
di cut.
It's been in play for quite some time.
Kalau
And it's up to
dapet dia
nobody.
juga sih.
See if he can rattle off a couple of shots. The angle's lost at the
Anjir,
end of the day.
apaan
What
tuh?
is that?
Bisa
A flick of the
gitu,
wrist.
anjing.
And
Aneh
Jing
banget,
removed from
sumpah.
the action. One way to punish him.
Gak
And now you get a
logis.
chamber battle
30
in mid.
seconds left.
Forsaken with the tour de
Oke,
force.
pasti dapat
He
sih kalau itu
reads
sih,
the play
nggak
from
mungkin nggak
KINGSTON.
dapat.
But can he read the second player coming
Kali
from the same
midnya.
direction? Is there any hope
Apakah
here of
XP?
Nggak
GU
tahu midnya di mana.
being
Iya.
able
Oh,
to
udah,
get
udah.
this round on the
Udah,
board?
udah,
Not
sudah.
after a bit of bulldog spam coming through the doorway. GG's given away his positioning.
Yeah. And Forsaken
Dapat dong
should
please.
be favored
Jadon.
in this fight, obviously, with the tour de force.
Oke, itu dia.
And Paper
Jadon
X
ini
picked
bos.
another one.
Okay.
Clean
Asep
and
gimana
tight,
Sep tadi Sep?
despite the best efforts
Serifnya bisa gitu
of
Sep.
KINGSTON and nobody. Already, Brent,
Dung.
we're seeing this individual talent from
Pala
EDG.
hilang tuh.
The flick shots have been absurd. The spray
Nih,
transfers
lihat Sep.
already.
There's a big question for me, I think, as well coming into this. How were Edward Gaming going to be competing against
Kalau
a
gua
top
bingung
talented
liatnya,
international
anjir.
competition like this? They played against talented players before. They've shut down talented players, but when you're on the global stage,
Oh,
when you're a champ,
let's go.
It all gets harder.
it gets much harder. And were they able to keep it stepping up? Are they going to still play with this
Masih
confidence? The
belum
answer so far has been
kelar.
yes.
Ada satu round lagi
Once
yang
more,
harus
Paper X
dikelarin
looking
Paper
towards
X.
A. Their composition doesn't
Wajib
have
menang nggak
answers
sih?
on the B side of the map.
Iya.
You saw that with KINGSTON pushing up in the prior on the Thrifty. This time he's
Kalau
playing in
nggak
mid.
menang, ya
He
udah.
realizes Paper X are
Madu
not going to
sama
walk into him.
Aduh,
Rival
And that is
semua.
just info for another KINGSTON peak.
Siapa namanya?
Main
Round
freak,
selanjutnya.
please. Main
Forsaken's
freak.
under crazy pressure.
Ini kalau main
and
freak
he has to
dapat sih
run it
GG
all
sih.
away.
Oke.
Being watched though by Mind Freak.
Nggak tahu nih, dekatnya
Smart enough to back
ketahuan.
away,
Nggak
still.
ketahuan.
Looks his way
Enggak,
into a bit of a
enggak.
deeper
Main
angle
freak
there
belum
off the
Enggak, nggak tahu
side.
cuy.
Main freaknya belum tahu masalahnya.
Swarmed by
Wah
multiple
kena si Jadon sih.
Aduh.
Oh enggak cuy.
It does not have any sort of rendezvous setup. But goes for the re-peak. This guy is
He's crazy.
just insane. But now the util dump onto the A side. Players working their way through.
Orang-orang mah bisa ya.
Proud of the horn being broken down
Kayak
as
gitu
well.
lancar cuy.
It's going to be that 1-for-1 at the end of the day.
Good.
Wih, gila ngeri sumpah ih. Kalau dia udah megang operator.
Iya,
Ini
yang gua
wall.
gregetan tuh
This is an aim labs
tipis-tipis
workout.
gitu.
Dia mainnya
You're
tipisan
kidding me.
cuy.
Buzz just being
Holy
spammed
crap.
out. Bit of distraction, no time for
Mainnya
How
wallbang
to
ya.
work his way into the back of the site. Somehow gets away with two, but only just now is the wall being broken. So he can make sure that he doesn't
Wallbang
lose
kan.
his confidence. Takes the
Udah
spike,
tahu
takes the
spot-spot
swing.
wallbang anjing.
And after
Gila,
the 5-round
pantesan
lead,
pede
the
banget
EDG put on the board,
ambil
Paper X have answered back with 3. 2 of those being gun rounds. So
Headguardnya
EDG
sekarang.
now feel pressure
Tuh, Sep
themselves
gimana
to
Sep
take a
itu
tactical
utility
timeout.
berapa tuh yang keluar Sep?
And really, it's the same kind of thing happening. Paper X are being able to get onto the A side, trade
Harus
out
kena pala, Sep.
effectively, and play post plants with advantages.
Kemon.
So timeout for EDG. How do they want to
Nah,
address this?
time out nih.
In reality, they've actually been pretty good at adjusting their defensive setups.
Yeah.
They've
Tapi ini
For 5
bukan
rounds, while they were doing
Edward
this work,
New
so they had no
Gap-nya
need to
si
shift it.
Rohige-nya
Thrifty
One
came
Piece
in,
ya Sep.
KINGSTON pushed B. That added a different flavor
Edward
to the round.
Gaming ini.
This time
Beda-beda.
around, KINGSTON was playing aggressively in mid off the back of nobody, and I thought that that was a good idea
Aduh,
as well. They've
perlu
identified that
kursi
Forsaken
baru nih,
is
udah
lurking
nggak
in
enak.
mid and should be a target that can be punished. Forsaken, though very
Secret
intelligently
Lab
playing around
enak
his
gak
rendezvous
sih
and Mind
Secret
Freak
Lab,
support,
guys?
was not punished in the same kind of way that EDG
Iya
wanted.
cuman
Exactly.
gaji sebulan aja nggak sampai 4 juta.
That was being showcased.
I think EDG now want to be playing aggressive on A. They tried it once. Off the back of Benkar using his Nightfall, nobody was able to get up aggressively, and Chichu
Aduh,
got
please
the
lah.
2K spray down.
Semangat,
That's the
semangat.
kind of round that I want to see coming out from them again.
Masih bisa
actually,
ini.
here. And they've got 3 players stacked up. It
Walaupun
does
udah
look
nggak
like
punya
they're
time
going
out ya.
for something similar.
Kalau dibilang
However,
masih bisa,
this
masih
is the one
bisa.
time Paper X go
Problemnya
B, reading it after the timeout. What a
Tim Cina
gorgeous
ini
call by Alex or
gimana
Benkar.
nembaknya? Tadi Sheriff
trouble.
aja langsung
The map is so
pala.
big,
anjing.
honestly, that when you commit this many players over towards
Gila.
one of the extremities, one of the
Extreme.
main positions, they're not going to be able to help out the players who are locking down B. But It's up to Haodong. Hang, see what they can do. Teleport back. It is an off-ankle play. Haodong's
Iya
lucky
kan?
to get the
Pala
one
lagi
there.
kan?
Forsaken with an immediate
Mana
trade.
wallbang lagi liatin.
Now the question
Iya,
for
pala
Benkai
wallbang
is,
sih.
do we pump the brakes or do we commit to this one?
Masa iya?
Slow being
Nggak
sent
ada
through.
yang merhatiin
Not many bullets left in the chamber of that one. And that's going to be just a quick
Nice.
tip-tap there of the Vandal at play.
Gila Van.
Okay, sidestep with
Smoke.
the movement there. They're going to be
Smoke
smoking
apa
off the
sih?
straight, but Mindfreak
Patrick,
hears it.
Patrick.
He hears everything.
Knows exactly
Masih
what's
ada,
occurring. Does he expect a second player? The answer's no.
Gila anjir,
Another
serifnya
opportunity for a
sumpah.
clutch. In the 1v2.
Aduh,
Iko
habis
aja
ya.
3 orang
Is actually the
mati
player
loh ini
left in the
Paper.
clutch scenarios, the third most in the tournament. He is so comfortable
Untungnya
in these
masih
kind of
snowball
spots.
nih Peprek.
Wins almost
Menang
20% of
dari
them for
tadi.
EDG. But in this one, he's got a massive health disadvantage.
It's not exactly favored. Snakebite sent into the back there of Elbow. Wants to try and isolate one of the fights, but this crossfire that's being set up by Paper X, that's hard to break through.
Oke, nice.
Forsaken's able to take contact. That was going to be a swing
Nice,
there
nice,
as well
nice.
from Benkai. So very winnable for them. And so far, Paper X
Oke,
on a bit
masih
of a heater
aman sih
after
harusnya
burning
sih.
both of their timeouts.
Definitely worthwhile getting those 4 on the board. EDG's aggression on
OP
A
lagi
didn't get spotted.
anjing. Ini enggak jadi.
If I'm Haodong
OP,
thinking about how to
beneran,
IG
anjing.
on this
OP
round
cuy,
coming
ini
up,
orang pasti
I'd be
OP
very tempted to
gila.
go for A aggression.
Ini
again.
orang Eskarosi
Paper X
anjing.
are unlikely to hit B.
Pengen
Bodoh
ngadu sama
banget.
Ye
Strategy
kayaknya dia.
pull out after an opponent timeout.
Pengen
You're gonna
ngadu
go back
sama
to your default
Eskarosi.
kind of setup
Buset.
now. So I want to see
Nggak ada
react to
kesempatan
this.
cuy lawan
Looks like
Eskarosi
they're going
mah.
for it again.
Lawan Ye dulu
Pressure
aja.
towards A main as Jing also gets on the line early.
Double satchel play, flash over the top. That
Flashnya
is
bisa
a
gitu dah.
multitude of targets, but there's Viper all in the way. Gonna offset that aggression once more.
Ini apakah
What
Jadon
else is
kena?
going on?
Almost a
Tapi
bit of
kedengeran ya?
anti-synergy there as well. Stuck by Chichu's
Oh
own
cabut
wall.
dia.
He has to respect the smoke being pulled
Ketahuan,
back as well.
ketahuan.
Wasn't certain of the positioning
Tapi
and no
ketahuan.
longer could hold that angle safely.
Gila
There are
stack
4
4 cuy.
players here stacking for EDG on A.
Gimana
They
coba
know this
masuknya?
is going to be an A commit. Paper
Karena
X
dari
are just
tadi
so
yang berhasil
rarely been going to
A-nya,
B.
B-nya susah.
Honestly, complete
Keras
sacrifice in mid
B-nya.
control, isn't it?
Ada OP lagi di bawah.
They've got that prowler's
Nggak
unfortunate.
tahu gameplay.
Side of Paper X, we're hoping, I think, to
Mid
just avoid
ada
it.
ini trap.
And that's continuous information at the 55-second mark that Paper X still have players towards A. If you're planning to pivot into a B hit, I don't think there'll be any reason for you to still be in this area. I think that's good info that EDG can keep 3, 4 players here. These star setups are really
Oh.
cool
Lima
from
orang
Mindfreak.
anjing.
Oh gitu cara
You drop down.
sekarang.
Not enough
Nah,
done before,
smoke-nya.
ahead of the time, to try and burn down a bit of the
Semua kayak yang gue
Orb
bilang
is going to be blocking
aja.
them up.
30
And choke on as
Izin
well.
pamit bang.
Late lurk
Oke.
there through Art.
Thank you Roy udah
Question is,
udah
which do
mampir.
EDG commit to? Do they stop the site hit or the lurk?
Oh, nice.
Just going to be taking a fight
Aduh.
right to them once more. The fight's going to be shut down. It's going to be a
Okay,
resurrected
Benkai.
play. Benkai's making sure that he shuts that down,
3
holds it
lawan
down
4.
still.
Nice.
Be the
main
spike
pick.
has to get planted now with 11 seconds onto the
10
clock, and
seconds
Mindfreak was capable as well
Spike
of watching
planted.
just a deeper position that was being pushed up on.
Last player.
Vice
Oh,
position given away and
emang nih
Kankan with
orang
the trade
OP
early.
Lovely shot as well, positioning gained from the haunt.
Gak bisa
And Jing
setting
does
strat
not let him
sih.
get away with anything.
Nggak bisa.
Paper X
Keluarin
have
strat
tied
ya,
it up
harus keluarin
after
strat.
being down 5 rounds in a row. This
Oke,
comeback
5
has been
sama ya guys ya.
nothing short of excellent and exactly what you would expect from a team as quality as Paper X. Not allowing things to rattle them whatsoever and halting the momentum of a team that... I mean, when we...
Oh.
When we had heard interviews with EDG coming into this, they talked about the fact that they would probably be nervous in this
Woi
first game.
bocor tadi.
Getting onto a 5-round win streak is massive for them.
Apaan tuh?
And now, some of that momentum taken away.
Wah siapa yang nyangka tuh orang
All
bakal ke
stars
situ
in
sih.
play.
Spike down.
Oh, it's an entire cluster of bodies are going to be
Ah,
met on the
B-nya
top
iya, Mas,
side of
keras
B.
banget
You can
dah.
feel the utility just being tossed out to the side. Smoggy's in a world of hurt right now. Nate dropped
Nice.
down to his feet, vulnerable
Tuh.
on top of it, but
Pala
nobody,
anjir.
still with the marshal in his hands, holding for a bit of a wide swing on top of it. This is particularly dangerous
Satu
now.
orang ini ya.
All of these rounds are
ngeflank.
coming down to
Dua
the
lawan dua
wire
sih
inside
benar,
the smoke.
Tapi flanknya itu loh.
I mean, up close. Forsaken is low enough now, and the body
Okay.
shot might be enough to do it. No, eventually finds his target.
Dapat
But
senjata
a gun has
tapi.
been acquired. Chichu working his way out the back, and this guy, he is a clutcher.
Aduh,
He's known
flank.
for it. Spike
Aduh.
planted.
One enemy
Mindfree tries to
remaining.
take the fight as well. Down
Pasti
to
Aaron
that
cuma
1v1.
pengen ngecek doang gitu
Jishu
yakin.
has the Viper's Pit to work with here too. Worried about Forsaken peeking in from that back elbow position. There goes the pit. How does Forsaken respond to this one? You want to try and get in the pit early if possible.
He has to, but just far too slow. And that's going to be the 6th round here for Edward Gaming. Chichu's just too consistent in the clutch. Great decision making as well to isolate the angles of which a fight could be taken with the Viper's volleys coming out into elbow.
Last round before the switch.
Chichu is in these positions so often. The people left in clutches the most are Chichu and then Shao, Scary, like big names of the clutches. And Chichu has been good for it domestically, within China, within East Asia.
Ini juga si Jadon terlalu
That is the momentum you need to give you some hope heading into the final round, into the next half.
Kalau perlu
Can
puterin
EDG put a 7-5 together here?
Jadon panik tuh.
Kaget.
Both chambers with the tour de force. It looks like PaperX might be faking a bit of B control right now. The spike still in top mid. I don't think this is going to be a commitment over towards B. The idea just being to pull the EDG players around. Still 3 of them looking to anchor A, not biting on it just yet.
Still that presence from PaperX as well as they're just poking and prodding.
Udah megang open nih, harus wanti-wanti cuy.
Players to be working their way
udah ketahuan,
side angles.
Face your fear!
An attempt. Okay, well, Nightfall's going to be coming through. That does force out the null command.
And there's still enough time here to just cancel.
Yeah, if they wait this out, Jing is going to have to showstopper, but this is an important fight to take. Kang! You got to be kidding. Tour de force, players dropping like flies, and they know that the position is contained. Finally, no suppression at play. A bit of an exchange there. Bullet for the rocket. It is that
halo
1
bang,
for
halo
1.
Wildan. Besok live apa?
Oh, he's got a lot to do.
Hari apa sih? Hari Kamis ya?
Mind freak.
Gak tahu, lihat besok
now
aja
in a
lah.
1v1 against Howdong.
Lagi bingung gua.
The IGL. Is he going to be able to
Itu
pull
gua
out the
aja,
clutch
guys.
here?
1 round and a half.
Mind freak was so incredible at Copenhagen. Is he able to pull out magic
Jangan
again?
lupa follow TikTok gua ya guys ya.
Does not want to go into astral form.
Udah ada TikToknya aja. Udah bikin. Akhirnya bikin TikTok ya guys ya.
Lawan Astra loh.
Nih, siapa nih Astra Div?
Do not want to be playing mind games against Mind Freak.
No. Star as well as in position. There's going to be a pull for Mind Freak.
The star on the spike indicates an A main positioning here, I think, for the post
pulling them
But
in.
Howdong is still looking towards Secret. He's got the right read if only he commits.
Dapat si Aaron sih.
Onto the spike. It is the wrong
Kalau
read.
nggak dapat
Impeccably 4 kills in the round for him.
4 sih ya.
Finalize this half, and it's evened up for Edward Gaming and PaperX. Absolutely outlandish stuff that we've witnessed here in a Red Bull.
This play is amazing and just gets PaperX right back into it for even. What a shot. What a play.
Perfect.
And Mind Freak managing to get the clutch on the end.
Asik.
Players.
Wait.
You can feel how much it means for the
Suaranya
PaperX.
anjir,
The
kocak.
watch party back in Singapore. Huge scenes all around. That's going to do it for the first half. Let's send it down to the analyst desk to break
Seru
down all
anjir
the
kalau
action
kayak
thus
gitu
far.
tuh. Aaron ini bos.
Thank you very much, Bren and Saisha. I'm back here with Mimi and Achilles. None of us are disappointed,
Sama
are
nih
we?
guys.
It's everything I could have wanted it more.
Gimana nih guys?
Perfectly
Sama
tied
guys.
up at a 6-6 here at the end of
Besok
it. It's just
live
been
apa?
action-packed
Besok
the
live
whole
apa?
way throughout. Incredible clutches coming through as well. I'm just beside myself with happiness. This is great.
I want to talk about Kanka because we didn't really get to focus on him too much in the pre-match. But he is a crazy player. You know how crazy he is. Do you feel like he went as crazy as he normally does?
Yes, and in some regards, a little bit more crazy than he did in the LCQ. This guy will just re-peak angles that you think nobody should mess with, and he will come up with value more often than not. He's nuts.
Yeah, there was so much trust put in him in that first half. He was so often alone towards the B side of the map. The sets were really cool from Edward Gaming, but I'm interested in what we're going to see into this second half because, again, there's been 2 solutions to this map. One for Edward Gaming has been that Astra Viper composition, which I think can really thrive on this defensive side. Now switching over to the attack, I'm wondering if they're going to struggle a little bit more because when you're lacking that Sage, B is really really hard to hit into. It makes you have to have an added element of complexity. It makes you have to lean into these splits, which for PaperX they weren't really doing. With that Sage, they could just be super execution heavy. So on this attack, we're gonna need to see something different from EDG.
I want to see the Viper Wars, what they can do with the Viper, but I also think that I know Achilles, you were kind of unsure if 6 rounds would be enough for them as we were watching the game. I think it's enough. I think this is EDG could take this.
I certainly still have faith in this squad. PaperX, they're finding their stride and whatnot. They managed to bring it back to, to close out that attacking half relatively well after, considering how everything started. But I think they still have their work cut out for them.
Yeah, I think the Fade Race is going to be really good on this defensive side. PaperX is great at those combos.
Well, let's jump back into game. I can't wait to see what's going to happen, Bren and Saiter in the second half.
Oke, baru second half kita guys, masih panjang perjalanan ya. Baru map 1 ini.
Shaping up to be an excellent series.
Baru half
here. It feels like PaperX as well have wrangled back control. At least
bisa aja 2-1. Bisa aja 2-0 buat PaperX.
I think so much of it can still shift on this pistol round, honestly. And KangKang, I said he normally has, a ton of duels. The most active player in Champions. He's even more active than usual right now. 13 and 10. Over a kill per round by a long shot.
Kalau upset sih seru sih sumpah di atas.
And he's going to be required to open things up here. You don't want to put too much of the pressure on your substitute Smoggy.
What he's going to be facing. Fight potentially kicking off in hard as well. In fact, yep, the players, they want to take it. Not afraid of any sort of aggression from both of these teams. It's very purposeful. And look at this still. Double doors locked down. It's going to be almost a triple face, as well as the players look to swing out and again
defender side bener
control of it.
That's all 5 players from PaperX fighting in mid. Way more than EDG were expecting to have to deal with. And any reactive play into B off the back of the Viper wall doesn't have the spike. I mean, there's just nothing to be done here. PaperX are all over it. And Chichu's going to have to be able to pick off Benkai just to start this one.
It has to start here, doesn't it? Angled it. Benkai is holding means that all up to KangKang. We're 40 seconds
tapi
left.
nggak ada yang tahu ngeflank walaupun ini pasti mati, tapi nggak ada yang tahu ini ngeflank.
Know that he's lurking deep behind them in the alleyways.
Lebih ke arah pinter banget sih ini.
You don't even mind losing a player early just to figure out where the guy is.
Coba bayangin Byron.
That's a wide swing.
Forsaken's on an off angle.
Ya kan? Coba bayangin kalau itu Byron.
Missed here, but not a lot of time on the clock for it.
What incredible patience there from the rest of PaperX. They bled KangKang out of his headhunter bullets and then immediately triple-faced him as soon as he started shooting with the classic instead. I mean, just gorgeous stuff. And that, I think, is one of the big differences between these teams, actually, is that PaperX have all of that experience to just learn when the aggression needs to be tempered. Having said that, EDG have been pretty good at it so far this map, but they're going to get tested on the attack side, especially now that PaperX have taken the lead for the first time in the series.
This is where you might start to see them snowball that lead a little bit further. No spike plan here for Edward Gaming.
This is so fast. Yeah. Edward Gaming have found out where the trademark is, very common position from Forsaken, and just immediately ran on top of it.
I'm happy to give them control, looks like the alley. He's roaming around that boombot, just refusing to die. Load of information being gained as well with the double face. Spectres, easily enough to just chew through bodies that might be trying to approach them. And again, just up to Chichu, who's obviously getting this late lurk in.
Tapi
the spike drop down,
flanknya nggak ada.
inevitable in terms of the round. At this point, you're just thinking about what to do next on your buy.
Yeah, I think this is a good time actually to take a look at the Viper setup. You can see here how his Viper wall from Chichu is denying information from PaperX and forcing them to play B aggressively if they want to see anything. And Chichu would have to pull off a 1v5 to win this round. It's a good start for him, but Jing shuts it down. But this Viper wall that he's using is one of the big things that PaperX are missing on their attack side, because it allows EDG to pick rounds where they can try and lurk somebody up B long, or put the whole team contacting up behind the Viper wall there as well.
Cuman tetap pedih banget sih.
And so this looks like it's just going to be the same wall being thrown every time. And if they want flexibility in terms of their smokes on the rest of the map, that's Haodong's responsibility.
But this is the buy round now.
And a pretty healthy bonus for PaperX too. Forsaken going to invest an operator similarly to KangKang on the defensive side, and playing it in the exact same spot.
Yeah, slow off towards that choke point, just make sure they can set up Forsaken. There's a very deep position being played as well. So far, Early days for Edward Gaming. In fact, they are willing to give a lot of respect in mid, it seems.
Look at the two duelist players for PaperX, Jing and Forsaken, have so much control over the extremities here.
There's so much space.
I mean, Jing is just getting monstrous information and only pays for it with a single wallbang bullet.
Info.
Masih nahan.
Still down to the minute mark in the round. It does have to be cautious now. Star being dropped. Bit of spam through the wall. There's that trademark in place still that hasn't been removed.
Pulling gak sih?
Bit of a pre-fire.
Iya bener sih. Kok pikiran gua sama ya?
As soon as they even get a whiff of that being triggered, they try and go for a pull as well. See if they can capitalize, take any players down with them. But a fast pivot now into Art as well. Space needs to be gained, and it looks like it is that A split with a fragment off to the side, making sure nobody's inside that smoke.
And it's down to Benkai to see if he can grab somebody. Here comes Divide, super quick behind, didn't check the back of the box.
30 seconds left.
Down to Mind Freak. Smoke on the one side of him. Trying to stay alive here. Benkai to the back as well. That's going to be util dumped into it. They need to try and push them back. On top of that, the satchel. Spike's still not being planted. A fight. Oh, it needs to be taken. Forsaken with the operator. He doesn't want to overstep himself. Benkai's at the back of the side as well in secret. Just trying to deny it. The time is running so low now. Pinging it on the pre-fire angle. Fights are being taken.
Benkai.
But he just needs to spam this and he wins. He just needs to spam it and he wins. But he's found out.
It's a close round, and one that EDG takes away with some very nice mid-rounding. There's another big question for EDG. When the rounds get tough, when the fast plays don't work, and you heard about it in the interview that Yinsu and Mimi were doing earlier, when the rounds get tough, and when the fast plays don't work, do they have those adjustments, those pivots in the middle run? And they did here. They faked a mid-doors push, immediately rotated everybody quickly through Art, and took a pinch into A. Played the post plan with discipline. This is some great play coming out of EDG on their attack.
Kemana cuy? Gila.
Yeah, that is a fantastic knife lineup. Perfectly catches onto Forsaken. Not only do they know his position, but most of the time that's going to force a rendezvous. Not for Forsaken, though.
And he's still disrespecting it, still holding this angle. He was smoked off, but KINGSTON's just lurking all the way through. Tries to get the spray down for the 2K, but eventually he's going to be shut down. But it has pulled players from PaperX on the defensive side, leaning over towards that B area. And to re-clear, it looks like as well from Jing as he's making his way through into mid, making sure there's no late look plays over towards A.
Going 1-for-1 with the chamber does benefit EDG. Pumping the brakes here is a gorgeous call from Haldong. It's going to allow him to work off the Viper wall and deny information, especially with that trademark going missing. It forces Benkai to play towards mid-doors. And now Jing's got some control over mid. Benkai can rotate back. EDG have an opportunity here to commit to B, but they've got to be quick now.
Yeah, they have to be fast.
30 seconds
Information
left.
was already gathered prior. That's from Mind Freak. Nice sees over the...
Ya, nge-lag. Sorry, guys.
top. That's just one of the players.
Almost
trying to go for this plan. Benkai. The angle is there. Wants to take the fight, but the weaponry was just not ideal. I believe just a stinger in his hands. It's going to be this flank coming up into the top of B. It has to be a player watching this angle now. And you have it. Not quite enough to find the kill, though. And a nade. Oh, that is impeccable. That is perfect, but he moves his crosshair away.
Jing thought he got the kill.
He just assumed he had it.
Whoa, what a kill from Smoggy. And that allows him to deny the Sage Wall as well.
Mind Freak blocked off.
17 health. No shot. He manages to pull off another clutch like he did in the first half.
It's pretty much just already given it up. No attempts to make his way over towards the spike. Just seeing if he can take the guns away. Not even getting that though. Just has to back away and save. Highlighted Josh here. Edward Gaming. It's the first time on the international stage. Also playing with a sub in the form of Smoggy. Going toe-to-toe with the finalists of Copenhagen.
Yeah. And that is spectacular. Of course, Pearl is a map that we don't have any info about. We don't really know how good PaperX are on this map compared to the competition. But I can tell you that PaperX look prepped, and they've got some good ideas, and they're playing the info game well, and EDG are still managing to find opportunities to outplay them. This is dead even currently.
Ya nggak masuk.
EDG, they're a last chance qualifier team. They shouldn't have had a lot of time to prep on this map, on Pearl. That's the opener for us, and clean as ever. That's KINGSTON.
Tuh Sep, RG Phantom Sep kayak gitu Sep.
A bit of a Tip tap there, a rifle, spam as well, going to be supplemented with the help of his teammates. Nade over the top, and a satchel to be used. Jing, of course you want to take the fight again. Unexpected. Forsaken. Oh, you're taking some liberties with that one, Devi. Still safe hands apparently with the Sheriff in his hands. This is a half by a reminder. PaperX quick to answer back.
And this could quickly get crazy. Devi now with a res online. There are two bodies here, but both in areas that it should be very difficult to get reses off. If you just wait for EDG to commit to a site though, one of these bodies at least is going to open up.
You are divided.
You are divided.
Wall. Yeah, just cuts Devi off. I think Devi just wants to play quietly here. Just chill, play off the back of your ult. But Jing, as ever, going for it.
Showstoppers online. Does he want to use it? The answer is no, saving it for a rainy day because the Thrifty is in their hands.
What a round by PaperX. Just showcasing that they have talent in spades as well. Both of these teams have a wealth of it. Jing, this re-peek onto KangKang is absurd.
Yeah, it's demonic.
KangKang's got the most kills in the server at the moment, 16. And Jing is so unafraid. Of course, because he's Jing.
Give your head.
Jan, gue cuma bilangin gaji pertama jangan sampai beli skin semua.
Enggak. Itu udah saya pikirkan. Tidak akan.
It feels like they were only just off the stage, PaperX. But you get that itch, it's got to be scratched. PaperX as well have not had to go through groups at any point this year. They were able to just go straight into playoffs and do fantastically in both of our Masters tournaments. Now they are in, I would argue, the toughest group that we have here at Champions. Especially if EDG is going to be playing like this. And it's going to make for some fantastic games. But it's also going to test PaperX. Nobody is safe in groups like this.
I don't think so. Not when you're champions of 16 teams all coming together.
Bristling with skill.
Just stone of the year, isn't it?
It really is. And at the moment, PaperX managing to take that thrifty and spin what should have been a 9-8 lead for EDG into their favor, pushing EDG back onto a thrifty of their own. So in effect, that's a 2-round swing right there.
It's massive. It's one of those that you look back at in the VOD reviews and it's that pivotal round that changes the entire map.
You can argue that's a 3-round swing. It goes from 9-8 to probably 8-10. As long as PaperX are able to stop a thrifty on the other side of things. We haven't really seen this Viper wall getting a ton of value. Maybe this is one of the rounds, but the trademark...
That's going to be the set play! The trademark, he gave Jing all the information, he double satcheled over the wall!
What a demonic set play!
You've got to be joking! And I gave all the information for the kill.
Get that one in a highlight reel immediately. I think Jing's been on TikTok.
Yeah, I am speechless to that one. That's the kind of preparation, obviously, that you can come into a map like this with when you are PaperX. I've had all the time in the world off the back of Copenhagen to think about how you wanted to handle this map.
Benkai did say at the end of Copenhagen, we're always going to keep it fresh. We're still going to be playing aggressive. That was a PaperX special.
Banyakin tuh bawa pisau.
Taking out KangKang, removing the tip of the spear here. Takes out nobody as well. Cleaning things up.
Banyakin bawa
Jing had a bit of a slow
pisau,
start to the map, but now he's really fired up. All cylinders.
It's so important, I think, when you're playing against a team like Edward Gaming. You have to keep up the confidence.
And Jing's just messing with him.
Jing
is just messing with him with the Devi flank. How long reads it?
It's not players you really want to be messing with even.
Udah mau megang-megang pisau aja tuh orang.
There is mechanical ability in spades on either side of both these rosters.
Hari-hari mau nyolong.
Show me that replay and try it in your own ranked games. What a gorgeous angle.
And it was off just a slight trigger there of the trademark.
I'll tell you what, if that is a heavy B hit, you could easily get 3 with a setup like that. And it makes the Viper wall, it kind of neuters the Viper wall. This time, possibly for the first round, Chichu choosing not to commit it over on B.
Looks like a faster play though, that's going to be no command. And that Nightfall scatters through. Gonna get a one tag, of course, the disrespect being shown still by Forsaken, but he's gambled onto the wrong angle. The kills are being found, one after the other. Benkai hiding behind the wall. This is a position that he's been playing time and time again, but does he have the teammates to try and bail him out of it? Bit of a spam angle. Things are there to try and line it up for him. The answer is yes. Paper X are coming through with the gun. Still the spike is planted, but damage more than done with the Resurrect online. It's now the 3v2. Have to play. Just spam it out, you might get lucky. 140 straight bullets coming through. Chichudo now he's repositioning, moving his way through a tap of the spike. That's going to be, I believe, the pull to offset that. The back of their minds, they know that nobody's going to be onto this one. It's still taking the fight once more. Another tap with the smoke in play, and what? A clutch in the end of it.
With a vandal inside the Viper's pit.
Just breaking all the rules, isn't he?
Every shot magnetic onto the head from Chichu there. And that, I think, just showcases how strong he is too. Doesn't matter if Chishu's in the 2v3 with 10 HP. One bullet, I think, was all that he had. Oh, 2 bullets left.
Oh.
But that is the final bullet in the clip.
Walaupun kena badan juga udah mati.
Iya.
Chichu has been keeping them in this game.
Mengurangin darah musuh.
Kang opens it up and Chichu puts it to bed right now.
Nah, itu dia
very fast round. Largely pretty slow play, but look at this. Orders positioning being gained up B long now by the defenders.
And this is the conditioning.
Gila,
EDG don't want to go towards B because of the trap plays, because of the trademark.
Aduh, jatuh.
Forsaken almost punished there.
Tapi nggak mati sih.
Love this Viper smoke as well. All of the Viper utility being used in combo. And if you use the trademark on B long, it's not there at mid doors. And that is what EDG have decided to give it to us.
Angle still being watched though.
Kena lu.
Fight still needs to be taken. Mindfreak with that pull. Vulnerability, I think, onto Chichu. Tries to go for the wider swing, but that is great crosshair placement.
Those are the kind of fights that EDG winning in their online games where they just force the battle. But Paper X good enough to punish them for it.
Jangan bikin kesalahan yang konyol ya guys ya.
Everywhere. Jing, Benkai, all the way into the attacker's spawn.
Yeah, this is chaos just being sowed.
But that's the way that EDG like it. They thrive in the chaos.
Haunt to try and re-clear because obviously they're wondering, okay, are they on A, are they on B, are they in mid?
Hadong has
the timing to be able to get this plant down, and Smoggy could have tried to go aggressive, look for a pick.
This is a very unorthodox plant location as well.
Musuhnya udah dapat CT ya.
Smoggy's got a great idea here.
Wah, anjir bisa gitu.
I'm wondering now. I think Devi is aware. I think he might have just seen the edge of his model. Double satchel play across.
Info masuk sih, Heaven
there.
sih.
Reset of the aim is good enough, but he is being flanked, I believe, from behind.
Davai? Lah si Davai mana?
From under there. Devi actually going for the wall to try and lock off one of the angles. It's a double face in the end. Mindfreak does win out that fight, and now this wall is causing all sorts of issues. Eventually, will fade away. The spike is being stuck.
Nice.
But again, the angles watch. Mindfreak, this guy is a demon when he's on the stage.
I had questions about Mindfreak's performance from Copenhagen, honestly, Brent. Mindfreak had poor performances at the global level for every LAN that he'd been to before Copenhagen. And then he turned up and he was talking about how much more seriously he was taking his Valorant performance. And I don't think it was a one-off. I think Mindfreak's incredible play towards Copenhagen seems to be replicating itself again in this map. He's kept up that pace magnificently with a 4K in that round, the ult to clutch things as well. And Paper X are dragging a lead, kicking and screaming away from EDG.
3 lawan 3 nih.
If they're able to put away this Taiko,
over the top. Spam comes down with the Vandals. Paper X. They are going to be winning this one out. The reset of the aim. Benkai. We need a bit of help surely from the rest of his team. Down to 15 health. And he is hopping away, but not quite. Warbang takes him out. 2v2 and a fast flank from Defy right behind them.
It's so quick. The Paper X players are flanking instantly on a map this large.
You don't anticipate it. You don't. Timing's been played off, but he has slowed it down. He's not going to be taking the fight to them. Just wants to try and contain.
And a lot of discipline for Forsaken.
Nah, info masuk sih.
Jiggle and attack on that plan as well. They are looking to see if they can force out these angles. That is the 1-for-1 fight. Just being missed. A whip from the bullets. Chichu. Oh, he wins it. What an important round as well. Would have been map point.
It's EDG. with a thrifty conversion off the back of Chichu clutching once more.
Sorry guys.
Chichu is so comfortable in these clutch positions, but that never should have been given to him. He baited out a swing from Tavai and just dodged at the perfect moment to throw him off.
Yeah.
Anjir, bro. What the?
Go get it, my son. Global stage. Why not? The finalists of Copenhagen getting brought to round 22 here, and you still couldn't call it.
Ampun,
Paper X gathering all of their players up towards mid, expecting to go for some kind of crunch. But instead, EDG, it's one of the first rounds where they pour players into B.
And it's a fast play. Star still being dropped down. That's going to be a pull to disrupt it once more.
Yeah.
The plan and that horse has not been dealt with. An easy spray down for Forsaken. The players lit up like a Christmas tree. Nobody's still trying to deal a bit of damage though in the midst of it. See if he can turn the tide of the fight. Smokes are causing a lot of issues for them. Another one popped up just to see. There's a gun in play. That's going to be picked up, and now they know the position. But works his way around. That's Jing again, causing all sorts of mischief in the play. Nobody sprays him. That's 4 kills in it for him now. 18 bullets in the clip. Position going to be revealed. This is a warbangable angle. The horn didn't reach. It didn't. But he's still
30 nih darahnya.
Too many angles to watch for. Device should be favored. 125 health, and he knows the positioning of nobody.
Davai tinggal nunggu plan. Davai sabar aja.
Iya.
30 seconds left.
This one shot will do it. One shot is all it takes for Divide.
Let's go.
And he gets redemption for the previous round where he should have been able to put
kita dapat match
Paper X
point,
on
guys.
that point.
Let's go, guys.
Finally manages to do it himself.
Nice. Halo,
12-10
well
the
done.
lead here for Paper X.
Ada well done dah.
And the fast play. This is one of the first rounds where we've seen EDG go for a fast play.
Ya bisa yuk. Paper X yuk.
It did get countered. Nobody did a great job of being able to bring it back into a 1v1.
Let's go, boy.
But the haunt through the Viper wall, how quickly Paper X were reinforcing those B-side anchors. They had the read.
Just a slight miss on that protocol, I think, of who should be destroying the utility that comes through. But again, another fast play is being made. That's a Nightfall. It's counterplay as well. It is a fake. There's not too many players. Bit of whiffage in play at the end of the day. It's Edward Gaming who are coming out on top. But now they have to deal with this one. Penkai. Oh my goodness, he just about see him. Either his feet giving him away or what, I'm not too sure. Down to Mind Freak, and this guy has been capable of real scenes before. But gonna be leaving it. You can have A-site, mate. We're not going to be dealing with you anytime soon.
They've left Chichu here to cut off the rotate.
They're going to be hearing this.
But what happens in a 1v3 is that Mindfreak is actually given this opportunity to make it a 1v2.
Kalau dapat si Vipernya bisa menang
that
sih.
somebody could still be lingering. Doesn't even think about it, and Chichu's gamble pays off.
Guys, ayo guys, bisa.
One away from overtime. And what a bizarre round that was, Brett. And it knocks the Paper X economy back down onto a rough buy. Look at how this one played out. They fake the Nightfall into A. Counter Nightfall comes out as well. And Paper X decide to push into mid, anticipate.
Gila, itu ada yang sampai assist 17.
And instead, everyone from EDG is ready to collect the crunch. What a massive advantage EDG have in this final round. Big ultimates online, huge economic advantage. This should be an OT map.
It really should. Expectations out the window, I think, for where we thought the map might be going. Not many people, I think, would have predicted Pearl as our opener.
Tapi udah tahu Edgar soalnya pasti ngambil op yang di sana yang dia.
Only Haodong towards mid, and Paper X has been getting aggressive. So I like this passive positioning. He dodges the Prowler as well. And now, as the IGL, telling the rest of his team to fake with the Haunt over towards B and actually bring their players back. Look at how aggressive Paper X are again, though.
I think Edward Gaming are aware that Haodong's going to be calling that it was a deep Prowler.
Aduh, timing.
I mean, he doesn't realize this time.
Timing is absolutely everything here. Right in their faces. Fight being taken, and of course your favourite there with a stinger. Bit of an exchange of weapons as well onto the ground. That's going to be an upgrade for Benkai. There with the C's, but at the end of the day, they do have that positioning, and time is running so low now. Down to 40 seconds.
And look how Paper X go from being extremely aggressive up in mid to abandoning it completely. They can play with the time, with the player advantage. And EDG have to worry about all of these spots. They had everything to bring this to OT, and suddenly
apakah
it looks like it's slipping away from them.
Ya, ada ulti nih orang, ada ulti mulu dah.
Opportunity. Tap of the spike, but time is running so
Nice
low on top of this
job,
and forsaken that tour de force from
Spike
earlier.
drop, spike
Well,
drop.
it's in handy. Spike dropped outside of the pit. You can pick it up, you can try and plant it, but your position it is known
GG sih.
absolutely
GG mas,
everywhere.
mas.
And there is not enough time on the
No time,
clock.
no
You
time,
have
no time.
secured yourself in quite a pickle, young man.
Kasian.
13-11, that is the scoreline, and Benkai, I can't believe it.
GG-nya sih kasihan sih.
It is Paper X that managed to come away with the win on Pearl, but I gotta say, this was a smart pick from EDG. We'll only tell as the tournament goes on whether it's them that are good on the map or whether Paper X maybe, you know, aren't as comfortable, but I was not expecting map 1 to be this close between these two teams. I think Paper X have showcased that they have the talent and the awareness, the strategy to be able to contend with some of our best teams. If they can keep that up over the course of the series, it's still winnable. Listen, even if they lose, I think that this has been a spectacular opening showing.
I mean, when you consider the circumstances,
They're playing with a sub.
They're playing with a sub. Still,
Ini tinggal 1 tahun lagi.
almost.
How different it could have maybe been.
Absolutely.
Paper X gotten away with one there, perhaps.
Ngeri sih ya
Some
orang-orangnya.
awesome moments from the
Tahun depan
EDG
bisa
players,
champion ya.
but Paper X leaning on that experience, leaning on
berkembang terus.
very good calling by Benkai on a brand new map.
We could honestly see the series still go the distance, obviously, in this best of 3.
Mentality breakdance.
Our opener here for champs.
Yeah,
Ini
got a
Jadon
very
sih
good map
kuncinya
for both
sih.
teams coming up next. Icebox is gonna be a
Jadon
slapper.
kalau nggak ngelihat
Both
spike-nya
chambers
diambil,
fighting. Normally Jets
dia
on
nggak
either
bakal
side as
bisa
well.
tembak kayak gitu.
What a way to open up champions. That map was a delight.
Menang guys,
Certainly
slow
it
slow.
was. I mean, going the distance, I think, as well. The
Waduh,
confidence that you
gila.
get with gaming
Baru map
players
1 loh,
are
yes.
showcasing has been
Udah
second to none.
deg-degan
I'm so
cuy.
glad they've come and brought the back
Baru
to a
match
team like
1
Paper X
gitu
as well.
tepatnya.
We're going to go to a short break on the other
Yeah.
side of things, of course. Our analyst desk taking down and breaking down all the action and going to set up that critical map number 2, so don't go anywhere.
Map 2 apa?
Bukan.
Apa sih tadi lupa sih gua.
Kan
Oh,
ini
Icebox.
Dying Fracture.
Icebox,
Ya,
Icebox.
Icebox.
Icebox ya guys ya. Aduh, takut copyright gua. Matiin dulu deh. Aduh, gila emang ya guys ya, gimana nih? Ekstrim sih tadi.
Logis anjing, baru awal masuk champion udah bisa segede gitu lawannya.
Kacau sih.
Gue bingung Emulate tuh gimana sih ininya teh. Coba gue lihat tim Emulate.
Guys, jangan lupa follow TikTok guys nih. TikToknya, TikTok gua. Oke. Belum ada nih. Thank you guys yang udah mau follow ya guys ya. Klik iseng aja bisa dapat segitu loh guys. Lumayan lah ya.
Emang ya, TikTok bagusnya gitu anjing.
Gila, baru map 1 bro. Kita lanjut ke map berikutnya, map Icebox ya. Game kedua kayak seru juga nih, tim Liqud. Kita nonton kali ya. Tim Liqud guys. Sep, mana nih si Asep nih? Gimana Sep tadi Sep? 13-11 Sep.
Asep masuklah ke Discord.
Tahu di mana si Asep? Discord Sep katanya Sep. GGWP kata Asep.
Masuk Discord Sep.
Ke Discord aja kalau mau. Champion.
What is up for Paper Rex? And the first team on this international stage take a win on Pearl. I'm Yingsu and I'm back here with Achilles and Mimi. Again, we said this at the halftime, but I think that was everything we wanted to see from Paper Rex and EDG.
Yeah, it was such a cool matchup in this one because it was, for once, not only two teams that are stylistically similar playing on such a big stage, but also a debut for a very new map. And I think the ideas that both these teams showed us were really creative. So many little one-off plays. The preparation really showed for both squads.
Yeah, it was incredible the whole way throughout. I mean, much like we saw, Brendan Sideshow freaking out. We were freaking out on the desk when we had Jing do the double satchel over the top, get the rocket hit on, that push coming through from the B side. It was just great. And those are the kinds of things we were talking about. Wanting to see those little lineups, those nice little niche plays that you can make from time to time on a new map. And there was plenty of that shown throughout.
Yeah, and it was impressive as well because for EDG, they're coming in with a substitute. Smoggy has to come through last minute. He did pretty darn well for himself as an individual, and everyone on this squad stepped up. I liked what they showed us in that first half on that defense with their double controller composition. I think PRX really had to change on the fly. And there was a couple rounds to take a look at here, and the first was just how PRX was playing on this attack. Their executes were beautiful, particularly when they were playing with this Sage. Really fast to claim space, get themselves onto these sites, and EDG I think sometimes struggled to adapt, but in the second half, it was different. It was very much defined by the mid control.
Yeah, they just wanted to have basically a chokehold around that mid control to make sure they
extreme
punch people into their positions. But I mean, PRX, despite the fact that this map is so big,
sama bisa di run and gun jump shoot.
They're well aware of the rotations that are coming through from EDG, because when they have these deep rotations coming in from behind, they're perfect. They're making sure they have somebody poised. They're expecting somebody to come from that deep flank.
Yeah, and I think it is really cool as well, because both these teams had a very good understanding, not only of generally what the map identity is in being defined by that fight from mid. We saw that evolution throughout the second half. EDG was fighting there pretty much every round, and PaperX kept on throwing new ideas to be able to fight that through, but also for what works for their individual compositions. You have to play a different way if you're running that comp that EDG had or PaperX had, and both teams showed us those ideas.
Yeah, at the end of it, I just love that this really came down to the wire. We almost got ourselves into an overtime in the first map, first time ever seeing Pearl, and so many of these rounds were decided by thrifties, clutches, sometimes thrifty clutches, and it just shows that these teams are able to fight and operate at a very similar level. And as we move back into much more familiar maps, things that have been played before, I'm expecting to get even more tightness between the two.
I mean, you can definitely see why EDG picked that map. I'm glad you guys both mentioned some of the crazy rounds, because we have one right here to show you guys in our Ryzen high-speed moment of the match. And this was just back-to-back 3Ks. I think this is what was going on.
Yeah, I mean, it starts off with Hong Kong finding an absurd 3K here with that tour de force, but it comes back even better from Mindfreak. We knew this guy for the clutch in Copenhagen, and some of his big performances towards the end of the first half, this round in particular, winning out on a 1 versus 4 is what brought PaperX back into things, gave them that momentum to go into the second half and be able to close.
Yeah, I mean, it's just wild. There were so many times we could say that we changed, because we were trying to figure out what is the moment going to be, what possible round do we go for. That was the one that we landed on, but we had to alter it like 5 times going throughout this, because there were so many high-speed moments that could have qualified.
There were indeed. Before we talk about Icebox, let's take a look at our Aim Lab shoot-around. I believe we have Forsaken right now as he's warming up here on Aim Lab. And I do want to say, I think one of the reasons we respect PaperX so much is that in those chaotic times, they play with a lot of discipline as well. And I think, Mimi, once EDG, they have more experience on that stage, they get a little more refined. That discipline is going to be the difference between losing 2 or 3 or maybe 4 thrifty round and actually just winning that map outright.
Yeah, I think a lot of people have made comparisons between these two teams, saying that PaperX is kind of a more refined version of what EDG shows. I don't think that's necessarily fair, but we see some of those moments. We see that aggression, but we also see these really tempered setups from PaperX. But one of the most exciting things about this game is, despite the changes to Chamber, we again had a crazy Chamber head-to-head. Forsaken was very much kind of defined by this role in the past, and I really love the way he played that agent on this map, particularly on the attacks. It's similar to PaperX on Haven, where his lurks do a ton to set his team up.
The first bloods as well.
Exactly. That's exactly what I was going to dive in for. You know, KongKong loves to get aggressive, especially whether it doesn't really matter if he's playing on attack or defense. He loves to go push an angle. He knows, okay, I've got a little bit less room to work with now that my TP range is reduced, but he's still making it work and he's still managing to come up with huge value for his team.
Yeah, and on that defensive side for KongKong, there's a lot of weight being put on him because he is very often that sole anchor towards the B side of the map, holding that space down completely alone, generally putting his trademark towards one side, sometimes mid or sometimes towards B, and varying his setup. So you have to be performant, you have to be getting those first bloods, getting out, setting your team up for the retake, and he did a very good job at it.
Yeah, let's talk about the next map now. Familiar territory, finally. We've seen Pearl. It's time for us to move on to map 2, which is Icebox, and this is Paper Rex's pick. I do just want to quickly talk about Smoggy because he's standing in today for EDG. He has played a bit of Jet, Achilles. Are you expecting him to just slot in what Life would have played here?
Like I said, that's his all-time. If you look at it, that's his all-time
map kedua guys,
but it has been a considerable amount of time since he's been playing it. He's been going for a bit more of that kind of hyperflex role, playing smokes, playing fade, etc. I'd be really curious to see if he does go for the Jet, because it's also in the wheelhouse of KongKong. So maybe they can have him take over the chamber position and then shift KongKong to a duelist.
Yeah, I think the questions around composition are really heavy on this side of EDG, but for Paper Rex as well. In the past, they were playing the Fade Jet composition here, something not a lot of people do, and we have such a strong Opera on the other side. You're losing out on that Sova, on that drone, on some of that utility that's really good at shutting down. So I'm interested if there's any changes.
Yeah, we're into the Prime Gaming Agent select here, and so far everything it looks like, Smoggy's just gonna step in right into that Jet position like we expected.
Yeah, it's looking bog standard for both these squads. A lot of teams, particularly in NA, have started to move to KO on this map since his buff is kind of that second initiator, but neither of these teams will go in that direction, and I think that is solid. This Fade comp for Paper Rex has worked in the past. The way they use those cats on the attacking side to clear space, and also on the defense to kind of make up for the lack of someone besides that chamber to really hold down the mid control is super
nice. Berarti masih ini ya, masih wajib kah di S-Box kah?
Yeah, sorry, double duelist coming out here for the side of Paper Rex. I think that they're just going to be looking to very much push the pace a little bit here.
Agent
kesukaannya Asep aja. Devi is the one that plays chamber here, right? Which is something that we don't see on the other maps. I think we're so used to seeing Forsaken. But Mimi, what do you make of his chamber?
Yeah, it's been good in the past. Forsaken really only flexes when he's playing that lurk, which isn't always that same style that we see out of Devi. He often is. I mean, he said the two duels. He's oftentimes playing it in a role just like that, where he does get quite aggressive with his team on the attack. On the defense, he's really flexible because you do have that fade to help in the mid control.
Yeah, I mean, this is also talking about Paper Rex. If they win this, they're going to be moving on to the next upper bracket of this group, which means they'll play the winner of Leviatan or Team Liqud. And we spoke about this in the pre-show, but you don't want to be in that lower bracket in this group, because every single one of these teams in this group has potential to make it out.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, we get to see all 4 of them play today. You know, what with that coming up as the second series, it's going to be absolutely crazy. So you want to be staying in the winner's bracket. Everything to play for here.
Yeah, let's jump into Icebox right now. Throwing this over to you, Brennan Sideshow.
Thank you very much, Insu. Yeah, we're going to be getting into the action very soon here. And Icebox is one of familiar territory, as the desk has already mentioned as well. This is where we get to see how Edward Gaming going to be doing up against Paper Rex on a map that they are very familiar with, and they are very
Oke, langsung saja tanpa berlama-lama lagi guys. Map kedua antara Paper Rex melawan Edward Gaming. Selamat menyaksikan semuanya. Oke, let's go.
Or are they actually for real? Forsaken getting pushed away by the drone.
Kenapa jadi gua? Apaan tuh?
Early aggression. How would you come up with 2? And he wants a bit more. Fight still being taken, but that's going to be the right click and play. To eventually dealing with him. Nice and easy trade.
Smoggy is a pistol demon. He did the same thing in round 1 of Pearl. Ran forwards, got 2 kills, 3 kills in fact on Pearl.
Harus dapat 5 minimal.
75. At this point, 2 players remaining. Left scrambling a little bit, I think. If you are Paper Rex, you can see.
Tadi sama ya.
Now forced to clear out through kitchen. Watching for that mid push because he's been compromised for quite some time.
Oh, masang buat di mid tuh di situ ya.
Pumping the brakes when they get into a man advantage situation on the attack side. They did it on Pearl. They're doing it again here as well. Just take a moment, pause, make the Paper Rex defenders spread out around the map.
Tapi gimana nih
set you up better.
Oke.
A lot of damage done at the end of the day, but the kills returned.
Ketahuan di mid tuh.
And it's another great pistol round unless Mindfreak can pull off a 1v4.
Biasa
doesn't
ya
seem
guys ya,
doable. Maybe if
kalah
Haldon
di
gives him
round
a fight.
1.
Yeah, not quite.
Tipikal apak.
Intelligent play, isn't it? Just a quick little peek.
4
Jiggle for
kata
the info.
lucu guys.
Now crossfire
4
setup.
kata
So
lucu gitu.
And of course, Mind Freak worried that these players are just baiting him, worried about a flank coming through. KangKang is there, but a long way away. And nobody's good for it. Shuts down both of those stragglers left alive.
smoking the pistol round again, Josh, like you mentioned.
Anjir yang kayak
Yeah.
gitu
I went
malah mahal.
crazy with
cuy.
it in terms of the pistols. And honestly,
Senjata
getting
kayak
off to a
gitu.
nice early lead, something to
Tentu
get momentum
round
going
2
for
langsung
Edward
beli
Gaming, I think.
rival ya.
Bodes well in this map.
It definitely, absolutely
Berarti dia
does.
pede guys kalau
The
misalkan
lack of
dia beli
life I thought
rival.
was going to hurt them on this map because life is their jet player. Smoggy hasn't really
Nanti
been playing
drop
jet recently.
nangis.
They don't have the same agent pools, at least on face value.
Stuck 4 ya
Smoggy
hanya.
looked pretty good there just on the pistol. Not that it required too much of, you know, the jet.
Gila championnya udah nyala bos.
Sure, that prowess not really being flexed really, but still shots were found.
Kills are kills at the end of the day, aren't they?
Yeah, and they have bought into this one with 2 rifles. You can see that
Extreme
you do
sih,
have that in
Davai.
play. That's one of the headhunter bullets. Just not taken out in a double
nggak
swing.
mungkin susah.
Bit of run and gun, obviously in play there when you got the Spectres. At this point, it's about making sure that you don't lose anybody else if you are Edward Gaming.
Wallbang bos.
Yeah, you want to try and keep this as clean as you possibly can.
Oh susah sih emang.
Haldon.
Ya banyakin tuh
Shooting
T-back.
literally reloading, son,
Banyakin
because of that.
T-back.
That is...
Bad manners costing you your life.
Okay, KangKang's still got it under control. They're
Yeah,
not getting
equal,
punished
equal.
for it particularly. And Haldong, of course, only losing a ghost, not too bad. But I think that shows there's a friendly rivalry going on here within the APAC.
Apa?
Head to head.
Setidaknya orang yang
These two
nge-T-back
teams.
mati guys.
You might think as well, being from roughly the same region, they might be practice partners. They actually haven't played each other in quite some time.
And I don't want to get it wrong. These guys don't have beef with each other. I mean, KangKang was talking about how much he respected PaperX coming into the tournament. Said it was PaperX getting to the finals of Copenhagen. He said, as an Asian, it was an achievement that made me feel extremely proud. There'll be a lot of pressure and nerves for us to meet such a strong team for our LAN debut. I mean, you can tell that KangKang really does respect what PaperX have done in the past, respect the players as well, but always time for a cheeky...
Sure, a bit of confidence.
bit of body shooting.
Show that you're not
crouching on 'em.
scared of the finalists.
Exactly. It just helps remove all the nerves, doesn't it?
I think a conversion
Itu bisa
here
di
of this
wallbang nggak sih
bonus
mas pakai
round for
phantom mas?
EDG would be
Sangat
fantastic.
bisa.
Enggak ya, harus Vandal ya.
Orang
Again,
Spectre juga
bring up
bisa.
the same question
Oh,
we did
bisa.
at the very beginning as
Iya,
well.
Spectre juga
Was
bisa di sini.
The first map close just because of
Cuman
Pearl, because
Spectre
of
ya
that
damage-nya
unknown
nggak
quantity.
seberapa.
Can they do it on a map
Wallbang di
that
situ.
PaperX are particularly good at?
Tapi lumayan ngedemekin lah.
Jing is
Cuman
very
berapa belas
aggressive up here
per
on A.
ini per
But it looks like the
peluru.
spike is heading over towards B.
Main freak.
PaperX are very familiar with this kind of
Radeon.
play. But Forsaken making some noise here. And there's 2 EDG players.
Oh,
Taking a lot of damage,
fine,
but the
boss.
angle's still being watched.
Baited in.
Yeah.
And that's a nice player advantage to be able to cook up. Haldong's still left behind on what is going to become a strange late lurk. And on the other side of the map, despite
Aduh,
not having
hampir
many
sih ya
players
itu
here,
Benkai.
PaperX have still denied the plant. That is unlucky for
Ya
Mind
Benkai nggak
And I
mati,
love this
tapi
proactivity. Already taking the back of the side as well,
Malah si Aaron
right
yang mati.
past their own Viper wall here.
Ya,
Risks are
kena
being
walk
taken.
on.
And they're being rewarded
30
for it.
seconds
Eventually,
left.
though, that is going to be the trade. You can see the Jing was able to
Ah,
catch that one, and
banyakin tuh
Chichu
pegang
caught
tuh.
with a
Spike
util
down B.
in his hands.
But not getting the plant down has cost EDG here. Haldong is on the latest lurk of his life. He spent
tadi
all of
seperti
that time,
melihat
Fred,
Jaka,
just trying to
anjir.
pick up a Phantom.
And not enough time left in this round to really do too
10
much
seconds
more.
dengan polosnya maju Jaka ya kan.
It's going to be the double face.
Oke, nice.
Dealt with, and it was looking so good, honestly. I
Lumayan
thought
lah
for
ya.
a moment the game plan from
menembak
every game was to
mana.
try and fight them in their spawn, you know, push past that Viper
Yeah.
wall.
But it was only nobody that pushed through. It
Seperti
might have been
melihat
great as a
Jaka tadi, Sep.
coordinated attempt. And listen, it's still a decent bonus round. They take 2 away. Here's
Oh,
the replay.
banyakin
Device
pegang
able to
tuh.
pick up those stragglers as they kind of just
Wih,
contested
ngeding
one at a
anjir.
time.
Oh, ada fight.
Wasn't particularly coordinated once they fought at the end of that round. But EDG, like I said, it was still a bonus round. They've got 5 rifles coming into this.
Bisa beli.
So now we get to see
Bisa,
Satu.
bisa.
possibly
Satu
just a
orang.
single coordinated A push. The Viper wall going down at the beginning.
Ngeri banget sumpah.
Oh
my lord.
When that goes down,
Jadon mati.
kills are being found though, and yep, there you go. Dealt with.
Gagal.
We'll jump up there onto
Udah
the
pasti
box.
dua yang mati kalau kayak gitu.
And if you were wondering at the beginning of this
Higher
game,
reward,
were Forsaken and Jing just going to run over EDG? There's a round for you that answers the question. Taken down instantly by their counterparts,
Masa Jadon duluan yang
Kang
mati.
and in this match, Smoggy. And I love the fact that they just pump the brakes every time that they get a player advantage. I think there is so many new teams to the global stage that will push an advantage as soon as they get it, without taking a moment to breathe,
Not willing to slow it down.
never willing to slow it down, and that really was a concern for me with EDG, judging by how aggressive their players are.
Udah dikuasai soalnya.
But I think they're looking good here. They're just making sure that every advantage gets converted.
Bisa kena gak sih dari Kijan?
As well, before it was rumored, it was said in the interview we saw prior as well that EDG really did get tested as well by the likes of Exet Optic
in scrims.
Pushed them to improve. They've made radical improvements in that short amount of time that they have been here.
And they said they knew what the next step of their game plan would be. I think we're seeing it right here.
I think we're seeing it. Because there hasn't been
Tentu
this nuance
safe,
before.
Kalau safe mending kena sih. Kalau safe mending kena sih, sekalian ngambil itu Vandal Phantom.
A step up, I think.
Yeah,
despite the fact that they're playing
yeah, that's the impressive part, isn't it? And Paper X just forced a save in this round. Howdong had a lurk play going actually, up towards the top of Tube. He just never got an opportunity to go for anybody. And now takes a peek into the Vi and goes down, but that same kind of lurk play up through Tube could be a possibility. Look at how Smoggy just jiggle peeks that and is instantly looking for the player supporting Jing. This showcases to me that they understand how the top teams in the world are going to play. It's so easy for a team to forget that there's always going to be someone ready to score. But just noticing that there's going to be a trap there and being aware of where the player's going to peek from, I think that speaks very highly to how Smoggy and the rest of EDG are actually thinking about breaking apart these defensive setups. And it's another really good start to the match for EDG.
A cloudburst onto the recon. Does avoid all of that one and a dash back. But just before Forsaken collects that kill onto Kang.
And it's still A aggression from Paper X, but it's much more proactive. Forsaken dropped down to 1 health.
As well, just that mid approach.
And
that was slaying there a lot.
Yeah, that was Howdong on the lurk. Last time he went up Tube, this time underneath. And how does Smoggy and Nobody play this?
Take flight.
That's the question.
Lama gak sih ini nyampe-nya drone-nya?
Now Smoggy trying to work off the back of the drone.
But entirely doable, I think. Position is known.
Ketahuan satu.
Bottom side of Tube here, Nobody.
Orang kitchennya gimana nih?
Through. Recon's gonna be really good. He wallbanged him. Oh my goodness!
What a play!
And Nobody has been elite in the online stage, but now a mighty task ahead of him. 4 bullets left. That Prowler just about latching onto his heels. 30 seconds remaining. Players are low.
30 seconds
Has
left.
to try and isolate a fight. On both of them, a single bullet will do it.
Kalau KA masih bisa gak?
Whiff, a breath onto Benkai if Forsaken would take them down.
And look at this play. In the back of his mind, he has shown phenomenal game sense and mechanical ability. He contact plays towards A. Here's the footsteps, 10 seconds remaining.
No need for a headshot, but delivers it anyway. And he has his ult to play off, a shock dart, a recon dart. Nobody is so intelligent in these situations. And he is outplaying Paper X right now.
It's down to this. Forsaken.
Akankah 1 HP and Dream.
And honestly, just the slightest bit of damage will do it. It's all about timing.
Dapat sih.
Back to back.
Masa iya?
Where are the players?
Ya ampun.
I don't believe it. And a shot is found.
Jano.
An ace to clutch it through. Welcome to champs.
Aduh, sayang sih.
What a play. Nobody, this is his map. This is his playground.
Nggak dicek dulu ya
His
tadi.
over here is phenomenal. Managing to pick off Jing to start things out. Grabs the kill onto Vi as well. And then this masterful clutch. Sure, on 2 players with barely a shred of health, but the way he played around the map was second to none. And Paper X forced to take a timeout once more, very, very early in the map. EDG are getting off to hot starts. And Paper Rex are forced to adapt. Brent, they've thrown an aggressive setup where Jing was hiding in Nest with Forsaken ready to peek. They've thrown aggression at them where Forsaken, Jing, and Devi all try to fight a belt. And both times, EDG have dealt with it. They've had players in positions to absorb the aggression, clear angles, and create advantages for themselves that they're able to clear out.
Such a class performance so far. I was so excited to see as well this player Nobody on EDG, how he would go up against these players, because I think this is his opportunity to prove that he is a top initiator player in the world. He's got the skill, he's got the game sense that we've been witnessing in this series. He just needs the scalps. He just needs the trophies underneath him.
Yeah, I completely agree. Nobody has been phenomenal from what I've watched so far. He's a star in the making. From a quieter position, obviously, than Kankai. But one of the stats that jumped out to me, actually, about Nobody, out of the, what do we have, 80 players in the tournament or something?
Yeah.
He's in the 7th place for damage per duel. He's outputting huge amounts of damage even when he loses duels against players. His aim is fantastic and he takes such smart fights. Able to put his team in positions to succeed.
A bit of that early aggression. Fast control of B main. All going to be propped up. In fact, Mindfreak's even playing inside of this one. But Spam might do the trick on the half-buy here with the Stingray plate. Pops over the top of it. His orb is going down. He is isolated, but still gets away with it. Just the one-on-one. Forsaken's got the knives. How do you not get punished there? The wall over the top. This angle slightly ajar. It's going to be able to find this moment out of Hunter's Fury to try and supplement it. Pushes it through. Nobody just pre-firing at all the different angles. And he gets the damage. Creates the space. That late load from Haodong enough to secure it.
And that's another gorgeous set play that EDG are going to run. Nobody once more setting up space for the rest of his team as Haodong goes for a lurk. There is thought behind the play here for sure. Because look at the chaos that's created within the Paper Rex ranks as they had a 4-stack waiting to collect all 5 players now.
Every burst of the Hunter's Fury using to clear an angle. Push the players into Haodong.
Ulti Sofa hanyalah B.
And EDG actually look a little bit uncoordinated in terms of how they're getting the spike down on B, but they're being able to create enough pressure in mid that doesn't matter. Paper Rex are being asked some serious questions right now, but with guns back in hands, Jing opting for a more passive approach to the A defense.
Dicek. Oh, nggak ketahuan.
I think they've spotted where he's hiding though.
They suspect this one, I think. Breaking down portions of the wall. This is where Jing is in a lot of trouble. He's isolated. With shots like this, Kanghang is leading the charge for his team.
He always is.
Bit of resin play though, a bit of disrespect being shown, but that's off the back of these footsteps
being
heard. Straight through mid now into orange, it's up to Mindfreak. What can he lock down? Is this angle going to be cleared? Updraft over the top. Information gathered. Not sure if he looked down or not, but he actually did spot out the one player. The discipline was there.
What a beautiful clear that was. I mean, that was so well played from Smoggy and Haodong in particular. And now Paper Rex put in a horrible position to try and clear this. A crossfiring kitchen.
Just
busuk gini, guys.
Yeah, ripping them.
Play.
2v4.
Don't know whether that's quite a verb, but I like it. It's all down to Devi and Forsaken. These rounds have been magic from Edward Gaming.
Oh, Devi.
To save these rifles.
Timing anjir.
Devi. Almost.
Okay.
They will get away with a couple of the weapons, but
this economic damage that they're doing to EDG doesn't matter. Look at the back. The death from Devi is more important than any of it. Paper Rex managed to save a single operator, but no opportunity to get rounds on the board. And Bren, I think already our question has been answered. If we came into map 2 thinking, was it just Pearl that made EDG look close to our grand finals to Copenhagen? Nah, not at all.
Not the case.
Not the case.
I want to carry it away a lead like this.
Even if EDG have a comeback and are able to win the map, similar to Pearl,
Oh enggak, gue kira Jing Force
EDG I think
beneran
have
Force
already showcased that they can go toe-to-toe with some of the best. And I don't know whether they're going to be able to pull off comebacks like that repeatedly.
No noise cues though. This is a lot of aggression, including that haunt.
Tiba-tiba nih orang udah di atas.
Over the top. Got to suspect it. Got to know that the players are there.
Aduh, Jadon.
Indeed, the players are made. Forsaken.
No.
No cloudburst in play. Can't cover his tracks.
Caught. Spike going down. All of the players from PaperX on the other side of the map as well.
Wah, kepotong dari mid
looking to
kah?
pick people up.
Kepotong, guys.
Aggressive plays being made. The off-angle though, what?
Satu, dua.
I mean, that is a really nice play. Just flooding players into Haodong there allows them to get rifles back. Whoa! Divide!
There's no way. There's no shot. You can't be whipping this one. Still flex the kill. Down to Mind Freak. Noise bait.
Has a Viper's Pit.
Yeah.
1v1. Oh, enggak ding. 1v2.
Top there with a bit of a tap there. Now onto the spike. But it's going to be the late load. Straight through into mid. That's Chichu. Watching all the potential angles.
Yes, 7-1.
7 rounds now. Fairwood Gaming. These guys are so in control right now. Their own destiny. Obviously, the stakes here.
Gimana dong?
Early days in the group stage. Our first match of Champs 2022. But these guys are here to play.
Yeah, ADG are looking excellent. I think, you know, there's a couple of moments there where PaperX might be able to get back into the round, but look at the scoreboard. EDG are 7-1 up, and they've been able to win these anti-ego rounds. It's not like they're giving PaperX opportunities that are being capitalized on. Op. Out of play here as Kang takes it up towards Belt.
Karena belum tahu defendernya di mana.
And that is going to be the first kill found. What? An impeccable one at that. No Mind Freak. No Viper utility to try and block off 410. Or any sort of aggressive play that might come into way. And you can see there's pace once more being injected behind this one. Just trying to clear out Maze. They don't expect the Jing to be up top here. Viper's Pit is dropped down though, so these angles are not going to be quite as clear. Jing wants to try and drop down into them anyway. Wants to take the fight, but somehow, some way, Haodong once more comes through.
That is a spectacular round again from Haodong. He's a master inside the Viper's Pit. He just can't be stopped.
He's using a Vandal in it as well. All the traces revealing his positioning.
But it doesn't matter because every shot's a headshot for Haodong.
Just robotic in terms of aim. Look at this guy.
Yeah. He looks fantastic inside there. And honestly, Brent, when I've been watching Edward Gaming, I would tell you Haodong is probably their weakest mechanical player.
Sure.
Maybe Chichu, but their weakest mechanical player is still better than maybe a third of the players in the tournament.
Yeah.
EDG's skill was never in question. This is a stacked roster coming out of China. And Haodong right now, 11-5. I mean, both Haodong and Chichu have found moments to put the team on their back. Haodong with his IGLing, with his performance, with his ults. Chichu with the clutches on map 1. It's been an all-round effort. And EDG are running away with things here.
Forcing another timeout here out of PaperX.
Brent, what would this match have looked like?
Ayo guys, 2-0 guys. Biar aman.
What on earth? Obviously, never a question that, well, maybe we'll get the answer later in the tournament actually, but for now, purely speculation, but this should be, in theory, a weakened version of EDG.
Yeah.
Who knows how much time Smoggy's had to practice with them. Of course, listed as a sub and traveled with them to Istanbul, so they must have been somewhat prepared to run him. But this is spectacular. Just for context, EDG are putting the hurt on PaperX more so than even FPX did in the finals on Iceborne. You know? This is a world-class performance coming out from EDG right now.
And those were the questions we had for this team. How are they going to be competing against the top dogs? Well, looking at that 8-1 scoreline, certainly feeling quite comfortable.
And they're actually playing quite controlled on these defaults too. EDG leaving not just Kang to watch over towards A, but multiple players. Was that just to spam through the smoke there? I mean, Benkai deleted.
Tentu kena ya guys ya.
And still pressure applied by Kang. I mean, this guy just creates diamonds. You try and force the issue.
And he just goes for more.
Relentless aggression. Willing to play confidently, take the risks.
Ini orang sih harus dikenain sih.
When you're looking at Kang, Brent, he's the most active player at Champions, right? That means he takes the most fights out of any player in the tournament. Number 2 is Jing. Number 3 is Forsaken. And Kang is still so willing to take these kind of fights. Obviously, this is an anti-eco round, but we've seen it all match so far.
Yeah. Honestly, it's what I was thinking out of all these teams as well. Which team is going to be most well-equipped for dealing with the kind of fundamentals that Edward Gaming love to have on display? It would have been PaperX in my mind.
Yeah, I mean, Paper X, FBX, these kind of teams.
Oh, nice.
There's the
Dampai nih, bos.
better end out of Kankan as he goes for the
Nggak apa-apa, yang
widest
penting ulti
swing with his
keluar.
attack operator.
Ulti keluar.
Perhaps this is the round where EDG
Lumayan.
might be getting a little overconfident, but listen, I can't blame them. They're 9-1 up currently. And the res brings Kankan back online anyway. Puts him back on the line.
Well, that's going to be pushed down for you. Forsaken is dealt with.
And there's never a hole in this default. At least not one that Paper X can find. They exist on the map for sure, but it feels like EDG have a great read on where Paper X's players are going to try and challenge. Which areas of the map they're prodding and poking.
Bit of spam with the Vandal. Fearless man.
Yeah. And that's Haodong pinging out the position that Mindfreak is normally holding the smoke from. These players are learning so quickly on the global stage.
Contact plays, on contact plays. This time it's Devi's turn apparently to try and work his way through.
Benkai bisa mati sih dari mid.
Just about brushing each other's backs, aren't they?
And the pit that's been used by Mindfreak getting nothing. Haodong finding the timing on everybody through mid.
Nice.
Apart from Devi. But this is brought to a 3v2 where once again EDG have site control. And apart from a couple of rounds early on in the half, they've been able to manipulate these defenders so well to always being set up on the angles first.
Intelligent from Mindfreak to be able to catch the one player out, but not quite. Edward Gaming not sleeping at the wheel, are they? The instantaneous trade, that is going to be the 10th round for them. Now we're getting into this last round of the half here, Josh.
I have not seen a half this dominant since map 1 of the Grand Finals, where the team that won Copenhagen destroyed Paper X on Bind.
Yeah.
And that at least, there's some logic behind it, because Paper X's comp is very, you know, unidimensional, one-dimensional on Bind in some senses. It has to push you. This map, they're running a normal comp. EDG is just plowing them.
You want to play, let's play.
You want to play, let's play.
As well, cuts up those angles, knives in play on top of it. Using a drone to clear through. No stranger to this one, obviously.
On the other side of the map, Forsaken and Jing will not be deterred.
Yeah,
they're pushing aggressively again, even though normally EDG have 2 players watching for this. Paper X are getting good information on the other side of the map.
I'll say, nobody is one away from his ult.
Here.
One kill will do it. Now that Viper fuel back up, it's going to be the snake bite drop down, and an updraft play all the way up close and personal. Taking position into this. Haodong's pushing forwards. Jing should not really be favoured there. The fight's still being taken, but a Nightfall on top of it, that's going to be pushing the players back and giving a bit of space now for Jing.
They know the Jing's behind.
Forsaken being able to win the jet battle.
Jet battle-nya yang menang Forsaken ya.
Has given his team a massive advantage. Are EDG going to go through a double push through the smoke? Just a single tap from Haodong, trying to trigger out some kind of response. But it's Paper X with 2 rounds.
Mantap Jadon, bos.
Honestly, dominant.
Tapi 2-10.
Dominant finish here from Edward Gaming, despite
gimana ya guys, susah sih.
Get that last one under their belt.
Guys.
An absurd series of events. What are we going to be seeing here, Desk? Break us all down.
Thank you very much, Bren. And Sideshow, what are we seeing here, Kilios? What are we seeing?
It is the pure, unadulterated chaos and madness that I was talking about. This is just absolutely wild plays coming through. But something that doesn't really shock me, the draft, that's what shocked me. I think that if you have Haven open, that is a map that you should willingly be picking against EDG. Everything else is a little bit more up in the air. Icebox is absolutely one that I would have strayed away from. They played this against Onslayers in the LCQ in East Asia, and again, nobody ace on Sova. He just does it again. It's incredible.
Yeah, and they're so good on this map, and that's despite the fact that they're playing with a substitute. They pulled Smoggy in last second. He 1-for-1 fills the role, and he's been looking incredible here on Icebox. EDG have not skipped a beat in the coordination or in this guy's performance as an individual.
Yeah, let's talk about Smoggy, because we expected Light to be playing Jet on this map. But Kilios, what have you made of his role on Jet?
So far from Smoggy, honestly, kind of across both maps, is that he is playing serviceably for what his team needs. They don't need Smoggy to come in and have a Life-esque performance. Everybody else on the team is so good at pick up where there are some moments of slack. But they just needed him to be serviceable, and he is absolutely doing that and a little bit more on top.
Yeah, and I mean, looking towards this second half now, No, don't be distracted by the
That's my
Phoenix.
gift to Benkai.
That's from you.
Yeah, that's from me.
That's so sweet, but it's not sweet right now for the Paper X fans because it is looking grim for them. Only 2 rounds thus far. Their attacking side can struggle on this map sometimes. I think with the Fade, they're going to struggle to be able to counter out the operators on the other side. They're going up against a Jet and a Chamber comp. EDG can throw aggression. They can hold with the ops. It's a really powerful defensive side. I don't really see a world bar some crazy Paper X magic where they can come back.
Yes or no? Do they come back into this?
No.
No.
Okay, well, the desk says no. Sancho and Brent, what do you guys think?
It's going to take the pistol round, I think.
Ini
to
wajib
start things
menang
off
sih
for
pistol
any sort
round.
of comeback on this map. It'll take the pistol round.
I mean, if you think they're going to come back, you might be taking the pistol round as well. I think that we are set up here for a fantastic map 3.
Yeah.
You know, as Achilles is saying on the desk, Haven is one of those maps that I would have also expected Paper X to go for, and Paper X have the advantage on. But who knows with this? I wasn't expecting Icebox to be this one-sided.
Yeah, honestly, would have said it on, I think, both the maps we've seen so far, but all that pressure being applied just through the choke point, that's going to force out the horns and the wall as well, portions of it being broken off. In fact, the killer already being found of Smoggy falling.
There goes Smoggy. The pistol ace sub that EDG have brought in has been very good in these kind of rounds.
Dapat.
Still trying to take it.
Dapat anjir.
Okay.
And Divide just about being able to pick the second.
Dapat
What
ini
you're going to
bos.
see from Edward
Aduh,
Gaming is that they are
kena
not
dari
going to be
elbow-nya,
afraid
bro.
still to get straight into the action. Kills being found. Backwards, forwards, this way, that way, with the wall dropped up.
Nice. Main
The way
flick nih
across
bos.
now, all up to Chichu. Still
Satu
being
lagi
watched
udah
off.
ketahuan sih
Players are low enough
posisinya.
here that there is a possibility.
Nice.
Face though eventually shuts it down, and so the pistol round is a reality.
Baru awal dari comeback ya guys ya.
For EDG,
Slow.
I don't think you need to
Bentar
be
guys.
doing anything crazy here, no force buy or anything like that. You have such a massive lead. But now, if you want to talk about the comeback being a possibility here, I mean, take a look at this as well. Smoggy's last official match, July, as a member of Weibo Gaming. So he's not normally a player for this team. That's the other part that I was talking about earlier. He's not somebody that's been in and out of EDG, a long-time sub. He's somebody that they've got in at the last second for Istanbul and found fantastic success so far in this map, in this match. If we're going to talk, though, about the potential for a comeback during this, I hope, short technical pause.
Listen, it had to happen at some point, Josh.
It did. Well, I'm glad it's here.
Anjir cegukan gua.
The Paper X attacking side, in general, not specific to Icebox, but in general, is very good. It's one of the big areas that they have a massive advantage over EDG, usually. The attack side. But that's about delivering bonus rounds, that's about being able to manipulate EDG and get entry picks as well. A lot of those things have not really been going their way over the course of this entire series. And it was a short tech pause. I knew
it was.
Super quick.
Good job. You didn't curse it. When you seriously said that, I was like, why did you? Why did you? But listen, we're getting back into it.
So these kind of rounds, a good opportunity to take a look at how EDG are defending. So it's a bit of a multi-purpose Viper wall over on B that Haldong is throwing down.
Playing fast and loose at the positioning though. Looks like they've already rotated a lot of the bodies over towards this one side. Can they try and take the fight? The answer is yes. That's going to be a trade. In fact, another one just underneath belt. Just underneath the rafters, I should say.
Dapat ini ya, dapat Spectre tuh.
Still looking for a couple more with the pistols.
The Chichu's just been running and gunning, man. A Mind Freak, he didn't have a weapon until just now.
It's done the Mind Freak.
No way.
What a thrifty. And that has put the nail in the coffin, Brent. If there was any hope of a comeback, it's gone now. It's gone.
I mean, just completely unexpected. You asked me to predict this match as well.
Look at the skill involved here.
Anjir,
EDG
sumpah,
are never
serifnya
out
sih
of these kind of rounds.
kena mulu.
I love this as well though, the play when they're on this eco round, play fast and loose at the positioning. Chuck the bodies towards the side that you think that they're leaning towards, you know? Trade it out, try and play for it.
And listen, a lot of teams do that. That's not specific to how EDG are playing. To me, it's the consistency of shots being hit that's absurd.
Yeah.
And the fact they're keeping it up, winning the duels against one of the best teams we have in the world. There's Smoggy getting a bit too aggressive without support, however.
Yeah, I think that's a bit of a showcase, honestly, of maybe the gap with Life not playing. Because Smoggy was out in the open there. There was no one covering that belt angle. Chichu does not play here. Well, the bot spotted him, and the C's on top of it, latches him in position, and it's set up Forsaken beautifully. 2 kills to open it up now. Play and weave inside that Viper's orb.
And that could have been an opportunity had Haodong found 2. But left the KangKang. Not going to happen. Paper X have another lifeline with which to play. EDG, though, is still going to be able to buy up possibly into the next round. Not great credits by any measure, but
saving, right?
They could go for something mad with a force buy where KangKang's using his headhunter bullets and stuff, but I think always the better option to play safe when you have such a lead. The opportunities are going to themselves. However, good utilities coming out from Benkai there to clear the Jenny position. Excellent entry in from Forsaken. And I think if there's any hope of a comeback, the attacking first duels are going to be what decides it. Forsaken Jing need to be so sharp with their entries.
Sekarang sih nggak mungkin sih. Ini nggak mungkin sih.
Coming into this tournament, KangKang has been destroying first duels. This is absurd, but he's been winning 2/3 of his opening duels. No one else in the tournament comes even close. Most people are around 50%. Every half, KangKang averages a 3-to-1 KD in terms of first duels, and no one else is close in the tournament. But the advantage of Paper X has is they have Forsaken and Jing to try and take those back.
Been supported well. Benkai's utility as well.
That sets him up for
supplemented the A+.
You don't have to just go for the raw aim duels, of course you don't. But Paper X are going to be asked to do almost the impossible here in recovering 7 rounds in a row on their attack side and making that timeline look like a joke by the end of it.
Things might get a little bit more difficult as well. Obviously, the time I've been taken for the next round, are going to be playing for this one. 2 hero rifles. And a heavy presence in mid actually watching this one. That clash, I think, a bit of a battle taking place. Yes, indeed. Straight for a Judah. Smoggy rattling off the shots. He's going to be healed himself up as well. Flicks another one for his troubles.
Already KangKang on the push though.
Oh my goodness. Coverage needs to be in play. You don't want to be using that weapon.
Yeah, good luck being able to execute the flank with the shorty now. Headhunter bullets expended. What? I don't think Divine intended to go for that one.
Yeah, that's an unusual one.
Still,
get space gained onto that A side, but they have handed over the weaponry, at least exchanged here and there. One more rifle taken out of the hands of him.
And it looks like a position where Jing should get punished, and he does Jing things again and cleans them both up.
Santai, masih bisa, guys.
But now EDG are going to have rifles back in their hands.
I was curious, honestly, as well, whether or not they were going to be trying to save bit of their money as well, get the operators online on the defensive side, but no, just opting into the rifles being played.
Yeah, KangKang opts a lot more than Divine or Forsaken on Paper X. Even if you combine Divine and Forsaken together, KangKang still uses the operator more than they do.
Yeah.
Opting not for it in this case, but a tour de force out for Divine on the attack side doesn't normally play these kind of situations too aggressively, more just to support the rest of his team. But Divine has the spike heading towards A right now, and it is such an aggro setup from EDG.
Face from EDG. KangKang takes the fight, nobody's trying to bail him out, but at least there is the swing. Forsaken's able to trade it, but you never expect the follow-up. Smoggy's still up top of Bell, all the knives expended. Forsaken's just trying to get the hell out of there.
2
players up, Jing, if he finds a kill, will have the res back online. Bodies all over the place, and Chichu on the fast flank.
The angle. Tap of the rifle, repositioning, that's a spike drop down.
That's a res, but that also gives time for Chichu to start working his way forwards and deny these bodies. Sorry, apologies, misreading that one. Thought that was Jing that we were watching, it's Forsaken still.
Actually grab the spike, after this fight is being taken! Bit of run and gun in play! Haodong, he forces the favourable fight, he doesn't go down. It's going to be that 12th round for Icebox. One more will do it.
Cepat gini map kedua, guys.
EDG have just been... that defensive setup definitely bodes taking a look at again. They had an aggressive Viper smoke that Smoggy was inside of, and Smoggy is then able to swing out on Belt off the back of everyone else's aggression. That is such a good defensive setup for A aggression that I haven't seen other teams using. EDG bringing fresh ideas to the table at their first time at a global event. And they're just looking masterful.
Sudah. Siapa yang ulti tadi?
That's a knives in play.
Ya ampun, Jadon.
Impeccable crosshair placement from Smoggy.
And absolutely fearless. I mean, just not worried about Forsaken running into him there at all.
Just anticipating the wide swing as well.
And that's a first death. Hyperx cannot afford it. They need 7 rounds in a row.
Aduh, jauh banget cuy itu mah cuy.
But it's so far out in the open.
Udah pasti kena gak sih?
They're walling for it.
Tuh kan.
Oh! Breaks a portion. Brutal! But the spam is there. There is going to be coverage in play. Recon against the side. They heard the drop. Mindful's going to be closer towards me. It's going to be that double swing now. Hyperx have to be clean with the fundamentals. Have to be clean with the gunplay. They are coming out at least on top of that one short engagement. There's still a minute left. They could pump the brakes if they wanted to, but it looks like they're opting to just try and take the fight right into the barrel of Kang.
Next. Again,
and he's pushing back up, re-clearing into the position. 2 of the players left standing. All of these liberties being taken. This could be it. The final blow. And it's just down to the singular player. Divide cannot stand up against it. Map number 3 is on the cards.
What a play, what a map. And the questions start to get answered. EDG are for real. No matter which way this third map goes, over on Haven. And the analyst desk was saying it leans towards Hyperx, but it doesn't matter in my head which way it goes. A 13-5 victory on Icebox shows me that EDG have got it. They are able to bring it against the best teams in the tournament.
Yeah. Just that bit of nuance extra on top of the raw mechanical ability that they've been showing over and over again.
And we were talking about maybe the aggression from EDG being a bit reckless. That was the other way around. They were the ones, it was EDG that were pumping the brakes. EDG that were manipulating defender rotations. And actually it was Hyperx whose attack rounds looked a bit more one-dimensional. Always just leaning 5 players towards A. Never an ability to pivot once you got to the mid-round.
So many different looks as well. EGG were pulling out.
What a nice play.
I mean, nobody has just been an absolute star. This is a particular, Icebox, a map that he is more than comfortable with. Players are feeling it. The confidence is there. Momentum is on their side.
Mas, kalau udah mulai kasih tahu ya.
Enggak.
Parah banget. Lihat aja gue tuh playing up.
Gue mendingan liatin Instagramnya Bella Heartfire.
Anjir.
Oh salah.
Kenapa jadi Bella? Kocak. Kita coba guys, bisa gak ya? Game setting bro. Buset, main 4 menit aja. Jangan lama-lama ya. Kita main klasik match aja lah ya. Iseng doang anjir.
Apek lah.
Anjir kagak kuat.
Sepertinya apa mainnya main Apek. Ini lagi watch baterainya Valorant mainnya main Apek aja.
Kocak. Kita lihat dulu guys, angle di Maria. Sergio Ramos main lah ya, masa Sergio Ramos nggak main sih? Udah cukup. Langsung aja bos.
Hello to you, wherever you happen to be. This is the scene here in the French capital, Paris. We're at the Parc des Princes on a glorious day for football. My name is Derek Ray, positioned here on the commentary gantry, and sitting next to me, ready to give you all the analysis, is Stuart Robson. And no question, this ought to be a game that gets pulses racing. It's Paris Saint-Germain facing Manchester City.
Well, Derek, we can talk about coaches and their methods, but it's now down to the players. Which ones are going to stand out, who will affect the game, and who will have the greater desire. It should be a cracking game, though.
Introducing the
lempar
Paris
kemana?
Saint-Germain starters.
Gua coach.
Gianluigi Donnarumma begins in goal. Marquinhos plays alongside Sergio Ramos in central defence. Neymar starts with Lionel Messi in
Lionel
the wide
Messi,
midfield positions.
offset,
And handed the
hari-hari
task of
offset.
playing up front today is Kylian Mbappe. And a look at the starting 11 for Manchester City. Ederson between the posts. Kyle Walker plays with Joao Cancelo in the fullback positions. Kevin De Bruyne plays alongside Rodri in the centre of midfield.
Buset,
And
langsung
well,
di-shoot
just
gitu.
centimetres over the bar with that powerful shot.
Main santai aja, bro. Nice. Ayo maju.
Lionel Messi's daredevil style of attacking could well make the difference here, Stuart.
Well, for me, Derek, his greatest attribute is his ability to combine with teammates, particularly in tight areas, in and around the box.
Nice.
Clever little 1-2s, little passes
Okay.
around the corner. He's the player that could be key to
nggak
breaking down
kasih.
this defence.
Now a potentially dangerous position for City. Oh, the threat is there. Must take the lead here. And
Apa
caught
sih,
with ease.
bos?
No real threat from the
Oh.
cross.
Kalem, kalem.
Paredes. Verratti. Now with Messi.
Nice.
And Messi's incisive pass.
Let's go.
Kylian Mbappe.
Udah mulai belum sih, Mas? Nggak salah.
Belum.
Oh, belum. Let's go. Mbappe ngegolin, guys. Salah pencet.
Well, here it is again. The through
Langsung
ball
aja.
is absolutely inch perfect. And then through on goal, he just goes for power and smashes it past the keeper. There's no stopping that. What a great finish.
So City get the match
Sumpah.
restart. Might be a chance here.
No.
There it is. A back and
Apa
forth
sih?
sort of match. Now they're
Gua kenapa ya
level
kalau
again.
defense tuh
The
cupu
lead
aja.
lasted
Tapi
nearly
kalau nyerang
minutes.
tuh mantep.
So back underway. They've levelled it at 1-1 here.
Itu sama. Udah kayak skor paper rack sama Edward anjir.
Neymar.
Mau
Really good
mana
reading
coba
of the
Neymar.
game to win possession back. And Manchester
Jelas
City moving
steering
the ball
kalau
with
lari
purpose.
ekstrim ya.
Still could be dangerous. Finally gathered by the keeper.
Well, that's a really good recovery. He had to be smart there.
Well, they've won possession back.
salah
What can
mau
they do from here?
perhari-hari. Aduh,
The game has been turned on its head.
cacat.
They have never
Kalah
stopped
anjir.
believing, and now they sense victory.
Apa sih? Perasaan gua
So
kemarin
there we
gak
have it.
gini-gini amat dah
2-1.
main di game. Oh, udah lama ya nggak main ya.
Neymar. It's a perfect
Bro.
challenge.
What the hell is that?
Well, approaching the half-time whistle and PSG narrowly behind. Stuart, your assessment to this point?
Well, they're certainly not out of this. They've created some good chances and look threatening. But
Nice.
they need to be better defensively in the second half. They just can't afford to concede again.
Racing forward, trying to catch the
Oh,
match.
nice ya. Operan yang sangat baik oleh Messi.
Space and time for the
Messi.
cross.
Ah, offset.
And Neymar.
Salah cuy, salah
And
oper,
the
sorry.
upshot of that is offside.
Well, he needed to look elsewhere because the flag was always going to go up.
Error by the keeper. Might
Mbappe.
give him a chance. And he's certainly in the
Gabon.
mood for his second.
Well, he's
Okay,
certainly looking a threat. He looks so sharp today.
Fired in by Neymar. Well, that
Sergio
was never
Ramos.
likely to trouble the keeper. Foden. The ball with Rodri. Spraying passes around, almost waiting for the opposition to make a mistake. Struggling to keep the ball.
Oh,
Well, it's
apa
a
tuh,
really
bro?
poor challenge. Now, what's
Nice,
the referee
kena
going to
kartu
do
kuning.
about it? Well, the card is out, and it's yellow.
Yeah, it's clumsy and it's late. Definitely a yellow card.
Neymar. This could level it.
Ih,
Oh, but the keeper with an important save. How important is that?
Well, he should score from there. That's a wasted opportunity.
Is it going to be?
no.
It's still alive. And that is that for the...
Udah mulai kah, Mas? Lah,
Belum.
gua hilang.
Belum.
Tough here in the French capital.
Anjir, kalah bro 2-1. Cukup amat gua main game kayak gini.
Wah. Udah dapet tanda-tanda tuh, Jan.
Apa?
Udah dapet tanda-tanda tuh.
And the ball is
Apa
moving again. And
apa
what to do for Paris Saint-Germain in the second half.
Parah banget. Salah oper. Apa sih?
Running with the ball confidently.
Ih, nggak kena.
Grealish. Well, a poor effort from a difficult angle, Stuart.
Well, he took the wrong decision there. He surely had to cut that back.
Pick.
Udah kah?
Pick agent.
Well, it was a dazzling performance by Phil Foden in the first half. And Stuart, keen as always to get your thoughts.
Aduh.
Well, it's been an incredible performance from him. Clearly the difference between the two sides. Obviously the goals, but...
And he got to it fairly easily.
Udah ya, udah mau ya. Sorry guys. Kasihkan anjir. Dah, lanjut lagi. Lanjut lagi nobar.
We're picking Reyna on Haven. Their previous composition was so good here, but they've done something similar domestically. They've played this before. I think even in the group stages back at home. And I mean, I guess it can maybe work for Paper Rex here. You're giving up that phase raise combo, but you do have the aggression and just kind of the individual performance that you can give to Jing on that role. The Sky in the mix there as well. No Sova.
That is 2 Reynas I'm seeing, right? It's also Reyna on the side of EDG. Like, I'm not blind. Or am I blind?
No, it's just a bait.
Oh, I thought it was Reyna.
I got debated by it last time.
It baited me.
It happens to all of us. But this is the same exact composition that we saw from EG when they just played against Onslayers in the grand final. They were able to take that. And again, this is their weakest map historically.
Yeah.
That one, I believe they got pushed 13-11 or so, maybe 13-10 in that scoreline. They're sticking with the same composition. This leads me to believe that they have to have some different strategies prepared coming in.
Yeah, it really did look rough then when they were playing that domestically. I think the improvement will come through. But what is Paper Rex going to show us with this Reyna composition? You can lose out on so much utility, so much synergy when you're playing the other comps that are so much more prevalent on Haven, but you get the Paper Rex special. You get the whimsy, you get the fun when you're playing a comp like this. It's impossible to prepare for a Reyna Jet Sky comp on Haven. You just don't see that. So EDG, again, the pressure will be on to be making those changes, being ready for this comp on the fly.
Well, EDG, they made Jing angry, it seems. Saisho and Bram, we have a Reyna going to the final map of this season.
Absolutely still seeing heading to map number 3. Pure ego play, I think. Picking the Reyna into this one, an old comp for Paper Rex, but I think it tells a clear path, honestly. We are better than you, we want to take fights against you. We want to go toe-to-toe once more.
Are they better? Has that been the course of this?
It's been missing, honestly. I think EDG have shown more nuance than Paper Rex over the course, at least of that second map on Icebox, but now we're heading into Haven, different series of events. The way they play this Reyna as well is quite interesting. I mean, often it's just disrespecting any sort of utility that's played in a lobby control. Definitely. We see it used a while back as well for Paper Rex, but this is comfort roles for Forsaken and Jing.
It is. They played it in the group stage of Masters Reykjavik. And they got wins over DRX, and they got wins over the Guard, but they were close wins, and then they got destroyed by Zeta Division.
Oh, defense dulu
EG
ya.
have actually been playing fairly slowly, playing fairly disciplined in this match so far. Look at this. Can they figure out how to play against this comp?
Check dong, please. Please.
It's a half player. What a mistake to make! And Kang Wild just teleports right to safety. Trademark's going to be destroyed, but he's still watching down a flank. In fact, look at this. It's going to be a flash to try and supplement it. Contact play off of it. He hears the footsteps running around.
Gila, kebaca
banget
sih.
Amount of damage. And the work has already been put into this one, but the spike dropped down.
And EDG are playing the postmans all from long. And this is actually something that they were doing a lot online. I wasn't too much of a fan about it. I think the player advantage here, it should be enough.
They're trying to spam some pistols, man. It's already smoked off. Half on it. It's shaking it all away. A big guy. That's one way to get a Red Bull clutch.
Oh,
Bodo amat kalah. Yang penting menang round.
That round sums up everything that you're hoping for and dreading
bodo amat
for
maksudnya apa sih?
EDG.
Menang
Amazing plays from
mati ya.
reading the
Bodo
play
amat mati yang
perfectly
penting
out
menang
here
round.
as well. The rendezvous, the second fight,
Sayang banget
it's
sih
all
nggak dicek
great.
sih.
But their post-plan play on
Tapi
Haven
BNK
has been,
pinter sih
in my
nge-replace.
opinion, atrocious online.
That is really bad.
And that's what the desk was talking about. Haven has not looked amazing for EDG, but they're already looking incredible in this match so far. So the desk was saying maybe it's something different. Maybe they have new strats cooked up. It's a bit of a worrying beginning, but that's another good start.
Okay, he's just running it straight down. Not going to be rewarded with this one. Forsaken Cloudburst has to dash into it, has to escape. An onslaught that's appearing right now onto the A side. No one slid long. Deals with Divide. Just been sitting in long. No one's clearing him out. And he is that extra element that they needed to supplement to try and stop that push happening.
Nice. Yep.
That's Paper X.
Positive nih, positive fight.
Into the next round as well.
Quite a fast map.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a really pacey map. EDG actually, the way that they play Haven, they do have some slower rounds with big executes at the end. But I think Paper X are going to force the issue over and over again. Wow, what a wild start that is. Paper X have a 1-4 record when facing the closing map in a series internationally. Paper X, I guess, just kind of destroy people most of the time. Yeah. They don't need to get into these scenarios or get forced into these scenarios often. I would still consider them favored here, even running the Jet Radeon. But who knows? This series has made a believer out of me when it comes to Edward and his gaming.
Eduardo Gaming.
Adjustments being made to that defensive setup as well, so you can see that they're not really putting too much into that A lobby control on the defensive side for Paper X.
Yeah, shifting Benkai over there with one of his trap wires. Still with the cam watching into Garage, even though Jing is playing there.
I think that's as well, just to not give away too many cues that they might have swapped up.
And this EDG attack setup looks like one of Paper X's. There's the lurk play. Can't force it. Such a good player. He's just got the read on where people are going to challenge him.
Here comes the push attempt though. So much on the line here for Benkai to try and do some work, but there's a paranoia in his face, an aftershock at that. He wants to try and weave and play from inside of this one. Flash through's got another players are down and out, surely. It's going to be dealt with. Device up there, but timing is everything. A quick maneuver around the smoke, but that's an instantaneous trade.
Unfortunately, with Spectre in hand, Benkai just didn't have enough firepower to be able to get a spray transfer there. And Mindfreak, instead of going for a 1v4, we've seen incredible things from Mindfreak at Copenhagen and in this match, actually.
Sure.
Pulling out, though, I think it was a 1v5 on Pearl, but this is just not what they go for with the spike already down.
Bener sih.
Percentage play just to save it up, but
and what an interesting dynamic this is, because EDG are playing a composition that Paper X are pretty familiar with. Of course, they don't run the Jet, they run the Raze, but the rest of the comp with the Breach, with the Fade, they're familiar with how this kind of setup works, despite the fact that Paper X run a slightly different version of it. And the question is how they deal with these kind of threats. And in this round, the big threat was Kang's Lurk coming through mid. And you saw him take a duel against Forsaken, immediately wins it, and reads the repush from Jing, immediately reads that. If Forsaken and Jing can't shut this guy down, who can?
Yeah, Forsaken salah ini.
So many of our questions being answered, I think. With gaming, obviously. Kang, this guy on the global stage, we knew he was a freak of nature. We knew that he was going to be playing aggressively.
Counter strike balik, terus dia maju lagi.
Nuance that's been injected into his play, whatever the short time they've had here. In their practice, I think, has taught them a lot of lessons, and now you have a very, very dangerous individual.
EDG still not in the lead though, and this is a big round for them to be able to convert. The Cypher setup is still not here.
Trying to play inside their own smoke as well. The flashes pushing into the back there with the Prowler, and that's an aftershock. Jing trying to make the moves again. Did he expect this third player at the back of the side? The answer is yes.
Perfect. Just really nicely done from EDG. And Devi completely caught. With utility in his hands, Benkai simply going to run away and getting chased down.
That's what I mean. Not going to be letting him get away with a rifle. And even with Benkai should be favoured there. Not quite. Prime Gaming flawless.
EDG running some of the similar executes, but it's not necessarily the execute and the utility usage that's so good on these side hits. To me, it's the way that they... I mean, that is great utility to clear out that angle. But I think it's the way that they all push up together. how tight they are to each other. When they get into a site, there's no gaps on their execute. They all support each other. That means even if Smoggy isn't getting a 3K, even if Smoggy isn't 8-1 right now, they are still getting the trades off. And PaperX are going to get challenged here. Unless they can get Jing in a position to duel frequently and use his dismiss. He's getting no value from the Reyna.
The same opening setup time and time again. And look at it, the aftershock. Second round in a row. Forsaken tries to evacuate, but Dash are just catching him again. Over and over again.
These last couple of rounds, PaperX have been made to look silly. Of course, this time not with any guns in their hand.
Rolling.
I think part of it too is that EDG have been able to avoid Benkai's setups. And I don't think that that is a deliberate, conscious effort. It doesn't feel like EDG are poking at the beginning of the round to get information on where the Cypher's playing. They've just happened to go to the right areas of the map.
They've gone for the same A lobby play.
Yeah, almost every lobby or a CH.
Jing goes for the teleport, and they just try and fight over, short and long.
Warnanya mana sih dia?
It's nothing really that's being changed up. Like you said, no poking for the setups.
It's just default Valorant gameplay on Haven with this comp.
And that's what it comes down to, I think. When you're up against the Raider as well, it's much more the decision being made by PaperX, I think, to say that we will
inspect
against you.
Yeah, and I think the game plan is clear. The last time we watched PaperX play with this comp, they're trying to avoid utility and still set up Forsaken and Jing to take fights. The idea being, even with a Prowler in your face, as Reyna or Jet, you can take that fight and then dash away and not get punished. At least that's the theory. But so far, Forsaken and Jing haven't been in position to take fights when the execute comes in. And when they do take fights, they're dying anyway to Smoggy and Kanka. Jing's had a bit of a brutal one in the last 2 rounds, just second round in a row. Getting caught out by those aftershocks.
Tajam, bukan apa-apa tajam. Pertama tajam, kedua udah anti startnya udah kuat.
Berat sih.
A couple of his kills coming through, obviously.
Coy.
Ecoing, but
stratnya nggak berubah masalahnya. Semenjak master kemarin nggak ada yang berubah. Stratnya gitu aja. Push A, tuh, mau push A lagi tuh, lihat tuh.
This is the first time that EDG have gone for mid.
Untung masih kenal. Itu mau push A lagi kan?
It really is from both players actually jumping onto the line.
Kalau nyerang C udah pasti dijaga sama apa namanya? Kalau nggak benteng sama
he knows the amount of players that are going to be lurking and making their way now onto C-side. The players lock it down. Come onto the angle, a wide, a swing, Jing. That's going to be 2. Returns it back. The timing is everything. The Seekers, they give them exactly what they needed. They know that the last 2 players of Edward Gaming are going to be now sitting on the C-side.
Howdong with his ultimate here, if they can give the spike and they swap it over. The spike now onto the Omen, who fakes the plant and can ult over to A. Chichu though, he ends up going down, Forsaken with the operator flank. Not quite expected.
Unlucky with the timing still.
Could have been a courageous clutch attempt. Is actually the first round where PaperX are able to anchor a site.
It's the first time you start to see a bit of value, I think, as well, out of his Raider pick. Jing getting only 2 kills that he's got so far on his map, but it's enough to stop the push right in his tracks, and you'll see here from the replay. Beautiful stuff.
Really nice gunplay, but actually not making use of Reyna. I mean, it wasn't like he's using the dismisses to dodge through utility and take fights he couldn't otherwise. Sure, it might give him some confidence to take those kind of duels, but that's a pretty standard anchoring position, no matter what agent he's playing. EDG with a couple of ultimates to play around with. And Kankang pushed away from mid. That's information gained that there was a mid push, and they go into the C exec. This time, Benkai is ready and waiting. Does it make a difference?
They're going to be using the pull to try and destroy this one. Teleport to the back side. Benkai, his information is revealed. Right into the trap wire. You're revealed.
Oh, nice,
down, Mindfreak swinging through, 3 kills. And now 2 left standing.
Sabar aja, man.
Close corner.
Ya ampun.
Quick little jiggle of the movement. Even a dismiss on top of it, dashing right into the face of their adversaries. Another one to pile up on top when it comes to the rounds.
And there's the value that you're getting out of Benkai's setups. Benkai able to use his cage there. Manages to dodge a flash as well. Sets up backside control for...
Ya,
Free, who gets another one off the trap wire.
Internet gua mulai
And can't trade
campur
properly.
gini, guys.
He can't trade even though he's in the right position because he's using an operator. There's the value that you're getting from Benkai, and that time, EDG happened to go into it. At some point, I mean, it feels like EDG are in control of this half right now, but they are 3-4 down, thanks to the pistol round and the follow-up being taken by PaperX. And at some point here, it turns out right now, EDG are going to have to try and adapt their play. And I think part of it has got to be finding those setups from Benkai. Instead of just gambling on a site execute, you need to know that there isn't a Cypher waiting there.
There hasn't been that early poking, I think, to try and spot out where those setups are. At any point, it's been honestly just full frontal aggression off the rip.
And I think those info plays are actually quite difficult to do, maybe more difficult than I'm giving it credit for, because you're being pressured consistently by Forsaken and Jing in the early round, right? They're hunting for fights. You saw in the previous round, Forsaken Jing are trying to take fights aggressively in mid, and that funnels a reactive play from EDG into the C site. So I think EDG a bit more patience is going to be helpful for them. If you play fast, you're playing at PaperX's tempo right now. You've got to find a way to slow the game down. And I think Kang is your player to lean on there. Tour de force in hand for this round. Getting set up on angles where you think Forsaken and Jing are going to take fights, all you need is a teammate to break, you know, a Leah that's going to come your way. It's not utility-dense composition that PaperX are using.
An entire kitchen sink just being dumped into short there. Prowler is destroyed though, and that's what we were talking about earlier. Making sure that somebody's there to get rid of the utility.
And these are the kind of pauses in the round where EDG just pump the brakes and they're waiting to see if Forsaken's going to get antsy. He doesn't need to be. There's a camera behind him, he's holding a strange off angle, and Devi is able to still get information on the other side of the map, using a flash to realize that there's somebody in grass.
Prowler. Now the operator is in play. They know this one. He's actually latched onto. Forsaken on top of it. Horn into the corner. No way. Sure, he's actually pushing right into the angle. How do you get away with it? How? That should.
Benkai still has his setup over.
Hey.
Cypher utility.
Destroy the trap wire. Smoke going up onto the.
Masih ada satu orang ya di A ya?
Start to be planted.
Nice.
Bit of spam.
Oh,
there goes the exact angle.
There goes the Rolling Thunder. Now it's all down to Smoggy, because these players in mid are not going to be able to hold off the retake on their own.
Yeah,
everything. Cosmic Divide is going to be splitting up. Of course, there's going to be aggression there, but genuinely matches it. Pound for pound. Bit of whiffage now. The knives come out into play. Information going to be revealed, but a knife still once more one after another. Down to the 1v1. A right click, not enough. No knives really finding their mark, and a tap on a spike. Mind freak, cool, calm, and collected. Deals that final blow necessary.
Mind freak. I think he's 18-5 in 1v1s recently. I mean, unless I missed one earlier on in the game, but either way, this guy has just been phenomenal recently in the clutch.
Gila nih orang agak sedikit nge-whip sih. Tapi Blaststromnya tetap kena aja.
To fake the defuse and then setting up on a wide angle, forcing Smoggy to go and check to make sure he's not sticking.
Really intelligent.
Nice.
Really well played.
Nice!
And both teams currently have 3 gun rounds to their name, right? But PaperX
siapa nih yang time out?
Advantage of winning the pistol at the beginning. Aside from that though, it has been so dead even.
Let's go, teman-teman.
And I like the approach from EDG after taking their time out, slowing the pace down.
Ya, ini mulu dari tadi.
Could have definitely worked.
That's probably why you're seeing
the mulai caur nih internet gue nih.
Even if they came on top of that last round.
Yes juga sih. Besok ya baru kereset ya.
Because that was a complete switch up in terms of the pace that was being taken.
Tanggal 5, tanggal 6.
Possibly maybe trying to anticipate now how Dong's ult's going to be used, because he's been hanging on to this Rolling Thunder for God knows how long.
And that's what I'm not quite understanding. How Dong should have opportunities to use the Rolling Thunder and push PaperX into retake. PaperX play retakes the least out of everybody at Champions. Only less than half the time, PaperX are playing retakes. They're always trying to fight you before you get to the site. So even if you just use the ult to secure the spike plant, that's value. This Jet Rainer comp, is rubbish at retakes. I mean,
Itu
it's
stiker
just
13-0
no
dari mana?
utility to retake on you. So
Yang kemarin.
why not try and get
Ya,
value
gua
out of the
nggak
breach?
beli lagi
What are you
kemarin.
holding it for? A post-plan setup maybe? Or
Ya
maybe just
tetap aja sih stiker gua mah nggak akan
force
ganti
Paper Rex
gitu.
to play around it, but honestly, that's only gonna make
Apa?
Forsaken and Jing more aggressive.
Tetep.
Here comes the Nightfall.
Yeah. A lot being dumped
Stiker
into
paling
this one now,
ganggu
even the
anjing.
updraft over the top. That's going to be the trap wire though. That reveals the positioning.
Benkai dapat satu aja.
The counter
apaan
spam
sih?
is there,
Dapat
but again,
dua loh.
Benkai setups are just far too clean, man.
No way.
Far too clean. Everyone revealed to him.
And with Kang down,
Ini udah
Jing
masuk
now
itu
gets the
orang,
flank
ngapain
off. The
di C dah?
trademark disabled. Jing is
Oh,
so deep into
infonya
A.
masuk
And
banyak
Benkai
gitu.
continues to taunt them.
Yeah. Camera just tagging
Nice.
a couple of players. Off to the back of the
bisa
side,
gitu
Jing. I don't
anjir.
know if you deserve that one, but that is the prime
Flawless,
game of
boss.
flawless at the end of the day. And you're starting to see it. The momentum,
gaming
the pistol
pro.
round built into this one. They're able to snowball that advantage in this half.
Even when they play a retake setup, it's not a retake. They
Nice
still
banget
stop
sih
the flank
Benkai
from
sih.
going down because Paper Rex
Dua
plays
kali
so
lo kena
fast.
tripwire-nya lo.
And they're playing off the kill trips. Jing is smart enough to realize with the chamber down, he can go for the fast flank play. It's gorgeous stuff from Paper Rex.
Extreme
And they're
nih.
starting to flex their muscles a little bit.
Yeah.
Remember
Jing.
who they are, lean
Moment
on that
extreme,
experience, make the right adaptations, and get big value out of the Jet Rainer here.
Oh,
Right.
untung dapet loh.
Taken. That's that confidence.
Anjir, 3
Ego in
orang
play.
nih.
Divide maybe just
Kepik
overstepping
aja.
himself though.
Yeah, not a fan of that re-peek from Divide because Jing was so far away. Had Jing stayed to fight, that would have made more
Nice.
sense.
Ada
But
flash.
Jing is Jing at the end of the day.
Nah, oke.
He's still going to be able to pick up another.
Windownya.
Caution to the win.
Aduh, Forjadon.
Still going for these pushes, man. This is what you got to be careful of.
You do not want to give EG an
Gak kena cuy.
to the round, to the half,
Ini lagi parah.
to the map.
Star drop down. It's going to be the smoke. That was actually just
Mati
the pullback.
pula.
Mind Freak just wants to
Such an
anchor inside
aggressive
of his own
position.
smoke. Yeah, I mean,
So
he's avoided this
dangerous.
horn though,
Wih,
and nobody is
bisa
looking
main
towards him.
klik nih bos.
Amazing timing with that one.
Saya kena
Kakang does
pala.
at least grab the trade, the return.
Nih orang
Finds the
sumpah
other
sih.
one. Even time for a bit of a
Sumpah
spray
nih
between
orang.
weaving that one in and out of the shots.
And Benkai is in a really rough spot right now.
This round,
He's
Josh, should not have been close.
No, it shouldn't at all.
30
And
seconds
Paper Rex
left.
have made enough mistakes.
Ambil
And
Garrett
Kang's hit
lagi.
enough nice shots.
Ada
It
trap
comes down
kan.
to a 1v1. Benkai, looking at
Celongnya.
garage.
No way.
Oh,
Knows the
menang.
position.
Yeah,
Okay.
Untung menang sih ya.
That's a good clutch by
Ya,
Honestly,
kelihatan.
Tibak-tibak hari-hari.
Oh,
Banyakin tibek.
Oh, no,
Nanti
the
nanti
disrespect.
kalah nangis.
Benkai having a lot of fun with it.
Untung sekarang udah nggak dimarahin
Critical
sama
round for them
Valorant.
not to lose.
Apa tibak-tibak.
Such a good lead.
Eh,
I think this is the showcase though that Paper Rex. You can push them to the limits, but they are coming up with
Tibak-tibak.
great answers. Even when Edward Gaming end up wandering into these setups, a bit of a gamble I think, but when they do jump into Benkai when he's running the Cypher,
Ih, Jadon lagi nggak dapet banget.
iya makanya.
playing a clean game.
I think I caught Forsaken there saying, I just can't kill him. Forsaken 4 and 7 right now. Struggling a little bit to take the duels against Smoggy and Kang, but the rest of his team doing a decent job.
Aduh, nggak ada yang
Get
liatin.
dodged.
Nggak ada
There's
yang
no
ngancurin.
kill to be found. That does not give Jing the escape mechanism that he was looking for.
It was the Flash Horn combo
Yeah.
from Haodong and Nobody. EDG love using that. It's such a great combination.
Aduh,
That's anti-flash position being played by nobody. Divide is punished.
Rapi
Divide was just
mainnya,
flashing off the back of the
gede-gede.
Prowler. And both attempts at Paper Rex of getting aggressive shut down by EDG.
nggak kena.
Oh, what a pick by Nobody!
Eventually, though, got to shut that guy down. So the trade is there for Forsaken, but the setup is being taken out. Forsaken, operator, cloud burst, blocks the angle. There is just ever so slightly it is there, and he just sees an elbow, but that is enough.
Forsaken was missing a lot of those op shots. But that connection gives him an opportunity back in the round. No way you're going for
One
this one.
bullet
Right?
in the operator.
Ah,
Rolling
anjir.
Thunder pushes them back. Paranoia up top. Maybe they heard him. Up into heaven. There.
Aaron
Even the
nggak kena.
aftershock. Okay.
Enggak.
Jumping, hopping around the corner,
Sayangnya.
staying safe for the time being because they know that the time pressure right now is on Paper Rex to make the moves. You can see them jumping
Apa
forward.
sih ini
Smoggy
orang dah?
deals with it handedly.
Kacau.
And if you were following along with our little mini game, when is Howdong going to use the Rolling Thunder?
There it is.
There it is in that round to stop the 2v3 clutch that may have been coming through.
8 gak
So,
sih?
not an enormous amount of value, but they're getting there. And there's a little stat. PaperX have only won 4 retakes across this entire series. But also, like I said earlier, they're not the team that plays for them. They play for retakes the least out of all of our teams at champions. They want to fight you aggressively and stop the spike going down. And I think a lot of the time that ends up being the better option for them. If EDG can get this final round on the board, it's still looking like a great half.
Still looking doable. I think they've shown good adaptations.
Champion
And you'll be watching it again. It's another approach over towards C, another heavy execute into it, a bit of spam into the smoke. Only with a shorty. Expecting maybe a player to step within his field of vision. But no, pure discipline in play, but now they have to deal with Jing. This guy looking like a final boss. AC-130 from above. Forsaken was there with the knives and updrafting, but they do deal with him in the end. And that's that 5th round for Edward Gaming.
That's the one that saves the half, that makes it look doable. EDG should have been at a disadvantage in this map. All the analysts were saying Haven should be PaperX's, and I think Edward Gaming, despite the fact they didn't get out to a hot lead like they did on the prior 2, have done enough here to still make things even headed into the second.
Gue jadi nungguin sih ini Edward kalau ketemu CA ngadu AWP-nya gimana ya?
Break down all the action, set us up for the second half of our final map.
Thank you very much, Bren. And a sideshow. I could watch these two teams play all day, Achilles, but PaperX, they came out on top as we expected.
Yeah, I mean, so far, it's looking pretty good for them right now. They have a slight little lead. Things got off to a really rocky start for EDG, and then they started to find a little bit of stability, but you can see how close those rounds were. I mean, from the outset, they were able to get a spike plant down, and Benkai just cheekily sits there and diffuses it.
Yeah,
you know, while covered by some smokes. They just couldn't quite get him with those pistols at range, and from there, that was a really rocky start, but they were able to drag this back. This was looking like it was going to be a much more one-sided affair going into it.
Yeah, let's talk about Mindfreak. Brennan and Sideshow mentioned in their cast that Mindfreak really made his name at Copenhagen. He was having a great tournament, and that's been continuing here so far as well, Achilles.
Yeah, he's just been incredible. When you get him down to like a clutch scenario, you can very much rely on him. His decision-making moment over moment is fantastic, which is something that you really need when you have somebody who's playing like an Astra.
Yeah, and I think his style of play has had to be very particular based off the composition that was brought out. Like the casters were mentioning, for PaperX, their retakes are really, really difficult with this composition. You're kind of losing out on that big initiator retake potential, so you have to be fighting on site. They have that delay factor with the smokes and with Benkai, but Mindfreak really often was having to be that first point of rotation to aid in holding things down. But as we look ahead to that second half of play, I'm expecting another change-up. Normally Forsaken plays the chamber. He's lurking. He's playing slower on this map. I think that'll have to be Benkai, and we get just crazy double entry duo with that Jet and that Reyna. We'll have to see how EDG can stop it.
I can't wait to see it, Mimi. I'm going to throw this back so we can get back into game with Sideshow and Brent.
Beautiful setup here, heading into the second half now. Our final
okay, second half
of our opening game of Champions. What a way to really set things off, isn't it?
And I think it's a great reminder from Achilles that the pistol round probably shouldn't have gone the way of PaperX.
Sure.
We might easily be looking at a 7-5 half here in the opposite direction. I think the defense with this fade breach is nasty. More so when you have the race on board. But even so, it's going to be a tough nut for PaperX to crack.
This fault line has been held for Lord knows how long. That was the timing he was waiting for. Not quite sure what it was, but already pressure being applied now. The players just swarming out onto the site, and PaperX not going to be leaving any gaps in their approach. Going to be the spike now awarded to them so they can get themselves into this post-plant scenario. It's not going to be fading away from heaven though. That's going to be an angle for KangKang if he chooses to take it, but
KangKang would love
Jing
being able to pick off Jing would also be amazing.
Live for that long, but I guess just a raid boss at that point.
Ngeri banget sih
Clean fundies though. Clean fundies, that's the name of the game for PaperX. Players ready and waiting to trade each other out.
KangKang lawan Ye kali seru kali.
You've got this bizarre thing occurring where PaperX win the round despite the fact that EDG are able to get the opening pick. Brent, in the
Oh, dia
first
beli
two
flash ya
maps,
si Jing ya?
it's absurd.
Pantesan.
EDG are up 8 first kills compared to Paper Rex. I mean, they're +8 in terms of the first duels compared to Paper Rex in a one-on-one series. I mean, part of that is going to be because of how one-sided Icebox was, but it really feels like EDG are controlling the early round pretty well, and then Paper Rex's trading is allowing them actually to still recover these 4v5s.
Wah, stack 3.
And that's something that Paper Rex have been very good at.
Masuk kandang singa.
Might be running into a stack here, though. This could start to get dangerous.
Trailblazer trying to clear. That's going to be a stun. Is there going to be anything off the back of it? The players are locked up right now, but they're still just brute forcing their way through. Jing, the absolute spearhead for his team there. Fearless. As they just approach into this one, left up to just nobody.
Tuh, ketahuan tuh.
And these kind of maps are so difficult to win. When you lose both of the pistol rounds, and the first one in such heartbreaking fashion, 4 of those rounds just disappear. And despite nobody's best efforts, he is going to get run down by a very hot Jing right now. Jing's
Pertama si
had a
Davai
slow
yang
start
gitu
to the
ya,
series,
yang
but
jam
17 and 11
Sekarang
happen right
dibalikin
now.
ke Davai juga.
Smoggy got off to a blinder on this map and has cooled off himself.
Satu sama ya guys ya.
Comes down to that Raider pick now. Comfort rolls for Jing.
Yeah.
Going for that pound for pound aggression, just trying to take the fight straight to him.
And look at how Jing is just moving forwards, utilizing all the space that Forsaken makes for him too. Jing and Forsaken work as such a duo, trading out for each other. It's crazy.
You're right, Josh. Not a great start, losing the pistol round in the second half. Epic Game is going to take some insane stuff, I think. Layers upon layers for their strategies, I think, to get back into this one. And they do have good weaponry with the rifles in their back pocket. But it's a contact play from Paper Rex.
Sampai dapat bonus sih guys.
Bit of disrespect being shown to the utility early on, and yeah, being given so much space. Flash, Cloudburst off to the side, even the Lear as well, making sure every angle.
Clear semua angle.
But it's a different approach to the defense, right? EDG's composition much better on the retakes. And they've saved, you know, Paranoia, 2 flashes, fault line, still a lot of utility.
Kira Benkai AFK.
So it is an option, whereas it wasn't in
Starting to see that util now come through. Fault line Paranoia, dash forwards through, and the plays are being made. Nobody secures through, but nobody has dealt with Jing. Eventually, he will go down now. 2v2. Smoke. Just causing a slight sideline. The timing is so good, and a flick of the wrist from Mind Freak. Only the Spectre left down to it. The pressure, the time. It's on the shoulders of Chichu. He needs to try and get onto the spike to get that defuse online.
He's just got to smoke back. That could be the answer.
There's no time cues though. There's no time at all to work with. In fact, Opposite just saved the rifle. He knows that there's nothing to play for now, and Benkai's done his job.
And that is heartbreaking. When you get to that spot and you realize you've got to make the smart decision to escape, you feel like you're condemning your team with the 5-round deficit that EDG are now looking at. Tough spot to come back from here. And I think while playing retake can be a pretty decent idea, you've got to be able to... I think you've got to be able to get Smoggy into some crazy positions. When you're playing a Jet on the retake, that's not something that people normally do right now. They're playing Raze with the fade comps. But when you're running the Jet, you can smoke on top of default, you can dash onto it with a Paranoia. There are more creative ways of playing the retake there than what Smoggy did. And maybe part of that is that he's a sub and that he just isn't as integrated with stuff like their retake setups. But Smoggy's been so good so far in this match. I sometimes find myself just forgetting that he's not baked into the team, that he isn't
really worth just reiterating that point that, you know, this is Edward Gaming coming in their first international tournament, at least on the global stage when it comes to these big events. They played in the East Asia LCQ to even get here, but this is, yeah, new ground, I think, for Smoggy. He's filling in one of their players. So this is not even the complete roster for EDG.
This isn't EDG playing at 100%. And they also said in interviews prior that they knew there'd been nerves coming out in these first games. And it's a double elimination in the groups. This isn't EDG going home if they're not able to mount the comeback. They'd still have an opportunity to make it out of sure. But it's all about that experience when you bring team to the international stage, the pressure of playing title contenders.
Kayak megang apa sih kalau misalkan dingin.
And they've got
Iya, mungkin udah dipasangin AC.
A bin juice buy, as Pansy would say.
Mungkin Jing juga itu gara-gara nangkepnya masih panas.
You can see the attempts from Edward Gaming. They know that they have to try and fight them. But everything that they've got sprayed down to a stand out. You're popping knives. Why not the ace? Sure, confidence is there. Even a Trailblazer, they want to set him up to succeed. It's all about it, isn't it?
Yeah,
Jing stole the ace! I mean, the pause in the character model says it all.
Ya, nggak apa-apa, yang penting menang lah ya.
Distraught.
Dua-duanya habis peluru aja.
I mean, listen, Brent.
Langsung bengong.
If I was Coach Alex right now, I might not be too
JJ,
pasti gitu. But
bisa gitu anjir.
I didn't even realize that happened.
But if you're watching that kind of replay, maybe it would become justified.
Bener sih ya, Mas.
Jing, what the hell, man? Absolute ragged moment. Oh boy.
I think that shows you some of the confidence that Paper Rex are feeling right now. They're not under anywhere near the same amount of pressure as they were on the prior two maps.
What the
heck? This is the backbreaker. Kang Doll with an opening.
Not a very good jiggle peek by Forsaken.
Nice.
Kang's offered two.
Still want to take the fight. Jumping across that angle. Jing does.
Kalau kata gue ya, OP-nya ambil terus buang keluar map gak sih?
Throughout this series.
Iya habis
smoke.
Itu ke flash gini.
Okay.
Yeah, things looking very sloppy here for Paper Rex in this round.
Paranoid to push them back. Flash though. Sits now a dismiss, but he's right. In the line of sight once more. That reflank coming into the back and in a critical round, vital one.
Itu flash dari mana dah?
Edward Gaming to take away and win when they invested all their money into it.
Dari temennya.
Yeah, and it's one thing to be having fun on the stage.
Dari long
confidence.
Pantesan.
It's another to be playing sloppy and letting the enemy team back into the game. So I think for Paper Rex here, they've got a 5-round lead, and that is well enough to play with. We've got tons of wiggle room here. But at some point they need to tighten the screws a little bit and not allow this one to slip away. How many times have we seen a team win 4 rounds off the rip and a half and then
banyak orang goblok di live chat
the opponents get a comeback? It happens all the time.
Pada bilang good blind.
Nice cloud burst to stop Kang going for the peak. That one way.
Aduh, tuh.
Just quick scopes it. Waiting. That's the paranoia as well to help that swing out.
And I was talking about sloppiness from Paper Rex, but I don't think that's an example of it at all.
Udah
you expect Kang to be pushed away there by the Seekers, but he just scopes back in so quickly with the tour de force. And then Chichu's there to back him up.
Next masih bisa.
1-2 punch, isn't it?
Kan 3 kali kalah.
Smoggy's already burnt his dash, so got to back away.
3 kali kalah masih.
But that's good information. It should start to pull people away from C. There's 3 EDG players on the C side.
Nggak ada juga sih orang
Smoggy is going to need help at some point.
Can't really just lock this
down.
Kalau
kalah, nyeret beberapa
and these are rounds where you don't want to do stuff like burn the rolling thunder.
Kalau kalah kan 1900, jadi
it's possible that they could just win the round with Haodong ulting, but you kind of want to save that for situations that aren't 5v3.
400 half.
Smoggy, even that fault line to help him out. That might have been a repeat, but there was a flash to push that one back. Still that cage.
Half armor tapi
tambah one of the angles. Trailblazer goes down. Smoggy has not been dealt with.
Tuh mas, Prime Vandal mas.
Sprayed out through the cloud burst. Spike down on the ground and enough players from Edward Gaming to collect that Prime Gaming flawless once more.
Very clean round from EDG. I think that, you know, the prior round, you could say, given to them a little bit by the sloppiness of Paper Rex, but
half armor ya.
Well,
I've got your trail.
Gampang banget ketahuannya. Udah kasih aja Jason. Udah. Ngelakuin mistake banyak.
Getar dikit ya.
At this point, if you're Paper Rex, you cannot allow your opponents to get back into this one. You have a sizable lead. This explains the timeout that they're taking right now. There needs to be adjustments being made because so far it's been kind of taking a lot of liberties. In fact, I mean, Paper Rex have been doing a decent job, I think, of using the to try and clear him out of the angles that he's often been holding. The trouble is, the guy just disrespects it.
Coach Botak ada gak sih? Nggak ada ya?
The same thing that Forsaken and Jing are going to do themselves.
Siapa sih Coach Botak tuh? Lupa sih gue. Oh yang kru. Enggak yang bukan yang Botak mas, yang rusuh.
Kang plays in a crazy aggressive
yang di Master Copenhagen rusuh tuh sih coach siapa ya? Enggak, bukan yang botak. Salah. Anjir, gue lupa.
Kayaknya di NE deh. Kayaknya
Kayaknya
NE deh. Iya, NE.
Emea gak sih?
FPX kan bukan FPX.
Yeah, he said we're not copying PaperX. We have our
Satu
own
lagi
unique
siapa?
playstyle, and I think
Fnatic.
that's borne out in this
Satu
game.
lagi?
They don't look like a mirror image of PaperX. They
Dulu
look like
mah
they have their own
dulu mah
approach
ini
to things.
Gambit.
No prisoners.
Kan,
And they've been
yang
very
Copenhagen.
defensive setups.
Anjir,
Here's
lupa
a
gua.
3-player stack over towards mid.
Kemarin kan FPX
Say one of the most
Fnatic
important rounds
sama
potentially now in this map. The
Gitu
money
gak sih?
investment on the side of PaperX, there's a lot of ultimates that Edward Gaming are working with to try
Ah,
and
lupa
stop
lah
this
gua.
one. And
Dah,
Gigabyte, that is
fokus
a
game dulu
shot
deh.
through the wall.
Ntar gue cek.
And nobody pushing all the way up to this close
So
mid
much space being
position.
gained.
There
is a cam. Triple push, but now the Nightfall, they want to try and fight this one, but the Nightfall is not catching onto
Oh,
anyone.
mantap main
Might still
freak
be
ini, bos.
taken, that's Mind Freak all the way into
Oh.
the back, and the angle is watched.
Kasih paham.
And this retake setup
Dikasih main
is not looking
pick
particularly
and
great here.
All over the place.
They don't know where Mind Freak is. There's players
Yeah.
behind
Oh,
as well.
ini dia.
Forsaken's finding, reading
Ya,
the game
dan
very
sesungguhnya,
well.
bos.
udah
They've dealt with this one.
Aduh,
Great
waduh.
amounts of discipline.
EDG.
Still
Waduh.
though, you don't want to lose your grip on this round. Not when it was handed to you. A
udah
slight
susah, Cok.
Slight jiggle there of the
Buat
movement.
Edgar.
Nobody has been baiting these
tergantung
shots
main freak sih.
impeccably. But now this late lurk that's coming through is everything from Mind Freak. He needs to get
Ih,
value out
itu
of this one, but he
tipis.
hasn't
Itu
spotted it. Maybe
tipis.
just the cape. But he knows the players are pushing up. It's down now
Udah menang
to
kok,
Chichu.
udah GG kok.
And this one he can go for.
Flying back around, he's aware of this one.
Okay.
Flick to the side, not enough. The shot
Nice,
does not
nice,
find his target. It's Mind Freak
Oke,
again.
nggak bisa balik
Now,
ya.
one
Satu
more
harus
round
mau.
will do it for PaperX.
Yeah, they move up to match
Oh,
point here.
nggak full bisa. Iya
One
bener
away
kan,
from
satu
being
harus
able to
tahu.
take that next step
Iya.
in the group stage.
Bisa di
And
drop.
push
Enggak deh,
EDG
Enggak,
as the
satu
first
harus
team
tahu.
to
Soalnya
lose a
utility.
match are champions, but
Nggak ada yang bisa
I've
bayar
only been
utility.
impressed with what I've seen from
Emang
this
main
Chinese
freak
team.
tuh kalau udah
Their
ngeflank tuh udah mendarah daging.
first
Ya.
appearance globally. This round ended up getting destroyed by Mind
Main
Freak.
freak tuh ngeflanknya tuh nggak di luar ini anjing, di luar apa?
Fast
Di
flank from
luar
mid.
skenario ya.
And that's what he's going to be doing quite a lot here, just controlling the
kamera di
flanks,
situ
controlling
lagi.
the aggression,
Keren.
using Benkai's cam.
Oh bisa tuh beli.
This is aggressive though.
It's
Reclear.
double. It's a double
gila,
op
kena
setup
loh.
here that EDG are running, and I don't think PaperX have enough utility to be able to push both operators away.
Ping diff Jan, ping diff.
They've just got to hope that
Mana ada ping diff.
Kangkang remains
Orang
static over here
depan-depanan
on C.
gitu.
If Kangkang starts roaming around
Ya,
as well
nge-lag.
as Smoggy,
Ya kan ping diff
Close,
Jan.
Not
Ya,
really
guanya
yang
yang ping
sabotase.
diff.
players could be there.
Ada yang
Still-
sabotase.
It's just still leaning
Okay,
in a recall
nice.
of the smoke. It sets up
Gila, itu
Forsaken. That's
hampir
a great
banget sih.
angle.
Ekstrim.
I think Smoggy was just obviously unaware in terms
nggak
of which
mau
way
aja
he should place that
menjaga
crosshair placement. But now we're
Sadem
seeing a
sih.
Diputer.
hit.
Bro.
This hasn't been done much by PaperX to take the series. Quick tap of it. That does force out the aftershock and a bit of the utility.
Tergantung nih C-nya nih.
how long retains
atau enggak
control
nih?
over the rolling thunder?
Takutnya kena. Oh enggak C-nya.
Everything
Waduh.
coming down to that
Hampir
angle. He fires off the shots now, but time is running low,
Cuy,
Josh.
30
30
detik, cuy.
seconds
30 detik loh.
in this one, and you can feel a bit of overheat, maybe a bit of pressure being applied to both of these
Aduh,
players.
main
The
freak.
quick shot. Okay,
Oke,
why
Jin.
not? Wide swing from Jing to
Wah, ini
return
bakal
fire
di-ulti
from an
sih.
opposite side of the map. But now with that cosmic divide split across, they know that the play is happening over
Tetet,
towards A.
langsung di ulti.
There's a rolling thunder here that
Oh,
should
kan.
just block the plant from going down entirely.
10 seconds
Not going to
left.
be able to get this one off. They need to find the kills. Flash over the top.
Aduh,
That's
nggak
going to be
bisa,
Jing
nggak bisa.
finding it, but they still need to get the
Nggak.
spike down. And they've just about stuck it, but now they deny it.
Last player
Swing from Jing. Can't
Yalah.
get the second.
Setidaknya
Salvaging
4
it.
orang mati sih.
Kangkang peaked that at the end as well, Brent.
He could have thrown it.
They-
He could have thrown it.
They denied the plant, and he goes for
He could have thrown it.
he goes for the kill. I mean, that is just kind of absurd, but that kill itself is bonkers too.
Dari
PaperX
tadi.
trying something different in this attack round, where they faked a push towards B, and they tried to get Forsaken
Breach ya
working
tadi ya?
the same way he does when he plays Chamber, but Forsaken got
Anjir lah.
picked off. The Astral ended up
Tadi
being useless,
OP-nya apaan anjing?
and EDG able to hold on as the time ticked down low.
Quick scope.
Especially with Mind Freak's lurk getting caught as well.
Quick
Both
scope sambil jalan anjing.
lurks failing
Kalau
from
quick scope
Paper.
aja mah gue
They
ya
don't gain
biasa
too much
ngeliat
space
map.
off of it. In fact, it's nobody who's being pressured the most.
Ini quick scope sambil
Fast,
jalan
fast
anjing.
approach.
Itu buta.
Aggression is the name of the game, and a flash over the top. How long just left? They're like a sitting duck at the back of the side.
Jadon ini boy.
Anjing sambil lompat-lompat.
Taken. Relentless with the play. The Blade Storm in his hands. This guy is a weapon of death.
And it's a 5v3 for PaperX to close things
3,
out and
jangan
move forwards in
takabum,
the group.
please.
Smoggy with Bladestorm of his own.
Ini
Can he
Bladestorm
find
bisa
any
mengubah segalanya ini.
sort of value here? It's a brutal crossfire.
Oh, kan.
Breaks it with the cloud burst.
Oke, Jadon threat. Nah, si GG gak sih? GG gak sih?
This is it, surely. One shot found, 2 players
Ayolah.
remaining, 3 players remaining.
Main aman lah.
Excuse me, drops down to the floor. And not enough, just can't
Let's
quite reset the aim.
go.
The 13th round secures it and seals the deal for the opening match of champs.
Parah sih.
Ren, if the rest of the games at champions are anything like that one,
Coba kita
then this
lihat
could be the best
Wikipedia,
tournament
guys.
It's
What
been
an
leading up to it, hasn't it, Josh?
It really
Leading up to it. The quality of play from every team at every single international event, these global tournaments, getting up to this point, it's just been going up and up and up and up. There are no weak teams in this tournament.
And normally these opening games groups are not going to have too many stakes
Tim
attached.
Liqud.
You lose it, you've still got to route back through. If you win it, you've still got
With
to
Leviatan
play more in
susah
order to qualify for
didemokin,
playoffs.
tapi
But this
harusnya
one,
sih Leviatan
it felt a little different. First time
Liqud
seeing
jadi.
Pearl, first time seeing EDG on the
dari
global stage
banyak
as
pro
well.
player
And I felt
ngomong
like both
Leviatan
delivered.
lebih naik,
Not only
jadi
did
nggak
both
tahu.
teams look
Susah ditebak makanya.
Kayak ini dong, kayak
show
match
us
ini.
new ideas, new setups, look prepared.
Oh.
But we also got to see EDG
Kayak match ini cuman match ini masih ditanggap sama
and we got to see
pro
Gigabyte.
player.
Good looks, I think, from both sides. Jing's still got the confidence there in his back pocket to be able to
Nah,
carry
kalau
them through a lot of
Liqud
these
Leviatan
series.
nggak tahu nih.
EDG as well. I mean, credit to these guys. They've been playing
Liqud
with a
lagi
sub in this
kemarin
one.
main
Yeah,
I
karena
mean,
menang
iterating it every now and then over the course of the series, but they're not playing at full strength, and still they're bringing PaperX.
Leviatan juga lagi
Finalists are
GG.
Copenhagen, by the way, this close.
Yeah, that is just fantastic. Also, one of the other factors to consider here,
Nice.
life is normally the player that is the tip of the spear, like how Smoggy's playing Jet.
Ente
And
Edward,
life
tapi
is the
gila
player that
sih
the rest of the
udah
team trade off
kayak gini aja
in order
udah
to create
mantul
those
banget
openings.
sih.
A fifth of the time when
Kalau
life
bisa
dies, he gets
berkembang ya,
traded.
Edward.
And that is really tough to replicate.
Tahun depan
So, I
champion
think
asli,
EDG
tahun
did a
depan
great job in this
champion.
game of
Bukan
showcasing they
menang
are
master
serious
lagi.
contenders. But at
Champion.
the end of the day, it's PaperX
Champion sih.
getting the
Master
W in the
1,
column
2,
as
oke lah, nggak
predicted.
akan kalah gitu.
Because
Edward ini
every time they've been turning up to these global events, they
championnya
just get better.
kemungkinan menang.
They do. They make improvements
Kalah
time
pun
and
paling
time
kalah kayak
again.
misalnya 3 besar,
But still
5
being
besar.
tested, I think it showcases
Bisa
well. A lot of people
Edward
saying that this
gaming
group that
kalau
they're
kayak
in,
gini.
bit of the group of death, isn't it? Just
Masternya.
I
the
would
fact
say,
that you
yeah.
can't, such high caliber competition at every step of the way. There are no easy opponents.
Akhirnya
Talk about
bisa
high caliber
berenam.
competition. That's what we've got coming up next as well. The other side of this group, the other
Akhirnya
teams
bisa
that
berenam.
PaperX and EDG are going to be playing against here. All smiles for PaperX. And that
Karena si
APAC
Aaron bingung.
rivalry, there's gonna be clashes again. There just has to be. The APAC scene has been going up,
Apa sih
up,
awkward
up
banget anjing.
over the course of this year.
Kocak
They
aja.
are, the region with the least trophies and big accolades out of the major regions, but they're getting better every time. And matches like this are special to watch because the players are absurd.
Yeah, and honestly, just the improvements that are being made on either side. Obviously, you can
MVP-nya
vote for our
siapa nih?
MVP
Oh, ini
here for
nebak
Sake
ya?
and
Sudah
Jing.
nebak.
The options, make sure you use that QR code as well. Just open up the
Ini
camera app
nebaknya.
as well if you know how to use it. I've seen Chico push struggling from time to time, so listen, gotta throw it out there.
Who would you go for?
Kenapa cuma
Who would I
3?
go for in this one? I think Jing's monster
Ini
performance
MVP harus
in the
main
final
freak
map
sih.
definitely
Cuman
takes it
karena
above and beyond to a degree as
MVP
well.
setiap
I
game
mean,
berdasarkan kill
Jing playing off
dan
the space
frag
of Satan a lot of
pasti
the time as well. Mindfreak had some
Jing.
amazing
Jing
moments
sih
as well,
kalau
but
frag
it
ya.
just sticks fresh in my mind, I think, with Jing.
Yeah, I think
Ini
I'd be
MVP
tempted to go
harusnya
towards
main
Mindfreak actually,
Dia
because he's one of
jelas
those players where I
Mindfreak.
wasn't sure what we were going to get at Champions. I
Mindfreak
think that was a
mah
special match
kelasnya
from him.
gila.
Okay, that's going to do it for match number
Offline.
1 in the day, but it doesn't end just yet. We're going to go to a short break. Alice with all the action, of course, and
Kok
setting up that
kemana
critical
ya?
match number 2 in the
Tiba-tiba ada
day.
di
Don't go anywhere, you
mute.
don't want to miss it.
Iya.
Iya, tiba-tiba ada di belakang kan.
Oh, Wilson ke Subarton lagi.
Anjay, terjebak di muscat. Anjay.
Buset, seorang Christopher Devin aja watch party loh. Gak nyangka gua.
Udah nggak peduli sama yang namanya copyright.
Apa?
Udah nggak peduli sama yang namanya copyright anjing. Udah watch party aja udah.
Login halo guys. Masih lama gak sih ini? Berapa menit sih breaknya biasanya?
10. Enggak lama-lama banget biasanya.
10.
Soalnya bukan game ini, bukan apa? Bukan playoff grup doang. Biasanya langsung.
Gue nunggu boom sih. Besok lagi bu.
Si Wilson juga ini nge-lag putus-putus.
Jelek kali di sana internetnya.
Koneksi bandara nih.
Bentar, kok besok jam 7 sih ya mainnya?
Hah?
Besok
jam 7 apa?
Jam 7 malam.
Oh, 7 malam ya wajar lah. 7 malam mah di sana jam berapa? Jam 8, jam 9.
Oh, selanjutnya juga jam 7.
Jam 10-an ya? Iya. 10 jam 12-an.
Cuman hari ini doang yang mulainya jam 9.
Iya. Kayaknya sih gara-gara pembukaan sih, Jan.
Iya kayaknya.
Iya, jadi agak ditelatin. Gimana nih Wilson?
Apanya? Lah, dari tadi
Apa?
ini gua mati.
Apa?
Apa facecam gua mati dari tadi, gua nggak nyadar.
Lah kan lu yang bilang anjing dimatiin, gimana?
Enggak,
tadi bilang.
Tadi tuh gua nyalain lagi. Nggak gua. Taunya mati lagi ya. Sorry deh guys ya. Nggak gua.
Tapi lu udah pakai facecam kan?
Udah.
Maksudnya udah pakai webcam kan?
Udah.
Kok masih nge-hang?
Hah?
Kok nge-hang?
Apanya?
Mati nge-hang atau mati dimatiin?
Gua matiin.
Oh.
Gua tutup maksudnya.
Iya.
Gua kira tuh udah gua nyalain lagi kan. Taunya belum. Ya elah. Kita coba deathmatch kali ya guys ya. Deathmatch dulu. Aduh ini gua gini lagi cuy. Sabar guys. Gua benerin dulu. Baru ini GG Gaming.
Skip dulu deh nonton si Wilson ngelek gitu.
Match found.
Nonton Valorant. Mending nonton Turok
Siapa?
Tarik lah. Istanbul, Turki. Tarik.
Tarik.gg.
Deathmatch. Warm up.
Deathmatch dulu guys, sekali guys. Penasaran.
Nih, nonton pertamanya nih Jan.
Apa?
Tuh, nonton tuh pertamanya.
Apa nonton apa?
Itu.
Hampir aja. Ih, apaan tuh?
Dulu pertamanya.
Hah?
Dulu detik pertamanya.
Siapa?
Ya itu yang di Discord kan.
Gua lagi deathmatch. Apa sih? Banyakin Aduh, kaget gua. Mas, gua masih kebiasaan sih, Mas. Nge-spray vandal.
Enggak.
Let's ruin their day.
Spray vandal itu sebenarnya bukan apa ya, bukan haram. Cuman lu nge-spray vandal dipaksa dalam waktu 3 detik ya lu yang mati lah. Gimana? Spray vandal tuh 1 detik, 2 detik udah lepas, reset lagi.
Segitu dah.
Lu pokoknya kalau udah nggak dapet 1 kali hit, nggak dapet badan aja, udah lu lepas aja bos lu.
Bukan lepas secara harfiah ya. Masa iya dilepas?
Iya lepas aja harfiah.
Gila kan.
Down you go.
Udah nggak dapet, udah lah lepas. Kalau jet masih bisa dash. Kalau lu pakai sniper masa iya lu nembak nggak kena. Lu buka cam aja deh.
Busuk atuh anjir. Oh my lord. Orang-orang tuh bisa spray transfer ya.
Eddie, soldier.
Pandal segitu.
Spray transfer itu
Down and out.
latihannya pakai Ares dulu. Ares dulu tuh. Spray transfer. Transfer pakai Aresnya udah lancar. Hitam dulu pandal. Kalau Odin mah udah jelas.
Nggak bisa gua Odin. Nggak ada orang, kocak.
Tapi kalau Odin nggak bisa, gimana Ares anjing?
Makanya itu loh.
Udah Odin dulu lah, Odin, Ares, Phantom, baru pandal.
Ada orang main deathmatch nunggu anjir.
Gotcha.
Oh, ngerti gua. Tuh, nge-walk lagi. Hebat anjir. Nice. Nice, Mas.
Ya, nice.
Tapi tetap ya, kadang suka kalah gitu Vandal sama Phantom kalau jarak dekat banget.
Iya iyalah pasti aja. Lalu main Vandal lawan Spectre aja. Spectre anjing jarak dekat.
Buset, ini orang diem terus diem, banyakin dia.
Now we're cooking.
Aduh, mati gua, nggak aware.
Game apa coba si Tara?
Ngapain sih Tara?
Bang Tara.
Oh, Tara Art.
Coba aja cek
ngading gua
gamenya.
Lah, nggak ada ini. Ih. Benar mas. Banyakin pakai OP tuh. Masih ada anjir. Diganggu mulu gua. Apa cenah? Oh. Emang harus lepas mau secara harfiah ya. Matikan lu. 80 doang nggak?
Sit still.
Ih, nggak mati. Bete banget.
Enemy down.
Five kills remaining.
Apaan itu coba?
One kill remaining.
Anjing ya tiba-tiba one kill ini. Itu jangan ganggu gua, Nap. Sorry. Dan terjadi lagi.
Interview.
Interview naon? GG. Belum mulai ya?
Interview.
Hah?
Interview.
Apa?
Udah cek aja Valorant.
Oh, lagi interview.
Udah tadi dibilang interview.
Gua kira apa anjir?
Interview. Kan selalu interview.
Like the concept is still gonna be the same.
Oh,
So
masih
we're still gonna follow the game plan that we came up with in the beginning.
Masih lama dong.
Yeah, absolutely. That makes sense. Let's swing on to map number 2 then, because we had an icebox pick coming out of you guys. That one made a little bit more sense, I guess, but we didn't.
Masih lama, guys. Main lagi, guys.
Match found.
Match pun. Masih lama. Biarin aja lah. Nunggu next match ya kita ya.
Death match. Warm up.
Ih, nge-wave gua.
Whatever happens, sakin. Don't panic. Trembling is bad for your aim. Their fears betrayed them.
Kok astaga, mas.
İyi geceler.
Gila, 120 doang.
Viper down. Ah be abi. Viper down.
Tentu kena thread.
Neon stopped.
Kenapa gua gituin ya?
Aduh. Dapat Rex mana?
Apa sih ditungguin gua?
Viper down.
Banyakin nunggu tuh di situ. Aduh, nggak dapet coy. Keburu mati gua.
Apa anjir Indonesia merasakan internet.
Enemy down.
Wih, hospital flick.
Four down.
Ding ding ding ding. Itu artinya apa?
Artinya tidur.
Night.
3,5 juta. Itu wireless headset tuh mahal kontol.
Ya, emang. Oh my lord. Apa cenah? Banyak gitu. Biar gak kena cok.
Penasaran jadi gimana?
Anjir 144 gak mati. Ya elah.
Oh, basically ini steel series yang
apa?
H7, Sony H7.
Maksudnya apa steel series?
Iya, steel series. Yang artinya basically.
Anjir gua di sampah mulu.
Oh, cuman ini bisa 360 derajat.
Apanya?
Telinganya bisa diputer-puter.
Anjir.
Iya.
Ten kills remaining.
Ya, reload. Ente mas. Apa sih itu udah ngeding? Wah, udah busuk, udah malam.
Five kills remaining.
Pesan tadi GG, sekarang jadi kocak gini gua. Nah. Mampus. Jujur kaget gua. Cuman kelihatan kepalanya.
That makes 3.
Apa sih? Gua lagi reload loh.
1 kill remaining.
Hari-hari GG. Belum ya?
Nggak tahu, gue lagi nonton reviewnya Sony H7.
Harusnya sih belum.
Jelek mic-nya anjing.
Cacat.
Iya, cacat parah.
Match found.
Match pun.
Death match. Warm up.
apaan tuh? Ih, habis peluru gua. Gak mati loh, Mas. Nge-wave anjing. Wah. Nggak kena. Apa sih? Aneh ya, orang mah bisa ya nge-flick ya.
We have plenty of time, here and now. Be here and fight. Woo! Let's start.
Jir, gua kira orang AFK.
I killed him. Useless individual.
Berarti ini berat dinama nih Sony headsetnya.
Ini B aja.
Ini pada ngomong ya udah. Apa namanya? Ada lah itu. Ya udah. Headset gaming udah.
Oh my lord. Ntar dulu deh. Gak ada.
Anjay, Liqud.
Just swag. I dropped your viper. You dead.
Anjir udah keren-keren waduh. Belum mulai kan?
Baru naik mobil.
Jauh.
Iya sih kerjaannya sih kerja Rodi ini.
Siapa?
Yensu.
Yensu siapa?
Pacarnya Bosker.
Oh, si ini hostnya ya?
Iya. Kerja Rodi ya.
Jir.
Ganti-gantian.
Nge-whiff. Langsung kena pala, bos.
Trinity, you're welcome. Too easy.
Deng deng deng deng.
Dominating.
Nggak mati 120.
Dominating.
Kebiasaan jongkok tuh harus diubah. Mati loh.
Ten kills remaining.
Better luck next life. Aquawepa.
Timing. Anjir gak mati cok.
Enemy punished.
Astaga.
5 kills remaining.
Makasih loh yang udah bantu. Matinya dari arah sebaliknya.
One kill remaining.
Yan malah main, gue baru beres-beres counter. Ya gimana, Sep? Belum mulai, Sep. Tadi udah menang Paper Rek 2-1, kocak. Habisnya gue gabut nungguin tim Liqud. Ya udah, nonton lagi. Sabar. Udah mulai belum, Mas?
Belum.
Oh, belum. Tuh belum mulai, Sep.
Lama ini.
Jangan spoiler. Aduh, telat gua. Sorry deh, Sep.
Ya, Sep. Jangan spoiler. Ya, Sep.
Ya, Sep.
Paper menang 2-1, Sep.
Bukan gua ya.
13-11, 13-5, 13-8, Sep.
Bukan gua, Sep.
Ya, ampun, Sep.
Bukan gua, Sep. Malah main. Ya gimana, gabut anjing. Ya, kagak bisa deh.
Oh, parah, Sep.
Remember,
Tadi
out of 9 of the maps they
13-8
played,
di Haven,
almost half
Sep.
of them they went to
Menang, Sep.
overtime on the maps.
Asep,
And when they do get onto other
busuk
maps, it's a
gini.
real slog and grind for them. So I am worried in that department. I think it actually would be upset if they won maps cleanly. I'm going to put an asterisk on your point and say if they won maps cleanly, that would be a surprise and an upset for me.
I think it's the map pool, right? That I'm sort of holding on until I see it to see, like, Leviatan, you've had more time to prep, like Pearl, you know that you're going into this tournament, you know that it's going to be in play. Prepare on that. Team Liqud haven't had as much time, but it seems that they're improving at such a rapid rate, and we've seen what they did last year, that people might go, oh, they're coming for last chance qualifiers. They've not had enough time to adapt. There's a couple of changes here and there. They've got a literal new player and coach, so there's a bit of catching up to do for Liqud. But just the players, the pound-for-pound mechanical skill alone
Udah ke spoiler YouTube Valorant Indo katanya.
Get into the heads of Leviatan.
I mean, we're going to talk about maps in a second, but I want to ask you because Ryan, obviously Leviatan, they love Ascent. I think they've proven themselves as one of the best Ascent teams. Liqud also kind of love Ascent. Do you think Liqud will be brave enough to just let Leviatan
Kita gas terus sampai jam 4 pagi.
Like the big thing about like Liquid's Ascent is the Phoenix, right? Like we saw it, we want to see more of it, but how much can you realistically do? Because it's a typical Liqud thing, right? Where they bring out something, it's like, oh, that's interesting. They win the game after that. Oh, there's some legs to it. And then the third time, they just get completely anti-stratted and everything falls apart. That's the concern, because Leviatan could sit at home and go, okay, they like to play Phoenix. Probably going to do it again. What's our response to that? And they play like triple initiator and stuff like that. Like, it's interesting to see Leviatan, they should be coming in solely prepped, especially with Owner as a coach. But Team Liqud could just punch him in the face and suddenly all out the window kind of vibe.
It's super micro-stylistic differences as well. I mean, a lot of this, I think, you know, a lot of people said Leviatan, they're really aggressive, they're like crew. I didn't agree with that statement. I thought they played a lot of mid to late round in a longer kind of FPS X style kind of thing. And I was like, you know what? I think they have a lot more in the long game in the round. But we have to remember, Taco likes to take long-range engagements. What is a Phoenix good at? Short short-range engagements, so Scream has to be able to make up that distance if he wants to take Taco on these first bloods that we were talking about earlier on. If you've got a Phoenix v Chamber, for example, we want to throw that on the board, he is going to have to work out how he is going to position himself on the map to force those engagements. Otherwise, Taco will always come out on top in these long-range engagements. He's the one that tries to sort of dictate the pace when it comes to those engagements. I want to see what it looks like. I don't know how it's going to be. I think
Tidur Sep, hari ini pulang kan ke Bogor, katanya mau berangkat abis subuh.
Some of these star players up on their team. Those are actually the ones that will
Jangan
make and
sampai
break
telat
for
loh.
Taco, for Scream, for example. That'll be the make or break, not the players themselves.
Okay, here's my follow-up question then.
Nah,
Because
iya
you
bener
both
ganti
pointed out the gaps
si
in
Evil Cat
Leviatan's
nggak
map
seru.
pool. Not the strongest in this tournament if we just look at statistically. So surely if you're Team Liquid, you don't let them play their best map because you know you can probably poke some holes and have some advantages elsewhere because Liquid do have a pretty good map pool right now.
I have to put an asterisk again on
Lama
this.
nih.
I have heard very good things about their scrims. I got the scrim box.
The Leviathan scrim box.
The streaks are talking.
I mean, the stocks are high.
The stocks are very high in scrims. I will say, as someone who had a team that performed well in scrims and then bombed out in an official, it's not always one-for-one kind of trade-off. So I'm taking that with a pinch, a handful of salt, whatever you want to say. But that is telling me that they're working on the map pool in the background. So I don't know, that's why I predicted Leviathan. It's a risk, but it's there.
I wonder how much of it is going to be like nerves still as well, because I don't think Scream comes here and he's going to get nervous on stage. Like he's done it for so long, and I think the players have a good amount of experience. Maybe Dimasic could be a bit of like a, getting a little bit shaky over there. But this is also Leviatan with Owner here as well, like the coach. He wasn't here at Copenhagen.
Owner does not know what nerves is.
Yeah, exactly.
He doesn't understand the word.
He will make Liquid get just from the shouting he does alone, right? So I think that there's elements of like Leviatan, okay, they went to Copenhagen, they did better than expected, I'd say overall. Now it's like, okay, we know what to expect. We're going to go into this with a bit more prep and a bit more composure, I guess.
Well, speaking of maps, it's time for us to dive into the map vetoes and send this over to the stage.
Emang kocak kadang aja. Oke, ini ya. Ini mulai gak sih?
Well, you guys have already set the stage
Iyalah,
up in terms of Ascent
minta
possibly
bantuan
being the one to
Jakal
come
lah.
out, but when it comes to the bans, I think it's somewhat more straightforward with these two teams.
Yeah. If we see Fracture, I'll be very surprised.
Yeah, I don't think they've had enough time. Yeah, there we go.
That's the thing about Pearl now, right? Like, I think Liquid, even though they have not had much time with Edward Game and pick it up instantly, so maybe there's like Liquid feeling they can prep. But also, from what we've seen from Pearl, it does roll in a similar style to Ascent. Icebox, Leviatan, it's kind of, again, as expected, their permaban through their run in Copenhagen, but we didn't really get to see like 3 series overall for them because they went straight through to the playoffs. But this is
takut kali ya.
Watch Ascent is definitely going to get picked next.
It has to. I mean, if Team Liquid gets Haven and they let this slide through, this must be a dream for Leviatan. In fact, if I was Leviatan in the map ban, as we're sitting here, I would turn around and go, that's a little suspect that they're letting us have Ascent. What if they got up their sleeve on this?
I also think it's a decent map for Leviatan because it was the map that they won against Ascent. Out of the 6 maps that they played at Copenhagen, they won on Ascent wholeheartedly, like 3-0. But then Haven was the only other map that they were able to win, so it's not looking too bad for them. And if they do pick out the Ascent, we are going to see like we did one of the best debuts that we've seen from an international team.
Yeah.
Wow. Surprise Pikachu face.
Literally did not see that one coming whatsoever. I think my question now is, what's the third map going to be? Because I would expect Liquid just to take with Vine. Vine did not look good. It probably wouldn't be wise for them to be leaving that open for a team like Leviatan after them playing like a million rounds on Vine against Fnatic.
Would their Vine be better than their Pearl?
Let's go.
Yeah, that's my question. It's like, do you leave Pearl in? That's a risk.
It is Liquid. I feel like they are one of those teams that could just have that prep by now. They have a new coach, like spoke of.
Di sini nggak ada Navi apa ya?
That's the thing, between those who had already qualified in and those who are last chance and then getting rid of Pearl, I agree with that. I think it's too much of a risk in your first series to come in against Leviatan, who
Master Copenhagen bentar mas gue lihat dulu.
Outside of
Yang
Copenhagen,
coachnya Rusu tuh yang mana nih anjir lupa gue.
Oh,
Guild mas.
From there if I was them, and I'm not surprised they get rid of it. You spoke about
I'm nervous though. I'm really nervous.
Yeah, are you nervous?
Yeah, I think if it goes 3 maps, I mean, if this is going
Barbar
to 3
kan
maps, I
nama
fancy
nickname-nya.
Leviatan in
Emang
it.
barbar tuh
I
orang.
mean, it's sample size, right? For Leviatan, it's like the only time we saw them was that Giga overtime game against Fnatic,
Besok ada
right?
lagi,
So
Sep.
how much of that
Boom
was
Esport lawan
just
Optic.
trying to
Gila,
like, let's
itu
the strategy
bakal-
just going in there like, okay, we got a bit of the wind in
Gimana
our
ya?
sails. So it's a case of, let's say Liquid
Kalau
win
di atas
on
kertas
Hayden,
sih
then we see
Optic.
Leviatan win on percent.
Cuman nggak
That
tahu
momentum's very much in
Yes.
Leviatan's favor at that point, and that could be a bit of a risk going forward too. So realistically, for both these squads, if they want to go on a dark horse run, their map pool needs to be a lot better than what we've seen for both sides. More on the side of Leviatan, but Liquid's map pool wasn't exactly stellar going through to LCQ either.
The trouble with this series
Lagu
right
telur.
now, ladies and gentlemen, is that they will have played
Kita
Haven, as
makan
Ryan has already rightfully
telur.
pointed out. They've already won it
Lagu
before,
telur
except one of
anjing.
their best maps, and then of course Bind that, as you would call it, a
Ya, kamu
giga banger
babu.
of the overtimes
Bukannya
against
dari
Fnatic.
awal ya?
I actually won't learn anything.
Nggak keambil
I won't
bentar,
learn anything about their map pool that we didn't already kind of know. Sent great for them, let's say they win it. If they win Haven or they don't win Haven and it's close, we already know that they were good on Haven. Bind, we already know they're able to go up against the best. I won't learn anything. I just want to see if they're better than they were before.
Well, Jess, maybe they will show you something new. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? We're going to take a step away for just a minute, but do not go anywhere. Agent Select is on the way.
Nah, agent saya. Kok agent select dulu sih? Valorant eSport. Sumpah sih openingnya gue suka sih, keren banget. Mas, jangan judi, haram. Ada kan ya di sini? Ada. Tuh, Mas. Dibilangin tuh sama Asep.
Apa?
Hilang sih, Mas. Jangan judi, katanya haram.
Gak selalu gue nggak jujur, gue nggak selalu.
Gue kamar mandi dulu. Belum mulai ini kan?
Welcome back, everybody. It's time to bring on 2 more teams from Group A, and welcome Team Liquid and Leviatan.
Domestic. Tackle-nya.
Anjay, entry. Tackle-nya.
Soulcast. Adversary.
Kami anjing.
Dia mau mencoba kekuatan anime kayaknya. Scream ini, bos. Gila.
King.
Scream lawan King keren kali ya.
Nivera.
Anjay, Nivera.
Scream anjay.
Shy. Kok nggak ada ini, Sep? Apa namanya?
Yampi.
Dragon Nail Zero.
Melsa.
Bentar, gue logout Valorant dulu.
Accurate sih, Jam.
Hah?
Nggak accurate.
Apa itu accurate?
Bantet.
Bentet. Kenapa nggak mau kesini ya, Bentet?
Hah? Kayaknya kalau kesini ntar yang ke Banteng.
Si Jaka anjir malah ngajakin main coba. Udah istirahat aja, coach. Orang mau balik kan bentar lagi juga.
Well, Group A has already proven to be a pretty tough place to be. It's time to see if either Team Liqud and Leviatan have what it takes to make it out. I know we mentioned Ono already, but I just want to address it again because he wasn't there for Copenhagen. He couldn't make the trip. He's here now. And this is a coach that has a track record of just being like anti-stratting all of their opponents and being a nuisance to everyone.
Wasn't there a comment made in Copenhagen that there was a little bit of, you know, lack of cohesion and whatnot, and when those timeouts couldn't come in, that Leviatan was like, oh, I wish we had over here, I wish we had the big man here to give us the words that we need at this time. They had to learn how to be self-sufficient in those times. Now they don't need to. They've got the big brain, speaking about ball buff, they've got the big brain right behind them.
I love this split screen also.
Liqud gak sih? Gak tahu sih ya.
Liqud, he looks familiar.
I don't.
Tadi band picknya apa mas?
Allowed to be on two teams at once?
He's moonlight for two teams. One other thing about Owner as well, like we're talking about Liqud doing a run last year, he did it with Crew. He was the coach of Crew back in Champions, and his first opponent at that event was Team Liqud.
Wow.
So Team Liqud, it went the way of Liqud last time, and Liqud have been very good against Crew when they met up, but this is a very different Latam team overall.
Yeah.
And Haven's a really good map to take Leviatan to, because Leviatan are going to be so prepped, they're going to want the default set strategies. Liqud could just go and fight them, really up the ante. We've not seen that much from Liqud playing this map. They beat G2, that was really all we saw in LCQ, and the time before that was a few weeks and months before then. So there's still that question mark of, for both squads, we've not really seen all that much from them. And with the break in between, is there going to be some major changes? Is there going to be some different ideas for the squads?
Right. I'm not sure if they would, Jess. I don't know what you think, whether they would make any major changes. I think Chamber was the one that we were like, do they? But so far, at least from the first game, it's not made a massive difference.
I mean, look, if you tuned into the press conference, or didn't, let me just fill you in. The big man, the Chamber king of the world, Jay himself turned around and said, I actually don't think the changes impact me that much. I'm still going to run him. I think maybe I just have to, you know, change where I put, you know, rendezvous here and there. But otherwise, the premise is so the same. I can just imagine one of the biggest spires of the operator and the likes of Tour de Force on the side of Leviatan being Taco. No way he changes out on that.
We're into the Prime Gaming agent select here, and as you said, Jess, Takalia straight in there with the Chamber, and Ryan maybe looking like a...
Because both Yampi and Takalia played Chamber on, they did on every single map they had in their
gua buka
pool. So the fact that it hasn't really made that much of an impact to his pick rate overall is a good thing for both of these players. Yampi especially, who was phenomenal on the Chamber in LCQ, and he's found that great sense of form that we know he can really get to when he's playing. Nivera as well, happy to be a Breach main.
Breach main now,
the third map that he's ever played on this agent. The other two were in LCQ, he's able to fulfill that role.
It's funny because I spoke about like Taco v Screen, for example, that long range, short range and stuff like that. On this particular map, we have to look to the man that, you know, wears the crown very proudly. It's King himself beside Leviatan, and it's not a player we bring up often because Taco does take a map. He really needs to be the difference maker.
Sabar, Sep. Agak ngelek dikit.
Against exit that have the highest impact for Leviatan.
Ya ampun, ngelek, bro.
Pretty surprising, and I wonder how they're going to play.
Refresh dulu, bentar, refresh dulu.
They were so confident in their workout. I don't know if
Ini terlalu lama lah.
On the side of Leviatan, they all had these little...
Fair enough, they were rocking their own versions of Sova, I believe in that, but something Taco said in the press conference, let us not forget, they've been trained to learn how to play for fun now, just like Paper Rex. So is that a dangerous mixture? Is that the concoction they needed?
I can't wait to see it. We've got a bow buff on the desk. We've got a bow buff on stage. It's only fair that we have a bow buff on the caster desk as well. Over to you, Tom Biz and Mitchman.
Coach botak.
To you, yeah? Yeah, I think that one was looking at me for sure.
Ah, elah. Untung belum mulai ya.
Make some noise! Not seeing enough movement out there.
Maybe it'll work next time.
We're starting out on Haven in this series. We got 3 maps to play on Haven. Honestly, it could be the decider in this series for how we're going to start it out. I am thrilled to see these teams playing out. Tom, you got a favorite coming in?
Capek banget. Ah.
I don't know, because I was coming into today and I was like, you know what, I think I'm going to lean it towards Liqud because I'm Emea and I'm biased, but looking at the map pool, I don't know, I think Leviathan had a pretty good chance coming into this matchup, and I think without a breeze or something like that to really favor Liqud, who knows?
Absolutely, you know, I heard from Bankai earlier. earlier, he's going with Leviatan. That was maybe based a little bit on Emea knocking him out, and you know, he has gotten a lot of support from the Latam region.
He is known for being very salty. That is Benkai, you know.
Oh, absolutely. Here we go, starting it out. Taco Lee is the one to open this up. Scream has lost his life.
Itu dipaksa sih
Liquid,
dapetin juga.
opening duel going
Itu
against
kalau
them, still
misalkan
commit to the seaside push.
tim Liquid
Yeah, it already seems like the
nyadar
defense
dia
is just getting ready to
bisa
try and come back in here,
anjing.
but Defense have been able to at least kill off. Oh my goodness, Melsa gets two. I didn't expect him to get any more with the swing, and now while Navira left all on his lonesome, it is a fairly easy pistol round for Leviatan.
Yep, they had one guy watching the walk out of garage. As soon as he falls, the reaction was just a little bit too slow. I think the next person who was supposed to pick up that kill wasn't really sure who they were. So we ended up kind of, oh, someone else will take care of that. But no, Melser walks in, takes one, takes two, and of course,
ada orang kena
they're on
flash
the mid-man
bisa
sleeping schedule. That's what it is. You know, it's only like 8:30 p.m.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Just waking up. Just waking up.
Could have been the flash that went out as well. You know, Adverso had a fantastic flash just as that push came through. It wasn't just Melser W keying. No
Nah, ini udah bener nih wifi.
with that Leviatan taking their 1-0. A start to Haven that they certainly will be happy with. This one being Liquid's map choice. And with the defense already picking up the first, they've pushed their opponents down to pistols. But look at what's in play. You have a Headhunter still with 6 bullets left, and everybody else has a Sheriff. When Team Liquid come in with a buy like this, you have to be extremely careful.
Well, yeah, that's actually something I was looking at coming into the tournament. I think they have a 24% win rate in eco rounds. Like, it's actually something ridiculous. I think the only team that beats them is Loud. So, yeah, when it's Liquid, you have to be very, very careful in these sort of rounds because they're very good at stealing them away. And actually, interestingly, I think Leviatan are one of the worst at that. So,
berulah kembali.
Prove that stat for Liquid.
Liquid are used to starting out on that attack side, and you know, when we saw them play this at LCQ, they really stalled out
second round
after winning out the
Lama
pistols.
Second round aja nggak dimajuin anjing. Second round.
Not finding success just yet.
Mati
Quick
aja.
mow down by King. Taco Leah with a Marshall in hand and no shields that he's up against. That's essentially an operator. At this point, Team Liquid will be hard pressed to even get their feet onto a site.
Yeah, especially with the rotation. Again, Mouse are solid paranoid to at least slow them down. In fact, they're hesitating quite a bit here, almost questioning whether or not they should try and double back in the other direction, getting hit by a fault line as well. They are just being delayed, slowed at every single corner, and at this point, they just have to die.
Yeah, I think they had no other choice really than to stall like that. Blitzing out, you're just opening yourself up to face off with no shields against a Spectre crossfire that's most likely going to come through. You're pretty dead in that scenario. Instead, they sort of linger around hoping that someone eventually goes out for a wide peak, like jumps up on top of the platform, for example, which they did, but the kill didn't go their way. So unlucky, 2-0. That's how we started out, and here is Team Liquid's buy. This is
lah, Tim Liquid dari North America, Mas, baru tahu gua.
Try to get as much value out of this round as
And upright, anjir Indigo.
Yeah.
Sorry guys.
The only sort of detriment to that is they haven't earned up any ultimate orbs really.
Gimana sih lu Jak? Mending main Basara aja besok sama gua.
Kita
lanjutin lagi turnamennya. Cacat buat wifi.
In fact, he's not alone.
Paper extract.
Tag right away, Yumpy down to 24. This could get a little bit scary. Solka's being crunched on. 4 players on the other side. They're coming fast and already finding one.
Kayak gitu, nge-lag.
This is so much danger for Solkas, but he's able to grab one. Be traded out. It's not the best start, but if they can avoid these weaker weapons finding anything else, that'd be great. But with the damage done, I don't know that that's going to be easy.
Yeah, and I like the fact that Taco has also just fallen back. He's making sure that they can't push any deeper other than just taking over the C site, and then they'll look to try and almost rotationally play this as a team.
Cuman bisa
the clearing of his utility on the B site is going to start a rotation. You can already see King making his maneuver with the deep control they have over the A site. Nobody else really needs to move too much. Again, this round is mostly about damage, but they do have a good chance to win it.
What a fight with Scream down. Both of these players are less than 100. This should be an easy closeout with these weapons and nade online. King making some space as his teammates flank up behind. All the noise just serves as a distraction to hopefully allow them to blitz in, and they're not in a hurry. They're willing to allow Team Liquid a little bit of space. That might have been a mistake if King wasn't on it. 6 health left and none as Shy connects that shot. Leviatan take a third.
Yeah, they're getting pumped up. There might not be many other people in the arena, but I can hear them all the way from up here. And a fantastic round from them. I love the initial gamble of aggression. A lot of it revolved around just Taco being able to slow them down. And that Marshall just hitting, it was a single tag. But that's enough for a little bit of hesitation. Then you have the 4-player push, fantastic utility coming through from Shy as well. And then just patience. And it was something that Jess actually mentioned on the desk, the fact that crew are known for being very explosive. You have players like Mazini, Kesnet, just basically popping off at all times. This team is very happy to just slow it down, play a little bit calmer, wait for their opponents to come to them, and that's exactly what
Like I said, Liqud had a tough start last time we saw them. They still won this map, and it was over on their defensive side, and late in the attack they picked it up. They won the pistol and went down 5-1. So this is a start that Team Liqud are unfortunately all too familiar with. But they need to get themselves back up on that horse. In this round here, look, Demon 6 got a rifle, but the rest of the team are coming in with pistols, and I believe that's right away going to be Yumpy taken down. He was trying to lurk his way in towards Garage while this A pressure was coming through. They've got nothing for that, and now, well, they've been spotted up close on A short, so Leviatan are starting to rotate in. Really not a lot going for Liqud at the start of this round.
Stun through will at least force them back, and look at this crossfire already. There was no chance for them to get anything more than one. Very solid with the trades. You got Taco rotating in as well, and although there's a alert coming through from screen to try and take a little bit of space, they actually managed to get past the ground, so they might not even have the proper information where he is.
You start to see them now back off. And I mean, as this other player comes through, that trap should get a much longer window to detect him, grab the tag, and send the information over. Leviatan playing a smart game. Up against 2 sheriffs to play right back on the site like this. And they've got a showstopper if anything goes crazy, but it would be a downside if they end up using it in this round here. I think you want to get out of this one without losing too much, which they've already done. And avoid giving your opponents a position to play from with the Snuk is a little further than they could have expected. As I said, this is an incredible display of patience coming out of this Latam team.
They just want to make sure the round is cemented, trade off each other, and in fact, they're even going to use the showstopper here. At least, well, I was going to say clearing out the backline, but I don't know if it necessarily has. Stun even going to delay them that little bit more. Scream still sat back behind the smoke, not knowing how far forward the majority have gotten. They're going to try and bait them in with the tap. Aftershock, again, delaying just that little bit more for the rotation to come through, but there still needs to be some shots connected, and it just isn't going to be happening. Not a great position left for Navera, and Leviatan actually do it with 0 players lost from that point onwards.
Ada yang pakai crosshair plus nggak? Ini crosshair plus. Banyak anjir yang pakai crosshair plus mas sekarang.
Used necessarily, but it just goes to show the immense amount of respect that Leviatan are giving to Team Liqud. Yeah, I think most teams would have went for that 4 versus 2, prioritize their economy potentially with the showstopper. Sure, that does make sense, but you know, you're up against sheriffs. That's your best chance to just roll them and then use your showstopper here in the impactful round. But look, their old cycle's coming up online. Taco Lea's got the op here. He's gonna have a tour de force pretty soon as well. And Shine Adverso not too far away. This push straight down mid has caught them off. Scream again losing his life right at the start.
Yeah, a free kill. Nothing they can really do about it. Scream was one of the highlight players in the LCQ run that Liqud made, so to get rid of him instantaneously is definitely going to cause problems. Now Solkas has been able to at least sneak a little
Anjir, one way-nya bisa gitu loh.
It's clear they're so aware of it on the Leviatan side. They're not giving anything up, and even just throwing down some extra piece of utility just to take that deeper control a little bit easier. Liqud being very tentative. You can see the almost doubt of every corner that they're clearing, that there could be an operator on the other side. Now they're going to speed things up into that C side.
Well, they've got themselves fully cleared out. The ult into backside shouldn't be challenged, and that's just going to allow them this security to only send one player to site to take this extra bit of control. Taco Lee has hit the shot. They've now got a serious foothold to get back into the site. Malser's got his ultimate for information. He can be a recon dart for the team, or he can just go running through because they've already committed so much utility. A great spam to take down Yumpy. Down goes Demon 6 Navera. Almost had something going his way, but he needed an ace, a 1v5 to have a chance, and those are pretty miserable odds.
Yeah, the man's pretty clutch, but I think it's a little bit unfair to expect that of him.
Ini way gaming, mas.
Yeah, this is looking beautiful. Every single peak, every single swing. Okay, you have the risky one at the start where you got the chamber util. Again, you can look back to the stats. It's very rare that Taco Lear is the first person to die with his team even playing on that chamber. He's very good at just taking the shot, getting out of there, but he hasn't been missing. And all of the kills that they've had have been tradable off a piece of utility. It's been a wonderful showing for them, and you're going to see Team Liqud take a pause here. Now the reason for that is not only are they 5-0 down, we've seen that earlier in the day, it happens, teams can come back. This is on their map choice. That's a very different story to what we saw with PaperX. Like, this is a map that realistically Liqud could have chosen for a map where they were 3-0 in the LCQ, won it relatively cleanly against top teams rather than a map they only played once. It's also one that Leviatan got bodied on when they played it in Copenhagen versus DRX. They only got 5 rounds. So it was the clear choice. This is the map where Liqud had more data. They could watch what Leviatan had done. So far, it doesn't look like they've been able to pick them apart whatsoever, even with that extra information.
Oh, definitely. At the same time, though, I'll say this. The game so far has gone similarly to how it has before, not just in the rounds, but in how they've played out. Scream, dying in some of those early rounds. That this is a consistent factor for their attack. And the difference here, so Scream is getting demolished in early duels, right? But it's when they go to the defense, those two players pop off. They can have a slow start. You can look at this scoreboard and go, oh, they're 0-5. This is over. But no, I guarantee things will change when we swap over halves. But this start for Leviatan cannot be allowed to continue. Yeah, I can sit here and go, oh, there's still hope for Team Liqud because Scream and Yampi are god tier on the defense. But if you're in a 12-0 half, I don't really care how good you are. You're going to lose that game more than likely. I need Team Liqud to start finding rounds. And this is about the time that we saw PaperX in the previous series start to wake up on Pearl. Maybe it's Team Liquid's time.
Maybe. Or maybe this is where the comparison ends.
Maybe this is the, back pocket tour de force. Taco League gets 4 with an op. Tour de force out to finish it. Who knows? Who knows? I like the Seize Nade to start things off. A good idea to try and disrupt Team Liqud. You call a pause, come up with your idea for the round, and lose 3 players doing it.
It's varied as well, because a lot of the time that's just placed into A-long, so teams just dodge it. You can see how passively they're currently holding outside the map. So I like the idea. Doesn't work this time.
One other thing, if you're going for that A-long aggression, like that, if your opponents are taking it like that, you want to trade off that map control. Sure, you use A-long at the start and take your info, but we're going to take second mid. And you run right into that combo. Didn't happen this time. An interesting idea. This has been an incredibly slow round for Liqud and one that we expect because it's so important. They need to be meticulous about when they deploy this Rolling Thunder, about when they make that execute happen, and about not losing Scream in the first 2 seconds of the round. They've done a good job of that at least.
Yeah, the other thing as well is that Shy is very close to having that Nightfall. So there's ults that could come online for the other side. Look at the space. You can see Taco Leah just trying to stick around a little longer, hoping he can find that initial shot. But instantly a rotation comes through. King pushing mid, may be able to wrap around behind. The only interesting position he's got to clear is Yampi.
Great read. These guys realize they flash long, they smoke long, they're putting all this utility in, and they've got a Rolling Thunder. They're setting up for A. Leviatan walk out of the site. They say, hey, we'll play retake, no problem. This isn't retake, Shy. He just went blitzing in. No one else was ready. I mean, he wanted to catch them off on timing, but instead, he's traded his life for essentially the round for his opponents. Oh, Taco. 15 health on his way back out. Look, he has the tour. He wants that. Now's about the time you think about saving it.
This whole round has been a mess. Like, I don't think we've given them so much praise for how almost regimented and clean everything's been, and then you just see, I think almost every single player either whiff or make a mistake in this round. One player jumps out first, the util not quite there, his teammate's not on the flank, and then when he is on the flank, whiffs and gets one shot by a Guardian.
It's also pretty telling, right? You get 2 or 3 guys pushing you from spawn, all this pressure at once, you kill 2, and nothing else happens. At that point, you start to think, okay, well, if 3 of them just pushed, either the other 2 are sat and spawn baiting them, or they're flanking. Turn around and, oh, there they are. Caught him. This was a disjointed retake for sure. And I think something that Leviatan, I wouldn't be surprised to see pause after that, or just a simple one line.
Udah pakai Guardian aja gak sih? Gak usah pakai Vandal sih. Kayaknya lebih bagus pakai Guardian.
In the lead, we got some good ults. We still got plenty in terms of the purchase. You're even going to have the tour de force to bring up the extra credits. And they're actually going for an aggressive push in this round. I don't know if Yampi will have actually seen
kalau JMP Extreme sih kalah sih.
Ready, so might be about to just swing out. It's a mabar. He just runs straight across, but they don't clear the close corner. And Melzer is going to get 2 backup response.
And now there's a guy on backside as well. This is a stacked up C-side early. Great rotational reads by Leviatan and Team Liqud. Well, they found so much success in the previous round. This one's over in the blink of an eye.
I can't believe, like, I'm like, okay, set up a flash. Yampi just runs out, insta headshots, that initial kill. Only his 2nd kill onto the board as well. And then, yeah, unfortunately, Well, I guess when you see that aware ada orang di kabin. He has got himself an ability to TP out. No one's going to be pushed with him.
Enggak, gue heran. Padahal kan
the fact that you've got your breach backside as well, you can see it in the duel on the Soul, because maybe he has a chance. We've seen this guy in the clutch scenarios when the numbers of his team are thinned out. He can step up and have those god-tier clutches, but right there he had absolutely no opportunity for his late round fade play. King's got a lot of information. He's hearing steps as well. One-way smoke, but he's sticking around. No easy way out. And now they know he's here. That's a problem. Maybe not. The first found a blast pack in, but he's being held by 3 and nades on its way. And good night, sweet dreams.
They still have to use an awful lot to clear him. I think that might have been an aftershock and a nade actually thrown through just to try and get something done. Youngie, though, quick enough on the trigger to take out Shy. There is still a player tucked into the corner, though. Takalia's rotating. And that's the thing. Leviatan here is so quick. A risky game played by Adverso, but he spots that they are still in this position.
Bayar in the home.
That trap just got smoked outside C long. They're starting to sneak up behind, but it might be a little bit too late because Taco's in a bit of trouble. He's alone with an off, and there's 3 players about to swing him. Utility coming his way, and down to the headhunter. Up close, he'll be eliminated right off the bat. Melser should be an expected factor at this point. Yes, he snuck past the trap on C long, but he could just have easily have pushed B.
Ada yang ngeliatin tapi yang aware nggak ada.
I think this is just a bait to try and get them to look in the other direction, but there's enough players that Solkaz can just keep his eyes homed in on that remaining position. Liqud are going to get themselves a second round. Again, still, I feel like for Leviatan, it wasn't bad positions from them. Just winning some of the duels. I think also the Rolling Thunder against a Showstopper. It's not the greatest counter in the world. It's a bazooka, and he knew exactly where you were. So it didn't really get the result I think they were necessarily hoping for. But again, they're still in a position where they can buy. You're going to have that operator in play, not really too much trouble there in terms of the finances, and Liqud is still kind of on the brink. So another round for Leviatan here. They'll already have won the half, and the economy for Liqud will be bad again.
Well, this has been a fantastic beginning. This team stacked up as much as they can be. Leviatan spraying away, trying to catch something through that smoke. But Melser, a player that's actually been spearheading this defense for Leviatan, goes down right away. The trade,
GMP belum panas loh kata Asep
aja. You can either fast rotate, give up everything, push down mid and try to make it up elsewhere. It's worked for now, but they still need to play a retake.
Liqud itu mainnya defense. Kalau Europe itu defense aja udah fokusnya. Penentuannya di defense.
Actually, it's going to delay a little bit. I think the aftershock not quite going to connect as much as they want to, but they might have the information onto screen. He's actually had to drop down and sort of stuck in a pretty awkward position here. Flash through again. He's still just sat on the spike and waiting for this fight to come through eventually. He'll find a Verso, but Scream, he's looking for that little bit more, and he's going to find it as well. Well, unfortunately, Swing, Scream runs out of bullets. And now he has to flee.
He's got his nade as well. If he wants to throw another one out, or not still, rather earned it back.
I have them.
In the end, Taco going to be struggling to save this up. There's players actually coming for him. Solkaz threaded his way right down to C site.
Solkaz atau Solkaz sih?
It's clear. No one there to be found, and they'll just save these weapons over.
It's going to be quite frustrating for them though, because you not only use the Nightfall, so you know where Scream is.
Ini pistolnya bagus. Gimana itu ya?
Where Scream is, and then he kills 2 of you. You sort of mentioned it. They were both 0-5 not so long ago. Both players now already coming back. It didn't even have to make it to the second half. And again, now, I mentioned it in the last round, the economy of Liqud. Now the pressure's on for Leviatan, because they could go from a 5-0 start, like really swinging 6-1 up, and this half could slip away and it could end even, and that would be heartbreaking.
And they're in a pretty poor spot now, to be honest. Not in terms of the rounds they've got. The foundations are good already. They can build a little further, but some of that relies on getting the round right here. Their economy's up against the wall. Their ults are not online. Shadows. Don't know how much health that's going to be. There's a potential for King to get a showstopper, but that's about where the ult story ends for Leviatan. When you look at Team Liqud, though, they're very close to having a Rolling Thunder on Gembira. We saw that they are more than happy to commit a round off of that, to play their strat on that. Now, didn't necessarily get the result expected with Leviatan playing the retake, but then you start to look at some of the other players as well and realize that Solkaz, Terimakasih, these guys could have their ultis on any moment now. And the round could become a big danger for Leviatan. I don't mind this pause whatsoever. And an Honor pause?
Oh, it's powerful.
It is.
Powerful. Like, I feel like if you think back to the days of like CS with like the Pronax pause, I feel like this is as powerful right now. You might not even need to say anything. It just looks them in the eyes. I already think I'm going to be winning after it just gives
udah diganti Mas
To
Emea
be
Mas.
honest, it's like a mental game, you know? You call that pause, you don't even need to say a thing because your opponents are now scared. They're like, oh no, owner's talking to them. I see his lips moving. He's actually just singing karaoke. That's what you don't know. It's just morale. Yeah, he's singing some Britney Spears in the background, and you know what? I love it. That's what we can hear without the headsets on.
Of course.
We'll get the coach mics one day.
Already.
Kebiasaan.
Starting to see that aggressive peak
Soundnya
coming
suka
out from
tiba-tiba
Yumpy
hilang.
once again. He's had some success towards long previously, but they're smoking off this time. Again, this passive default has worked at least in a couple of the rounds, but it does allow for a lot of map control to be taken by Leviatan. It's happened again. You can see Taco Leo already pushed deep. He has the ability to get out of there quite easily, and although they're going to...
That was close. Taco Leo hits Demasic to 29 health, but here's the Rolling Thunder. This time they're not quite as far away, but...
nge-lag. Sabar. Nge-lag cuy.
With that, the plans at least comes through, and we reset into a 5v5 retake. That off of Taco Leo has a challenger.
Ya ampun, apa sih Indigo?
In the form of Yumpy. And although they've spotted the up, they don't know where it is right now, and that's going to be a big concern in getting back in here.
Yeah, and the problem is, you mentioned earlier, ultimates are just not there, so they have to almost try dry peeking into a lot of these angles. Soulcast, he's not even really being cleared off his angle, just standing in the open, fighting. And well, I don't even know if they're going to need to commit in between though. It actually comes through with 3 kills in a matter of seconds, giving them an opportunity, and it's left on to Soulcast, and Shy just cleans it up. This round was looking done in Liqud's favor. Normally a team so good in those afterplans, but they got picked apart.
I'm pretty sure I lip read play a retake on Owner in that round, so I don't know. But that is incredible. And another lights out round from Melser. A player that, sure, historically do we expect him to perform, sure, but this is a bit ridiculous. The home defensive side, the pressure he's been under, and he's delivering again, and again.
That's the thing, if you look back to previous events, I would say statistically it was like top 3 within Astra players, but it was some of the other, and that's bear in mind players like Marv. So like being top 3 is that's pretty damn good. I think also like Marco has a pretty solid play as well. You also have Light was crazy, so but the fact is it was other teams where he was sometimes a little bit quieter, but he's doing fantastic.
Challenge on B, and it's lost by Leviatan. That's Taco Leo out of the game, but he managed to trade out Scream's life forward, and he's taking that space. The Shrouded Step has been heard as easy as can be for Adverso. The advantage comes back into the defender's hands. The Showstopper's on its way. Yumpy's got it! As quick as you like. They're right back in the round, and Navarra's doubled down. 3 versus 2. The advantage for Liqud.
Just closed out in a matter of seconds. Yumpy's still starting to have that impact that we wanted to see from him, and especially on that attacking side. It's a lot harder
langsung
to do.
pertama ternyata
him take space where maybe he necessarily shouldn't in most cases, but that's always been Yumpy's ability to just win them rounds out of absolutely nothing. The confidence to just sit and wait for King to swing the angle. And 7-4. And now the economy's actually not fantastic from Leviatan. You're coming in with, okay, rifle.
Jampe.
Nothing wrong with that. You know, your fade should be the last guy peeking anyways, so it's all good. We've seen Enzo's stats. You know that guy doesn't die first.
Way gaming ini bos.
Once he has it, swinging from Scream. Great opening duel with Melser down. Key player, the man gone. Now the retake for Leviatan. What do they base it off of? No ultimates to work with. Nothing to really help them out. Sees Nate. Could be online. You got all of your breach utility. That's the benefit of losing the site so quickly. That was a little awkward. Navarra getting a nade down on him. He's got to run. He's got to blitz it. And he'll lose his life.
Taking the 1v1 fight, and again, it just seems to fall apart for them. It's all left on to Soulcast. He's going to try and play this in that 1 versus 4 turn 3. Already getting dinked up and swinging this angle should make things nigh on impossible. At least manages to get 1, but what are these retakes coming out from Leviatan? Again and again and again. Liqud are in solid positions, and the rounds just slip away.
It keeps on feeling like surely Liqud are about to close out that extra round, but just like you said, this is a similar scenario, though, as I said, starting it out, it looked like deja vu for Liqud, and finishing it out, it's pretty close too. This is not a team I expect to fall flat in the second half, But here's my problem. As much as I expect Team Liquid to bounce back on defense, I expect Leviatan on the attack to do some serious damage. I might not be the only one suspecting that. Let's see what our analyst desk thinks.
Thank you very much, Mitch and Tom. I'm back here with Jess and Ryan. Ryan, that was not a Leviatan's map choice, and that was a defense.
Oh, they look so comfortable on it, from the pistol, the win, the bonus as well. It was a solid performance all round, and just the difference in what the IGLs and the entries are able to do overall when it comes to seeing Scream go up against King. Like, looking at them overall, I think it's one of those ones where Scream died so often in those early rounds. It was hard to... maybe he was taking a leaf out of Angel's book, right? Like, just, dying early so he can watch everybody in IGL from the dead. Like, that could work. But King, a stellar start for him.
Absolutely, and he was on the flank a lot of the time as well. It was really strange. They had a lot of different options for a lot of their players. Although you see this head-to-head between King and Scream both playing the exact same agent, you have to remember that, we spoke about it on the pre-desk, Scream was being shut down by Taco. These long-range engagements that Scream couldn't close the distance, and the times that he did, he was taking out Melza, for example. I'm calling Melza multi-kill Melza from now on because that man in the mid to late round was unreal. This man on your screen right now is the linchpin moving forward. He was the one that was shortening the gap. He was getting rid of the likes of those site anchors like Melza. On this particular, second half, that's where I'm wondering how things are going to go for Liquid.
I mean, the saving grace is Yumpy is having a good game, but we're seeing some old Liquid coming back into this.
Yeah, it's also like Mitch said it himself, like, this is where Yumpy could come online, but for Liquid on their defense, it's keeping the economy in check, trying to get as many 50s if they lose them as possible. Like, get into the heads of Leviatan, because right now, there's only team running the server right now.
Yeah,
Liquid.
Big task for them to get back into game and for us to jump back into the map with Mitch and Tom.
Thank you so much, Analyst Desk. 8-4 as we dive back into things. Round 13 about to kick off, and this pistol could carry a lot of weight. As we stated, Team Liquid, they didn't do too well in the start of the previous half. Now on their defense, though, those rounds are a requisite. Leviatan get off to a strong start, build up that snowball, and things are going downhill pretty quickly. Diva sick! Oh, he's got the whole team here. One kill, and, well, he's lucky to even get that.
They're actually going to back off completely. After that initial battle, you can see the rotation coming through almost completely from the defense, mainly because they still have a deep position being held by Yumpy. I think Scream's just spotted them rotating away, so he can now actually push off the back of this, taking that space back. The rotation coming through from Navira, if needed, he'll be able to slow them down. It's actually looking like a pretty good spot for Liquid at the moment. The only reliance will be that Yumpy hits a shot, and most of the time you can rely on that.
With a minute left on the clock, Leviatan need to make a move. They've still got Yumpy to clear out, but a flash to do that. Turns away, but doesn't want to risk it. Oh, the Prowler usage here. It was wise. Melser had laid a little trap for them, but they won't go stumbling into it on the push down C long. So this was aggression on A to bait the C push and then punish. They don't get that. Reset to the B plan. You'll excuse that, as they go to the B side for the plant.
Yeah, initially they did have Navira here, but after falling off, it gives that extra space for free. You can see those Soulcasts already waiting to almost watch if anybody's going to try and wrap around the backline. The B plant is never the easiest to defend, but they did manage to get rid of Terimakasih, which removes all of those smokes, which definitely helps you out when it gets onto that defusal. Shy looking away, but he's trying to actually pull out utility. This might be a problem. This gives some space to Soulcast to swing, but he's only going to get the one.
That's all it is for now. It's already halfway indeed, and some damage done though. Stickiness has to be Yumpy, and he'll take the headshot right away. 9 rounds for Leviatan, and a nail in the coffin for Team Liquid if this keeps up. They cannot afford to have a slow start to the defense, and I don't know that it's even an option at this point. The full buy up for Leviatan, they'll have Spectres and everything they could possibly wish for. Meanwhile, Team Liquid relegated down to just those budget pistols yet again. Strong post plant for them here. I mean, ultimately coming down to time and the players that they deleted. If you have something to block off vision there, perhaps Terimakasih can get his smoke down and they'll get the defuse in. Absolutely no chance with them wide in the open. Great start for Leviatan. Second round, as I said, should be clean. The thing is the defense, right? These guys don't have to group up and take risky pushes the way they did before. They can set up on angles and try to punish.
Yeah, I think the most important thing really is that Liquid need to try and pull out a miracle round. Because we were talking about comebacks, we were talking about the fact that this team can start to pop off and like those star players can almost get back to the point where they're performing to the heights we expect of them. I feel like so far this game though,
Tim
they've
Liqud
almost
gak
been
kayak pas Emea.
kan
Kan gue bilang,
okay,
Tim Liqud pas online malah jago anjir.
I feel like there's at least 2 rounds I can think of in the last half they probably should have won even with some of the weaker weapon retakes coming through. But at this stage, I don't think that's really going to be enough. They need something early because otherwise you're allowing Leviatan to get to double digits and I don't know. I don't think they're going to slip from there.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like
Kayaknya karena gua dukung jadi kalah. Masih percaya kayak gituan sih.
But the reality is this is a different team, a much stronger one, and one that will not sort of fade out coming into this second half.
Ayo.
It's on him, damage done. Solkus will go down to it, losing his life after being trapped on the site. They have got a few players funneling in to fill gaps, but those gaps will remain well and truly open.
Yeah, the gaps, they're pretty clear now. They managed to get past them without too many issues at all.
Lah kagak di plan.
It would have been. I feel like Yuppie's almost sat there going, am I going to win? I'll just wait this one out and just see. Maybe they don't plant. Maybe this will be the greatest clutch of all time with nobody killing me. That would be the only thing he has to do. But sat within their own smoke. It looks like they're hunting for blood at this point, and Taco Lee is going to land the final shot. A flawless round coming out of then. In fact, a Prime Gaming flawless round out of the side of Leviatan. And honestly,
ini ronde sesungguhnya.
It was now or never, Liqud. It's now or never. Like this is your map choice. I do think that going into Ascent, it's a map that's incredibly strong for them as well. I think that's almost a 50-50 map, even though it's the pick of Leviatan. But realistically, I was surprised when they didn't pick Breeze and pick this instead, and I have seen absolutely no reason why at this point.
This is where the holds really get tested for Team Liqud. Coming in with rifles, but man, Leviatan are going to play a bonus. They're going to have so much money coming into the next, and they're pretty close to Rolling Thunder. They're going to have it coming out of this round if they don't get it and use it. And then the showstopper most likely for King to come online, moving into next. I mean, at this point, it really is Team Liqud on their last legs. And by the looks of it, Leviatan are gunning for it. This timeout is going to have to be well, it's going to have to be like an overtime timeout.
It's going to have to be an inspiration.
Yeah,
we're going to have to get some words from Emea. Although, I think, you know what, he's looking pretty relaxed at the moment. I do think this is a series that is pretty important for them just because of the group that they have. Like, if you look at how EDG performed earlier in the day, I don't think you want to go into elimination versus them because a lot of the pressure is going to be on the likes of Liqud shoulders.
Absolutely. And well, look, especially now, sit 10-4 down, your map pick is sent up next. Now,
timeoutnya langsung gas lagi.
Map picks can swing either way. We see it all the time, but I think Team Liqud will be sat there thinking, this could have been a breeze. Literally.
Iya, mau tidur, Pak.
That's awful. Yeah. That's truly awful.
Yeah.
Well,
I enjoyed it.
We are going to be getting back into the round. Even the purchases coming up here for Liqud is not fantastic. You're still going to have a Guardian. You've got most players with low shields, no Paranoia, no Boombot. Like, there's a lot of stuff actually missing going into what is a buy round. So
a buy round and a do or die round.
Yeah, exactly.
This is scary for Team Liqud, that's for sure. As I said, Screen, Yuppie, these guys dominate on the defense. It's Navarra, though, to find the opening. The stun is through. The push right after. He was not letting them have any space whatsoever, and that's left the spike in the open. Free as can be. All of Team Liqud coming into this site now to hold it down. And Leviatan don't have any extra angles. They don't have any superior flanks. Instead, they get cleaned up in a Prime Gaming flawless. Just the start that you want if you're looking to make a massive comeback.
Yeah, solid round from them. One that I don't necessarily know how repeatable it's going to be. Just a fantastic start out from Navarra. And he's someone, I'll be honest, of all the agents I think we've seen him play, Breach is the one I'm still unsure about. I don't think he is able to put the same statistical numbers we've seen on other agents. Like, we know that he also has a fantastic chamber, but even just when you go back to more traditional Sentinels, I feel like that's where he still really shines. So I'm waiting to see if there can be more of that, and there needs to be a lot more of that because they're still 5 rounds behind.
So different strat here. We're not seeing the blitz into B and try to plant with Taco Leah. Instead, they're fighting Yuppie in the garage. He's got a boom bot down to 17 HP. Just one bullet through the wall will take him down, and there are plenty of guns pointed at him. He'll give up that control, concede it, and fall back to C. That garage is being taken out of their control. They still have a trap there, so the information remains for a while. And indeed, for so long as Yuppie remains. He was pushing down C long, but it's to get the same position we've seen before.
It's almost just, it's a one and done, but that's fine. Like,
It's
when you're this low, that's absolutely fine. The thing is, I think this was all a ploy. Like, with the Rolling Thunder in play, they want to try and fight towards this A side, but Liqud have actually been able to take some deep control. They're not even going to use it to fight towards the side. They're just trying to fight long, and Solkes is still managing to win these duels. He's got Scream to back him up as well. And Yumpy is still in this corner. It's one that was used against them. I think it was even Melza who did it. Does he check?
Nge-save ya?
At this point, it's been so long in the round.
Save sih harusnya sih.
Like he almost has to.
30 seconds left.
Get away. They're making their way towards the C side, but the spike is behind.
Are they just saving?
Seconds.
They might actually be just saving.
Yeah,
like,
I'm not expecting to see them move.
Ah,
At this point, that kill, even still won't spur them on. If anything, it tells Team Liqud, I know where we can take a few guns out of their hands.
Yeah, but it's also just the Liqud actually want to go fighting for this. They do have a little bit of credits still in their back pockets, but realistically,
Sep, udah dapat tuh
you kind of just
10-6,
want to
Sep.
make sure your own finances are fine. Like, you know that you're going to have to fight a huge amount of rounds
lagi
in a row. You know
seri
eventually they're going to end up with their ults online and eventually with guns in their hands again. So risking your own economy for that, really not worth it at this stage. Maybe if they have a couple more rounds like this, they'll be a little bit happier, but Solkes does incredibly well. Like, that's the thing, the push and pull of what Liqud did in this round was great. Like, he just taking this deep A control, reading into the fact, okay, if you're going to use a Rolling Thunder,
Pakai apa tuh namanya?
we're going to use it on
Permen
A.
karet aja.
Let's just fight them before they can do it. They even use it on him. He still gets killed.
Itu permen
Yeah,
karet
it was the
bikin
C
ini
is
kan.
going down just in time. It allowed him to get that body tag and still find the kill.
Ngurangin
Phenomenal.
darah.
And Onor, he's come in with one of his pauses. And you can see a lot of words coming to Leviatan's corner. You know, 10-6, they're still in the power position. Last round, though, they would have really liked King to find that opening. If he gets that, not only do they not have the stuff that happens afterwards, he would have his ulti on for this round. He would have had his ulti to combine with the Rolling Thunder, and they may have snowballed into it. Instead, they lose out on that, but it means that that's in the toolkit for this round with just one more orb.
Do you wonder in the future if, like, obviously people always talk about, like, when are they going to add agent bans? If teams will be like, can I sacrifice my agent ban and just ban one of the Leviatan's
Udah Pak, ngomongnya udah beres.
I just want to nullify Ono. Like, I don't care about their agents, they can use whatever they like. Let's stop him from talking.
Stop giving them
Because if
free
they win this round now, it's almost just going to look like the man has superpowers.
Confirmation bias to
Charles
the max.
Xavier just reading his opponent's minds.
Leviatan.
Liqud. Oh.
Di Leviatan.
16 seconds before we find out
Ada
what
Miracle.
Leviatan have cooked up, but just a glance at the mini-map might give it away for those viewers at home with some astute observational skills.
Well, the big brains.
Yes, this is clearly an A push coming out of Leviatan. Full rush, as they'll send it in, but it is the C side, of course. All jokes aside, we have got very little to work with. As I said, though, one orb, and there's a showstopper, and that's the idea. Away. He knows he's either getting the kill or he ain't coming back, and he's got the kill. But then he goes down. The trade's a little late to come in, and it's set up from Scream. 3 kills, and now Navarra's there to help. The brothers lock it down and give Liqud their 7th. They're back in this game, just 3 away, and Leviatan's money, it's not great.
Yeah, they're coming in with a buy.
This is it. This is it. You're tied up if you lose this one.
I think they're still in an okay position. Like, you're at a point where, realistically, great round from Scream. He's managed to do quite a bit of damage. They've been slaughtered, but it was a round where it was a showstopper, a couple of save guns, and then there was like a stinger and some other stuff in the mix. So, yeah, they got completely mowed down.
Kalau tim lawan
Now
time out buat susun strategi, apa tim yang nggak time out juga susun strategi? Ya bebas itu mas. Dua-duanya boleh ngomong.
Iya, dua-duanya boleh.
Ya.
Yang nggak boleh itu kalau technical.
Ya kalau kan itu kalau time out kan taktikal.
Iya.
Kalau teknikal nggak boleh ngomong.
Now if a player drops off that spot, they see no contact after. Now there's starting to be a little bit of presence
Kalau
on the A
masalah
side.
gear atau pokoknya yang teknik-teknik lah. Nggak boleh.
He wants to clear out these corners. He's feeling like the C site's being left. The rotations of
Kalau
Liqud
time out mah
are
dua-duanya
leaning
boleh
heavy
ngomong.
towards the A site. But here's
Tim
where the
lawan
trouble
juga yang
is.
nggak time out juga
Melzer
boleh.
was watching him the whole time, waiting for him to come around that corner. He's given up on it now, and they're resetting. to look elsewhere.
Look at where the rest of Liqud are. There are 4 players currently in A link. They're almost just waiting for those rotations. Like if they go towards C, okay, even if they play through Garage, you have a perfect retake. If they go towards B, you have 4 players then within 5 seconds. If Era even has himself that rolling thunder.
Ya Allah.
As well to slow them down.
Sabar, Sep. Cacat anjir wifi-nya.
They overrotated, it's a ruse.
Oh, belum ada yang kebunuh kok.
Absolutely huge. Because even under so much pressure, they played A heavy. So as soon as he gets that pressure, he's calling for it. He needs the help. 14 seconds left. Paranoia's gone through. Nade is on its way. Tacolia.
Hey.
Just about got it planted. That's now leaving them a little bit more space to play with a showstopper just popped through. That's clearing a lot of space. A plant denied. Leviatan back against the wall. They're pushed off the site. Even denying this defuse is impossible. They're come for a save in a 2v4 post. We'll see that every day.
Yeah, the idea from Leviatan was great. Like, you basically put the pressure onto Yumpy, know that a lot of the time he's going to be playing that solo site. But it is just that, even still, even with the rotation, that A-link pressure, just being able to deny the plant, having a nade to throw in as well just to slow them down. And you know that with that player rotating, you can try and get into the site fairly quick because everybody else is going to be trying to get into after plant positions. This, though, is a nice touch. Like, just
Aduh, busuk
having Yumpy waiting behind and going, okay, is my operator going to be really useful in a retake, or will it be better to stop them coming in on the flank?
2 rounds between.
Harus di refresh nih.
Well, they come into this one now, and they face an offer right away. Leviatan losing Adverso, trying to chase down and trade out, but Terimakasih has made it away. Still, Scream falls elsewhere, and the numbers now favor Leviatan. They came in with many weaknesses.
Oke, gue sendiri.
And now they've got the advantage.
But that's the thing.
Aduh, tidak ada yang menemani
went for a pick on long and just got his head blown off. So,
busuk
taking deep C
anjir.
long control. There's also a peek coming out from Soulcast. If he can get one and get away, it's an absolute miracle, but not against Taco. Head gone, and already the A site completely under the control of that Chilean.
Capek gak sih nontonnya? Gue aja capek loh.
Well, this is not the round I expected them to come into. Sure, they managed to bring something into it, but there were so many scrappy weapons for them to work with. Unlike the previous time, they don't have a showstopper to get them into the site, find an opening kill, and look to trade after. This was looking miserable. And instead, they spotted the last 2 players. They got all the information they could possibly want, and still a ton of utility to play with. This is a situation for Team Liqud that is a certain save.
I almost want them to go and hunt. Like, try and get some of the weapons out of the hands of Leviatan, because they've got so many credits, and they're running out of rounds.
One guy's still got a Marshal. You know, it's all right to maybe get a little bit more, and there you go. Spread out wide, they cast the net, and they have caught big. Terimakasih and Navera down. Nothing for Team Liqud. They have still got the credits.
Yeah, that's what I meant. That's what I meant. They've got so much to buy that it doesn't matter.
Ya, 11-8 sih.
11-8. Not too many rounds left to buy in.
Si Mas keluar langsung 11-8 anjir.
Yeah, that's the real issue. 4 rounds in a row at least has made this one look a little bit more competitive, but I don't know. A lot of these rounds just feel so scrappy, and Leviatan are coming out on top of that. Even in rounds where they have a significant disadvantage in terms of weaponry, there are moments, even when like it was Screaming Navera spraying them down, you're like, well, if you don't get 3 kills and 2 kills apiece, that could have easily gone the other way. Yumpy, he's going for it again. They're expecting it. He swings so wide out of that corner. Well, he doesn't get away clean.
Terimakasih's given up his control of Garage instantly. He knows what it means when his teammate goes down. They're about to apply the pressure, and that they certainly have. A sneak through the smoke! That is phenomenal! Team Liqud, they were looking down and out of this one if they lost the site, but they did not. The spike on the floor, but not planted. Melser is out. Now a 1v3 and an ult online. He can go to the A site, pop that ult, and make his way to the spike, pick it up, and he's right back. Problem is, he's being launched. They're ready for this on Team Liqud. They know how an Omen works.
Yeah, the tough thing here is actually not even getting the spike back. It's getting to the site to be able to do it in the first place. He almost spotted out Soulcast. That was the only way that I think this actually goes in his direction. Instead... Oh, okay. Yeah, I was expecting maybe he'd try and walk in, but he's got that spike, unfortunately. Actually, the realization might not be there.
Of course, why? Because he wouldn't be on B, he'd be on A, most likely. And he's got such good timing then to swing on through and Scream as caught him. And Team Liqud being so careful in that moment. They had a gap which was mid to B to A, right? That's the only way that this guy could go without being seen. And they just left it. Even after he TPs, it could very well be on A. It's like, so what? We'll 1v3 retake when it's planted.
Oh gila sih.
Like, Terimakasih gets pinged up, like they know exactly where he is because of the trails, but his own smoke actually shrouds him enough, and then he swings out of it. It's just,
they're like, oh look, he's gone to the back of the
still,
site.
like you're gonna have the sound cue that he has to be around this area, but you just don't expect him to swing through his own smoke. Like, it's madness, but I understand the risk because otherwise, eventually they're gonna know exactly where you are.
And they opted to fight backside instead of in the smoke. A wise choice, but one that definitely didn't pay off there. Just god tier timing.
Woi motor. Apa sih Jack? Belum beres Jack, sampai beres lah. Kita nonton sampai beres. Satu map aja cuy. Gak bakal beres-beres sih. Enggak, ini sampai 13 kocak. Selesai ini. Ah, kocak.
It's just so perfect. Tackle Leah not ready, but the spam through actually goes in the other direction. I say that, both King and Averto have been hit down incredibly low on XP, and the rotation is already there. The brothers working in tandem, just almost going together. Do they check this corner? They should do. I don't even know if they swing this wide.
Tidak dicek.
It's going to be a risky one.
Tentu tidak dicek ya guys.
The only thing is, do they even expect Scream to be here? He's not been stunned up.
Buta lagi si Scream.
Paranoia is going to connect onto him. The Booba has gone straight past though. It may have hit him, but he's still able to sit in this corner, take these fights. But Melza is quick to trade.
Tapi that
plan's gone through. It's locked in. They've got the
gak ada strategi dari gua lama menangnya, bacet lu Jak. Lu aja cuma bisa Spectre anjir. Mending lu yang tidur aja, nanti subuh berangkat Ogi. Duluan biar gak telat coy.
This could well be 12-9. Yumpy 8 bullets in the headhunter. He's chopped his up. He's making it forward with a vandal in hand.
Mending lu yang turu, Jak.
So many angles to clear, and he doesn't know these guys
ini
are close
wifi-nya udah
by.
ngamuk.
He has a suspicion, but Melzer confirms it. 12 rounds on the board.
Akhirnya bisa tidur. Besok kan CB-nya abis stok jadi itu atuh anjir, bener-bener ini orang gua spam lu ya.
Liqud actually react quite well. It's just some of these battles that he's winning, like facing 1v1 versus Scream and just entering into the site. That's not normally a way you can. Okay,
you'd never see that kind of kill happen.
It's like
he should have lost that duel.
Terimakasih, maybe he worked as a nice distraction.
Worked. He was a distraction, sure. 12-9, 3 rounds to go. Leviatan, they've seized. Terimakasih on the back of the side. He's in trouble.
Berangkat jam 8. Mana mau jaka sudah nanti ada yang benar aku kocak lu. Berangkat jam berapa anjir? Tuh kan nge-lag kan gua. Hari-hari nge-lag. Udah GG ini masa 2 lawan 3. What do you expect anjir? Ini malah nanti aja, mana ada. Jangan berangkat jam 8, ih lama banget cuy, subuh aja. Nanti sampai Bogor jam berapa cuy? GG ini masa.
I don't see how you get away with this. The first, at least, he's concealed by the smoke now. It almost plays against them.
Udah lah, kita udahan dulu guys, abis ini guys. Subuh rame bot, mana ada. Lo kan ke Bogor, bukan berangkat. Kalau berangkat iya rame. Emang rame ya?
Now the angles is the first found, and now only one! No! What a wonderful clutch from Yumpy, a misplay from Leviatan, that's for sure. They're going to be kicking themselves if they end up in OT. Still 2 chances to close it, but...
Gak jadi tidur ya guys ya.
That's the thing, the player you want in these sort of scenarios,
gara-gara
a lot of the time it's
Jaka
going to be someone like Navera, but I feel like there's so many times in these Red Bull clutch moments where young people just pull something out of absolutely nothing, and there is minute split-second details that make the difference here. One, as you said, is that smoke. He is dead. Like, he even pulls out his head onto knowing that he basically has to land a couple of instant headshots, and then just manages to pull off the 1 versus 2. Liqud have held on, clung on, and now actually have a chance to turn this back. Look at the buy for Leviatan.
It's a little shaky. It's a little shaky. They're playing for the last round, man. And again, we've seen this level of respect so many times. Even going back to the 4v2 retake we had right at the start of the game, and these guys come in, use a showstopper up against Sheriffs. They know Team Liqud are not a team to be trifled with, and they're not looking to do that. They'll play for the next round, but we've seen them win these exact ones before. And if anything does kind of go their way,
pada nggak bisa ngeras,
put through.
kan nggak beres-beres.
There's dangers for Liqud.
Beres ini santai lah, Pak.
This is not the time you want to be making a mistake. Your own map choice, the next being Ascent, as said, like, Liqud are probably looking at this map who going, hey, we got a pocket pick and we got probably our best map, maybe other than Icebox.
Gimana sih lu, Jak? Nggak bener nih. Ada Jaka jadi lama.
And dies, if he gets a kill and dies, is anything like that, you have a showstopper rolling thunder to
Masalah
play at
emang si Jaka
12-11 to potentially push you to OT.
Bang, naon
problem. But not much Leviathan can really do
Tawan
from the start of the round to deny that. Rolling thunder of their own, though, going to be thrown in.
Yeah, they double stun them up. There's an opportunity here for King. Thomas just cleared them out. The showstopper isn't going to connect on him, but Soulcast is able to trade. The swing out, though, has put this into an advantageous position. There's weaponry to be found on the other side as well, and they're even going to slow them down with that aftershock.
Masa iya 3 lawan 2 kalah? Masa iya?
Now these weapons aren't even that much of a disadvantage anymore. The swing from Yumpy gets one, but the trade not quite there. This time, all onto Terimakasih. It's an elevated angle. He's got it into this 1v1 position, trying to play it out with that fake TP, and Shy has actually looked away, but he's wrapping back around instead, and he's going to win it out in the end. It is going to be Leviatan again in these eco rounds, managing to pull off miracles.
Nampaknya itu dia ya. Watch party kita pada malam hari ini kita udah dulu guys. Thank you semuanya udah nonton. Thank you udah like. Thank you udah subscribe GG. Yuk tidur yuk. Akhirnya tidur guys. Thank you semuanya. Bye bye. Bye bye semuanya. Bye bye. Bye bye.
Immediately in this series. I mean, what a fantastic debut at Champions. And now, the next map buff is theirs. Ascent, their choice, their home ground. Fine to close out if Liqud can push them that far.
And just impressive performances even on an individual level. This is the thing we talk about with this team. It's like a lot of the time you highlight